Ha, Kazan. A little girl with white hair and orange eyes stuttered. She looked like she was only 3 or 4 years old, but her cheeks were covered with red clouds that didn't match her age. The tip of Shinohara Hatazuki's ears was almost red enough to bleed, but her eyes were fixed on a figure, and she said timidly, "He is so beautiful, so cute, so handsome." As she spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller, and she even whimpered slightly at the end. She looked at the black hedgehog-headed boy with a suspicious look, who had just fallen to the ground and cried loudly. He was barely able to stand up after being coaxed by the gentle brown-haired girl with snot bubbles. The mother now doubted whether her daughter had put on a filter that was 800 layers thick. She glanced again and saw the red and white round fan emblem embroidered on the boy's back, and her heart was slightly suppressed. Uchiha! Mother was lost in thought. Before she could finish her quiet thinking, she felt the corner of her clothes being gently tugged. Mother looked down subconsciously and saw the big orange eyes that were inherited from her husband. "Mom, can you bring the camera home for me? Can you help me remove the flash on the camera?" Why did she have a bad feeling? Even though the bad feeling in her heart was getting stronger and stronger, she still slowed down her tone and said to her 3-year-old daughter earnestly, "My child, you are violating." "Oh no, Hatazuki, tell Mom what you want to do." At the end, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but twitch slightly. If she guessed correctly, then she saw her lovely daughter clenching her fists and showing a perverted smile. "I will take a lot of pictures of him and hang them on the wall. Hee hee." She fell into a strange silence again. So should she tell her daughter? The boy's family seems to be in the security force? Forget it, no matter what. It is a good thing for children to fall in love early. After thinking it through, the mother sighed inwardly and continued. Due to the influence of 2 frequent wars, the lifespan of ninjas is short, and the average lifespan is only about 30 years old. Now, I heard that the Hidden Rain Village is not very stable, and the Hidden Cloud Village is also ready to make a move. After 20 years, is there finally a second Ninja World War? If so, the graduation age of this year's Konoha students will definitely not exceed 10 years old. Therefore, most ninjas have realized the cruelty of war early, and most of them will get married and have children within a few years of participating in the war. Otherwise, even their offspring will not be able to stay. Although she has sent her daughter to Konoha's ninja school, the Hidden Rain Village has recently coveted Konoha. Maybe she should return to her hometown. Otherwise, but no matter which ninja village, the little ninja will experience life and death very early. So from this point of view, the child, it's a good thing to open up early. It just so happens that she also wants to hold her grandson early. Shinohara Hatazuki didn't notice that her mother was immersed in the analysis and thinking of the current situation. The figure of the little crying hedgehog-headed boy who followed the brown-haired girl into the ninja school gradually shrank in her eyes. The originally red and excited little face became paler and paler. She turned around and said anxiously, "Kazan, give me the admission certificate quickly." "Kazan? Oh, okay, Hatazuki." With her daughter's anxious call, the situation maps of the major ninja villages and borders in her mother's mind were extinguished. She squatted down with a smile, handed the admission book in her hand to her daughter, and rubbed her daughter's dog head. Uchiha is very tempting. She really envied that eye. It would be great if she could really get it. Of course, it doesn't matter if she fails. Anyway, it's okay to pass on the ninja bloodline after opening up. Hatazuki reluctantly pulled her mother's big hand off her head, and her bulging cheeks were slightly dissatisfied. "Humph, why do you touch her head again? She will grow to 1.8 meters in the future. If she doesn't grow up, it's all your fault." Hatazuki couldn't help showing her resentful dead fish eyes. But Hatazuki suddenly thought of something and said with wide eyes, "Oh, by the way, Kazan, are you going to pick me up after school?" "I don't know the way." Her mother smiled and said, "Hatazuki, your father will pick you up after school, and Mom has something to deal with." Then her hand gently pushed Hatazuki's tender back, which was still a child, but might not be so smooth in the future. "Go to school, Hatazuki, and become a strong ninja." It is now the 37th year of Konoha, although it is heard that the Second Ninja World War will soon start. In normal wartime, as long as you can refine chakra, you can be admitted. Then you will graduate early at the age of 7 or 8 and be sent to the battlefield as cannon fodder. But now Konoha is still in a relatively peaceful environment. The admission line of the ninja school requires mastering a basic ninjutsu. Many children are rejected because of this. It is not bad for her child to be admitted. Shinohara Ritsuki thought with a smile in her heart. Oh, I understand, Mom. The 3-year-old Hatazuki responded ignorantly. After waving goodbye to her mother, Hatazuki, holding the admission certificate, was mixed in a group of little kids of the same age and was a little at a loss. So, what's she going to do now? Hatazuki, who went to school for the first time, was a little confused. Hey, what are you staring at? A little hand was placed on her shoulder. Yeah. Hatazuki turned her head in horror, and a pair of straight, dark dead fish eyes came into her sight. The child with the dead black eyes like a salted fish pulled a broom head that was up to the sky, and the dead fish eyes that seemed to project a deep and dead black hole stared at her. You have to report to the freshman class first, understand? The dead fish eyes boy with no tyrosinase in his hair wore a mask. But even from his heavy dead fish eyes, a strong sense of contempt could be seen. The little hand stretched out from the black cuffs and pointed in a direction. Go to that place first to see the admission class. There's a bulletin board. Shinohara Hatazuki also showed dead fish eyes. Obviously, this boy is helping her. But why does she feel unhappy? Hatazuki looked in the direction the boy pointed, and there was indeed a large bulletin board standing upright, and there were faintly black small words like ants on it. Arigato, thank you. Hatazuki first expressed gratitude to the boy in front of him, no matter how strong her inner dissatisfaction was. After all, the other person helped her out of kindness, so she had to thank him. But Hatazuki scratched his face and asked in confusion, why did you notice that I didn't know the way? She had passed so many children just now, but only the boy in front of her noticed her predicament. Ah, the boy lowered his head and made a slight sound, then turned his head. The contempt in his dead fish eyes reached its peak, because I have seen too many idiots like you. It seemed that he felt Hatazuki's excitement in his heart. The dead fish eyes of the white-haired boy wearing a mask turned slightly, and he added, because I see that your hair color is the same as mine. Ah, Hatazuki was stunned for a moment and then burst into tears. Yes, as a patient with tyrosinase deficiency. Bullshit. Hatazuki glared at the white-haired boy with dead fish eyes in front of him. Her hair color is obviously inherited from her father, not from the lack of tyrosinase and melanin. She is not like this kid with reduced tyrosinase activity. Hatazuki raised a finger, pointing at her inherited white hair, and then pointed at the premature white hair of the boy in front of her. Said seriously, my hair color is natural. My father also has white hair, which is different from your congenital aging genes. Kakashi. The masked boy looked at her strangely. My hair color is also natural, inherited from my father. Oh, Hatazuki scratched his face a little embarrassedly. Is that so? The white-haired boy in front of him was silent for some reason, lowered his black eyes, and said, by the way, do you have a father and a mother? Shinohara Hatazuki. Of course. Do you still need to talk about this? Hatazuki pouts her cheeks angrily, and pieces of burning golden-red fire rise in her pupils. Rolling and biting the fire snake, she retorts loudly. Oh, the boy shifted his eyes, and a snowflake-like light inexplicably appeared in his dark pupils, and then was quickly pulled and swallowed by the darkness. He said lightly, I don't have a mother, only a father. Ah, Hatazuki was stunned for a moment, and the anger that originally rose in her eyes seemed to be extinguished by water and evaporated in an instant, and wisps of steam and white mist drifted along the dim orange background. You're right, children like her who have both parents are a minority. Although there is no Ninja World War now, it has been 20 years since the first Ninja World War. But in various parts of the ninja world, large and small wars have broken out in countries and villages one after another. So most children have become orphans. Shinohara Hatazuki's parents are civilians, so their lives are generally not directly affected by the ninja war. But those children whose parents are ninjas are another matter. In order to ensure that their offspring have ninja talents and pure blood, ninjas must choose the opposite sex who are also ninjas as partners, so that their offspring will not die early on the battlefield. Students in ninja schools must have ninja talents to enroll, and most ninjas die early. So the children enrolled now are basically orphans. Children like her who have both parents and can still become ninjas are already 99 rare. Hatazuki lowered his head slightly, and a layer of gray mist suddenly covered his clear eyes. Kakashi's black eyes moved slightly, glanced at the girl who was depressed and fell into a philosopher's state, and said, Hey, don't think about it. Let's go. Hearing the voice of the masked boy, Hatazuki came back to her senses from her depression, raised her head, and looked at the white-haired boy of the same age as her in confusion. Kakashi felt a little uncomfortable being stared at, turned his eyes away, and said, "Go and see where your class is first, if you are in the same class with me." The white-haired boy's voice was a little hesitant and paused for a moment. "I can go with you." Hatazuki heard it and showed dead fish eyes. She didn't want to be in the same class with this white-haired boy, Hatazuki drooped her head listlessly and mixed in a group of little kids standing in a line. She squinted slightly, and her eyes bumped into the familiar dead fish eyes and white hair again, with a shadow all over his face. They are really in the same class. Soon, it was time to introduce themselves. Hatazuki looked expressionlessly at the enthusiastic little kids who rushed to the podium, saying, "I want to become Hokage and surpass Hokage Balbalbal." Well, 9 out of 10 want to be Hokage. Hatazuki propped up one cheek with one hand, his white baby fat leaking out from his fingertips, and tapped the table with boredom, making a crisp sound of ding-dong. "Well, what's good about being Hokage? Those who want to be Hokage are stupid. My name is Uchiha Bito, and I will become Hokage in the future." Shinohara Hatazuki's brain seemed to be filled with flashing brain waves in an instant, turning into a ball of flashing fire, surging with sparks like fireworks. The moment it hit his eyes, it was like the sunshine in California. There was a hole in his heart for no reason, and a strong wind was leaking. So cute, he is really cute. Big round black eyes open loudly with a smile. And no matter where he is really cute. Hatsuki couldn't help but grab a child casually, unable to control the fireworks of his heart, revealing a perverted smile. Look, he's so handsome. So handsome. The way he walks is so cute. He blinks so cute. And Kakashi? At this time, the teacher of the ninja school shouted. Next, Shinohara Hatsuki. Hatsuki, who was immersed in the pink bubble, shuddered and walked forward timidly under the urging of the head teacher's blaming eyes. Hatazuki was thinking about the script in his mind, and a cold sweat appeared on his palms. After finishing the script, he took a deep breath, raised his head, and stared at the last row nervously, introducing himself to the new classmates sitting in the classroom. "My name is Xiao." Suddenly, the whole world seemed to tremble slightly, and the tender green of the treetops was dripping with water. The black forehead was filled with sunlight. The gunfire slowly expanded, the swollen white skin and the eye sockets where the eyes were dug out were soaked with blood. Shinohara Hatazuki suddenly opened his eyes wide. WTF, the back row by the window, the hometown of the king. Chapter 2. Respect from a Naruto fan by the window at the back, the throne of kings. These 8 words swirled relentlessly in Shino Hataki's mind. As the thought surfaced, memories trickled like droplets into the still depths of an ancient well, ripples distorting the reflections within. Countless overlapping images merged like spliced film reels. Scenes from an old movie surging forth with startling clarity, wild horses galloping from the caverns of memory, their hooves trampling golden blossoms into the wind. In an instant, 3 years of hazy recollections were violently overrun by 15 years of past life memories. Shino Hataki recalled everything with painful clarity. Her thoughts drifted hazily past the spiky-haired boy she adored, her fingers brushing vaguely against the seat that could make her a queen. By the time the silver-haired, masked boy finished his self-introduction, Hataki remained in a daze. Kakashi casually took the seat in front of her, turning slightly with a frown before waving a hand before her vacant eyes. "Hey, what's wrong with you?" Hataki stared blankly at the face she had seen countless times in the game, the familiar black mask, the drooping deadfish eyes, and before she knew it, the words slipped out. "Holy shit, fire." "Kakashi?" He couldn't help but ask, "What the hell is wrong with you?" To his shock, the previously catatonic white-haired girl lunged at him like lightning, gripping his cheeks as she muttered under her breath, "Holy shit, shield dog, wrong pick." "Kakashi?" Prying her hands away, he frowned. "What dog?" His family did have summoning contracts with ninja dogs, but the white-haired girl seemed to snap back to reality, her foggy eyes clearing as she scrutinized him intently before hardening with resolve. "Never mind. Watch me solo 3. Hataki thumped her chest confidently before lowering her head again, muttering. Made out the secret scroll with Raikiri, chain into a god-tier opener, 0 chakra no damage, brute force through. Kakashi? What the hell was she even saying? Shino Hataki stared nervously at the familiar Naruto title screen, where Sasori manipulated Hiriko with practiced ease, swallowing hard. Inside, she was screaming, "Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, holy shit." She had actually been transported into Naruto. Was this her punishment for binge-watching, playing, and obsessing over it every single day? Hataki clutched her head, feeling each nerve throb in agony. Naruto was a grim world where 4 shinobi wars erupted within 60 damn years, finished the second, and the third was already knocking at the door. Was she supposed to just die here? Die. Die. A chaotic storm of thoughts raged in her mind, leaving her momentarily incoherent. Wait, had she just met a younger version of God Card? Yes, absolutely, no doubt about it. And that spiky-haired brat she'd seen earlier, wasn't that Uchiha Obito? Kakashi's beloved friend who became his lifelong shadow, the one who turned him into Dark Kakashi. What the hell is this Dark Kakashi nonsense? Whoever thought of casting Wang Dongqing as the Rubik's Cube must have lost their mind. Back when she first watched Naruto, she had mistakenly assumed Obito was Kakashi's deceased wife or girlfriend, weaving a tragic romance in her imagination that left her sobbing uncontrollably. Uchiha Obito, you deceitful bastard. It wasn't until she read Kakashi's backstory that she realized he was actually a man. Later on, Shinohara Hitetsu clutched her head as a cold sweat trickled down her forehead. What happened afterward? Obito should have died, right? Her brows furrowed tightly, nearly forming a knot. Were her memories incomplete? The orange-eyed, white-haired girl fell silent, sitting cross-legged on the bed with her elbow resting on her exposed thigh. Her cheek propped against her palm as her gaze dropped. This was troublesome. She had once been a semi-casual Naruto fan who genuinely followed the series. The real Naruto plot wasn't just about purity and strategy. Some arcs were downright sinister. She had assumed she had unlocked all her memories, but apparently not. That meant she might miss critical events in the timeline. Hitetsu mentally sorted through the chronology. It was currently Konoha year 37, right at the start of the Second Shinobi World War. Amigakure was eyeing Konoha and Sunagakure with hostility, and she'd probably be sent to the battlefield soon. Still, Konoha was far better than the infamous Bloody Mist Village. Had the original story shown Uchiha Obito entering the academy at 4 and only graduating at 9 before being thrown into battle? In other villages, they'd probably force kids to graduate within a year during wartime. Silently, Shinohara Hitetsu hopped off the bed and approached the door. Turning the lock, click, the lock snapped shut with a crisp sound. For now, she was sure if others could see her interface. So she'd better avoid her parents downstairs. She could study it further if she got another chance to fight. Hitetsu quietly opened the Naruto interface, her eyes quickly scanning the familiar skill setup from the duel arena. She could even see the basic attack button and the first and second skill slots, though the latter two were locked. The summoning and secret technique slots were empty. But the substitution jutsu was still available. Just thinking about it made her want to curse. Damn it, the entrance exam for the academy had tested substitution jutsu. Was it at Naruto's generation that only needed the 3 basic jutsu to graduate? Why did Kakashi's batch have to master them just to enroll? Starting school already at graduation level. Way to go, Konoha. Still, even if that were the case, basic transformation jutsu should be usable in daily life. The question was whether it would work in combat. Hitetsu rested her chin on her hand, sinking into thought once more. Combat should allow an optional dual arena mode, active, not passive. If it were forced, she'd be stuck with only 2 skills. Rendering most of the jutsu she'd learn as a shinobi useless. You can only carry 1 secret scroll, but summoning 3 is still manageable. If it's truly a one-on-one ninja battle, overwhelming the opponent with summons could work. Exploiting a bug might be feasible. Shinohara Hitetsu subtly rubbed her hands together, an involuntary grin spreading across her face. Cast a skill, exploit the cooldown, exit, then cast again, purity in execution. If the opponent counters with a substitution summon, she'd disperse with her own evasion. What an exhilarating battle, headpat. With a dual arena system, the mechanics should be far simpler, at least compared to the usual IQ combat demands of the original setting. Shinohara Hitetsu inwardly rejoiced. Thud, Hitetsu was kicked flying. Face planted into the ground as she opted to play dead, internally cursing. Damn it, it's not that easy after all. And Kakashi, didn't you say Uchiha Obito was the love of your life? Why aren't you setting up your tragic backstory with him now? The silver-haired boy in the mask retracted his foot, a flicker of exasperation in his dark, deadfish eyes. Rewind to the start. The white-haired girl, her name called, wore a grave expression, muttering under her breath, "It's fine. Even if my skill buttons are locked, I can still initiate with basic attacks. 1, 2, 3, 4. Kakashi, whose name was also called. As the academy teacher's drawn-out announcement concluded, Hitetsu activated the Naruto dual arena system. Seeing no reaction from the others, she sighed in relief. Perfect. No one else can see this. staring at the two locked skill buttons and the soul. Glaring red basic attack key, Hatake steeled herself. If memory serves, Kakashi already knows ninjutsu at this point. In that case, move upward first. The moment the teacher finished speaking, Shinohara Hatake dashed upward. Well, this version of Kakashi might not have Chidori or summonings, but he should at least have fire style or something to shoot upward. And then, she witnessed the barely cannon fodder kid Kakashi open with a basic attack. Shinohara Hatake? Alright, buddy. The pressure is on now. Frowning, Hatake seized the slightest pause in his movement and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Pure euphoria surged through her. 1, 2, 3, 22. Wait. Why won't the combo connect? As her basic attack chain broke, Hatake's inner voice erupted in profanity. Even a C-rank ninja should at least have a stable combo. How is this so unreliable? Internally, Shinohara Hatake was screaming. Kakashi? Not sure why I couldn't counterattack earlier, but now is my chance. Snake, boar, monkey, dog, horse, tiger. Still drowning in despair over her pathetic 3-hit combo, Hatake instinctively shouted at the familiar incantation, 1,000 years of death. Kakashi, though the opponent seemed rather peculiar. Kakashi still unleashed the great fireball technique from his mouth. After all, as this year's top academy graduate, there was no comical scenario of choking on candy. The surging flames stacked layer upon layer, like frenzied blood coalescing into a swelling, viscous mass. In an instant, the air grew thick, reminiscent of champagne shimmering under the glow of a gas lamp. Scorching light radiated wildly, incinerating the shadows cast by the children. Of course, this was merely the most basic skill of a C-rank ninja, something even the free starter character, Sasuke, could perform. Damn it. Hazuki Shinohara cursed internally as she watched half her health bar evaporate. How is this so fragile? Normally, trash-tier C-rank jutsu would only burn away a quarter at most. The worst part is getting caught in basic combos. And now half my health is just gone. Her stats are as pitiful as the AI bots from the early duel matches. Gritting her teeth, she activated a substitution jutsu. Damn it. Now I only have 1 chakra orb left, and without skills, I can't even farm for more. The silver-haired boy opposite her had just finished his combo and was about to continue with basic attacks when how was he missing? Kakashi was baffled. Heh. Didn't he see that coming, did you? This is the invincibility frame after substitution. You gotta move, you idiot. Move. Hazuki, now landing her own relentless strikes, felt an exhilarating rush. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Who knew this baby-faced, bargain bin Kakashi was so terrible? He is just like the hordes of AI in adventure mode. Bet if you threw him into Naruto mobile, he'd turn it into Naruto dress-up. Mid-combo, she couldn't help but shout, substitute already, you bastard. Kakashi? Finally snapping out of it after eating a few hits, the miniature Kakashi activated his substitution and immediately followed up with an earth-style technique. Hazuki, are you some god-tier Kakashi? How do you know every jutsu? Then it hit her, oh shit, this isn't the actual Naruto mobile game. Opponents here aren't like us players. They can actually use anything, no cooldowns, or anything. QAQ skipping the rest of the battle, after burning her last chakra orb. Hazuki was elegantly combo-locked into defeat. GG. Before leaving, she sent a friendly head pat and rematch request. Kakashi. Chapter 3. Jagged teeth as expected, Kakashi declined a rematch. After all, others still needed their turn. Haruki didn't flare up in frustration. Instead, she decisively lifted her head from the ground. Far better than burying it like an ostrich. The immediate priority was to master basic attacks. The silver-haired girl, her face still flushed with red marks and a trickle of blood from her nose, cheerfully resolved in her heart. Given that both her parents were civilians without access to ninjutsu scrolls, learning advanced techniques or secret arts was out of the question for now. Haruki lowered her roughly bandaged hands and exhaled in satisfaction at the sight of the homemade Kakashi doll hanging in her room, its stuffing bursting from relentless pummeling. The sheer exhilaration of thrashing that doll. Not only did it hone her physique, but it also vented the lingering fury from her humiliating defeat. Now she truly understood young Naruto's obsession with daily Kakashi doll beatings in the original manga. Since her last crushing loss to Kakashi, Haruki had meticulously drafted a rigorous training regimen, modeled after Might Guy and Rock Lee's infamous routines, 500 laps around the field, followed by 5,000 jump ropes, if unfinished. It prioritized raw physical conditioning. After all, unreliable basic combos would spell disaster in battle. During their last encounter, Haruki had noticed something. Though she lacked techniques and secret arts, her opponent was hardly formidable. Even Kakashi, the top-ranked student, fumbled his great fireball jutsu, so telegraphed it could be dodged with minimal footwork. With precise timing, she could dominate a 3- or 4-year-old using only substitutions and basic strikes. But damn those dropped combos. And her health bar plummeting by half in a single hit. Ugh. It all underscored her current pitiful combat stats. Thus began Haruki's grueling new routine, rising at dawn and collapsing at dusk, a schedule so brutal even dogs would howl in protest. Mornings started with a hasty meal before sprinting 100 laps around the academy. The mere thought made her see that her pre-awakening self. You lazy brat. All she done was eat, sleep, and play the family mascot. Now, while Mike Guy could allegedly run 500 laps on enrollment day, she could barely finish 100. Her lungs burned like fire, her legs screamed in protest. Gasping, she crumpled to the ground. Pathetic, an hour in, and she hadn't even completed the laps. Damp silver bangs clung to her forehead as sweat blurred her vision. Darkness surged at the edges of her sight, wiping her brow with trembling fingers. She grimaced at the sticky heat. Then, a flash of white, a certain silver-haired prodigy, trailed by an eager mini-clone, approached. The petite black-masked boy, upon recognizing a familiar face, darted out from behind the great white-haired figure and lazily waved in greeting. Yo, what a coincidence! The white-haired man looked pleasantly surprised as he addressed his perpetually aloof son. Kakashi, is this your classmate? A new friend? Kakashi's dark, lifeless eyes remained unchanged, his expression unreadable behind the mask, yet for some reason. She detected a hint of pride in his tone. My savior, Kakashi emphasized. Huh? Shinohara Hatatsuki's eyes instantly mirrored Kakashi's deadpan stare. Listen to what this guy is saying. She thought, pointing accusingly. The white-haired man's expression twisted into dismay as he hastily interjected, Kakashi, don't speak to your classmate like that. It's rude. TCH. I didn't say anything wrong, Kakashi retorted, slightly irritated by his father's mild scolding. He pointed a finger at her, who was sitting on the ground with the same deadfish eyes. This idiot didn't even know where to report on enrollment day. Even the dead last would know that. I had to take her there. Shinohara Hatatsuki. Ah, now I understand why Obito in Kakashi Gaiden turned into a walking powder keg around him. This guy really is infuriating. Under the white-haired man's continued lecture about proper conduct toward classmates, the silver-haired brat frowned slightly, crossing his bare arms over his chest and tilting his head up in a condescending glare. Humph, defeated loser. Shinohara Hatatsuki, your mother, just you wait. I'll pin you to the ground and beat you senseless one day. She sighed as the white-haired man, realizing his words had no effect, slumped in defeat, though she could faintly see the gloved hand twitching, as if restraining the urge to discipline his son physically. The white fang of Konoha, Kakashi's father. If I remember right, he should have died when Kakashi was still young. Hatatsuki mentally calculated the timeline. Given that we VE just enrolled, Kakashi will probably lose his father within a year. A quiet lament rose in her heart. What a shame. If the white fang were still around, he might been able to rein Kakashi in. Though after the Canopy Bridge mission at 12, even he wouldn't be this insufferable. As for the popular fanfiction trope of saving the white fang from suicide, sparing Kakashi a lifetime of trauma, dream on. I don't have that kind of free time. Being a shinobi is already high risk. In 3 or 4 years, or even sooner, we'll be thrown onto the battlefield. The Second Shinobi World War ended in Konoha 37. And by Konoha 36, the third had already begun. There wasn't even a moment to breathe. Save the white fang. I should focus on saving myself first. For now, improving her own strength was the priority. Hatatsuki pursed her lips and sprang up from the ground in one swift motion. At least Kakashi has a Jonin father to teach him ninjutsu. My family has nothing. I'll have to rely on my own efforts. Continuing the laps after a brief pause, she resumed running but immediately felt her strength waning. It was the same despairing sensation as during those 800-meter races, where taking a short break only made it impossible to keep up, watching helplessly as others overtook her. Hazuki glanced sideways and noticed the little white-haired boy persistently tailing her, eventually falling into step beside her. Whatever, if he wants to run, let him. What harm could a kid possibly do? Half an hour later, damn it. Shibara Hazuki clenched her jaw, the scorching saliva in her throat surging like molten lava. Her muscles ached, her breath grew ragged, and every inhale felt like a struggle. She turned her head, only to see those pitch-black, lifeless eyes staring back, completely unfazed. Despite the mask, his breathing remained steady, and his short legs moved with such blinding speed they left afterimages, as if he were about to take flight. No way. I absolutely refuse to lose to some brat. Gritting her teeth, Hazuki forced herself forward. Thud. face first into the dirt, truly worthy of the future 6th Hokage, instantly revising her opinion. Even as pain radiated from her scraped cheek, she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This kind of talent, this physical prowess, no wonder he'll grow up to mentor legends like the Yellow Flash, the Purple Fong, and even that other one. In one swift motion, she pushed herself back up, her face smeared with mud, and seized the startled white-haired boy's hands with utmost solemnity. 6th Hokage, I acknowledge you. From now on, I'll never pick that shield-wielding mud again. Kakashi? Then, with grave intensity, she added, tell me, how do you usually train? Oh, Hazuki-chan? You've already made a friend? At the sound of that familiar voice, Hazuki released Kakashi's hand at light speed and spun around, her expression darkening as she faced the grinning blonde woman. No. We're just classmates, she clarified rapidly, nodding firmly to herself. Definitely not friends. Kakashi. His dead fish eyes returned, unwilling to let it go. The blonde woman crouched down and began ruffling Hazuki's hair with a teasing smile. Then why were you with that boy, Hazuki-chan? Hazuki. Mom. What the hell are you doing? After a fierce struggle, she finally managed to pry her mother's hand off her head. Straightening up, she declared with utmost seriousness. He-sa stalker, Mom. Call the Uchiha police. Now, Shibara Rizuki. Her mother clearly didn't buy it, but leaned in conspiratorially, whispering, Hazuki. I thought you liked that Uchiha boy? Why are you with Shibara Hazuki? Oh, right. She'd almost forgotten about her first crush. But, with an explosive burst of embarrassment, she wrenched herself free, her face burning crimson as she shrieked, MOM, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? A maiden's blush speaks louder than words. Our beloved 6th Hokage is destined to spend his life with a green-skinned watermelon. Her mother merely smiled without a word, rose to her feet, and departed, gradually vanishing from sight, leaving behind only a faintly carefree silhouette. Shinohara Hatsuki. Hatake Kakashi. The two exchanged a silent glance, both sinking into wordless contemplation. She still adores her idol. After a prolonged silence, Kakashi suddenly spoke, casting her a sidelong glance. Hey. Why are your mother's teeth pointed? Young Kakashi had never ventured beyond the village since birth, his worldly experience even less than his father's. Now, confronted with the jagged teeth so unlike those of most Konoha villagers, he was utterly perplexed. Hatsuki blinked in mild surprise before replying, Ka-san's teeth have always been sharp. Having grown accustomed to her parents' appearances, the question had never crossed her mind before. Kakashi frowned, studying her skeptically, then pointed at her slightly parted lips. Then why are your teeth flat? Hatsuki ran her fingers over her own teeth, confirming that they were indeed smooth and ordinary, nothing like her mother's distinctive serrated ones. Kakashi pressed further, his curiosity unrelenting. What about your father? Does he have flat teeth too? After a brief pause, Hatsuki shook her head. No, his are jagged, just like Ka-san's. Kakashi fell silent once more. Children in the shinobi world matured quickly, and his mind immediately leapt to that possibility. Shinohara Hatsuki, however, didn't entertain such thoughts. Her attention was drawn elsewhere. Jagged teeth. She had seen many characters in Naruto with similar dentition, but only in one place. Kirigakure? Chapter 4. Kakashi's life-sized body pillow. The mention of Kirigakure planted a subtle question mark in Hatsuki's mind. Indeed, in her fragmented inherited memories, only Kirigakure shinobi bore such distinctive teeth. Her thoughts deepened as she pondered. She had merely inherited these memories abruptly, and they were incomplete at that. Some details remained hazy. Over the years, she had grown accustomed to her parents' appearances, never questioning them. But if they truly hailed from Kirigakure? The silver-haired girl shivered involuntarily. Hatsuki lowered her gaze, lost in contemplation. No, her parents were likely simply natives of the Land of Water, or perhaps civilians who had migrated from Kirigakure. If they had truly been shinobi from that village, Konoha wouldn't have been foolish enough to allow foreign spies to slip through. In any case, even if she carried Kirigakure shinobi blood, she was now a young ninja of Konoha. Integration and openness were virtues. Nations and peoples should interact and blend, fostering unity. With this self-reassurance, Hatsuki nodded solemnly, arms crossed. Swish. Upon returning home, Hatsuki swiftly retrieved a pre-written sheet of paper from her room. Neat rows of dried black ink outlined her training regimen, each item followed by allocated time. Clenching a pin cap between her side teeth, she crossed off the first task on the list with a decisive stroke. Morning warm-up drills from 5:30 to 7 o'clock completed. Next, kunai throwing practice. 20 minutes of relentless kunai throws honed her precision. Then, A frantic scramble to pack her bag and dash to the academy before 7:30. Morning theory classes covered essential shinobi skills, assassination techniques, encrypted communication, tracking, and counter-tracking, all fundamental for their future careers. And then, there were the mandatory lectures on the Will of Fire, personally authored by the robust third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Memorization required. Ugh. The instructor's fervor during these lessons sent spittle flying, much to the dismay of the front-row students. Thankfully, she had claimed the sovereign seat, smug smirk. Hatuki glanced up at the impassioned lecturer, then down at her drowsy classmates, their heads bobbing like metronomes. Drool pooling on their desks. Perfect. She'd use this time for chakra refinement instead. Beyond shinobi training, the academy also taught rudimentary subjects, language, mathematics, physics. Who would thought they'd make toddlers tackle derivatives? Hatuki sighed. As a transmigrator, she might as well have not bothered. Her past life knowledge was useless here. Unapologetic shrug. Regardless, the village needed fresh graduates. Cannon fodder had to come from somewhere. Among them, Asuma, the boy who idolized Shursui, excelled in language class. His essay, My Father, the Hokage, left the instructors awestruck. Declared a masterpiece, it was now recited aloud during morning readings. I don't understand why the old-timers from the third generation keep wandering around the ninja academy all day. In the afternoons, we practice kunai throwing accuracy and improve combat proficiency. The kunai part isn't too bad. It was part of the entrance exam, and Hatatsuki felt she did fairly well, usually hitting the 7th or 8th ring most of the time. Thud, 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 thud. A series of dull thumps echoed as sharp blades embedded themselves into wooden boards, some even piercing through the thick targets. A cool, white-haired boy with a black mask flicked his fingers midair, executed a graceful backflip, and landed smoothly. A perfect 10-ring hit. Clap, clap, clap. The surrounding teachers and students applauded appropriately. Hatatsuki joined in the applause. Geniuses will be geniuses, huh? Absolutely. No matter how much Shiera Hatatsuki had previously complained that this character wasn't as good as Shield Dog in the game, no matter what in the game. This was still an ultra-popular character with 2 B ranks, 5 A ranks, and 1 high-tier S rank in various forms. But the developers seemed to have some kind of grudge against this ninja. She still couldn't wrap her head around why Dark Kakashi wasn't just a B-rank ninja. Why did every fight against a C-rank feel like a life-or-death battle? That ultimate move, multiple shadow clones combined with Lightning Blade, didn't he even match Kakashi's chakra reserves? On the other hand, the younger version of Kakashi was way more effective. But wasn't Dark Kakashi supposed to be an evolved form that came after the younger version? Humph. Hakika, you're really regressing, aren't you? A relic of the past, with no place in the new era. Ha ha. The more Shiera Hatatsuki thought about it, the more she drifted into her own world, eventually lowering her head and stifling a few quiet giggles. Meanwhile, the little white-haired boy, having just accepted everyone's praise, silently lowered his hands and glanced sideways at the other white-haired kid. What the hell is that guy laughing about? After kunai throwing practice came the ninja sparring sessions, the kind that would inevitably trigger childhood flashbacks in Naruto, where 2 bonded ninjas would grow up and fight each other later in life. Oh, yes, the so-called Konoha friendship. Hatatsuki nodded solemnly in agreement. It was precisely because of these heartwarming childhood flashbacks that the villagers could enjoy so many thrilling ultimate move illustrations, especially the kind where you get utterly dominated. Suspended midair without a chance to land, have 3 of your ninjas wiped out in succession, get rewarded with a condescending head pat, and then, when you request a rematch, get left hanging for 30 seconds. Wait, that doesn't sound thrilling at all. The instructor in charge of combat training glanced down at the attendance sheet and called out loudly, "Next up, Uchiha Obito and Hatake Kakashi." Upon hearing these 2 fateful names, Hatatsuki clenched her fist silently. Iconic moment. Must screenshot. Then she watched as the kid with goggles and a ping-pong paddle emblem on his back marched forward with exaggerated bravado, while the lazy, white-haired genius on the other side drew cheers from a crowd of girls. Hakika, you're back in form, huh? But how come you're still unmarried, even in your 40s? The developers never even released that version of you. Your best friend got a wandering variant. But you got nothing. Seriously, what a failure. As for that nosebleed moment, Shino Hatake decisively pulled out the camera her mother had prepared for her and began flashing away at the 2 combatants moving with wind-like swiftness, while inwardly marveling. Though in the original work Kakashi kept calling little Obito dead last, the boy actually possessed considerable talent. The girl narrowed her eyes. observing with keen interest the two nearly evenly matched opponents. Little Obito displayed remarkable combat awareness, reacting just in time whenever Kakashi attempted to ambush him with a knockout punch. His limbs never rested. The moment he detected an opening, he'd counterattack the white-haired boy with heavy blows. The sheer speed of his strikes created audible whooshes through the air. Moreover, his endurance was extraordinary. Even when Kakashi landed direct hits to his head, Obito shrugged them off effortlessly. How she wished she possessed such resilience. Currently, she couldn't even perform basic combos like a C-rank ninja, let alone the most fundamental attacks. Wait, didn't Tiger Skin's basic attacks also get interrupted after 2 hits? Suddenly, she felt something poke her shoulder. Turning, she saw a girl whose eyes sparkled with miniature Kakashis, asking eagerly, "Hataki-chan, you think Kakashi-kun is cool too, right? Could you share some photos you took of him later?" Ah, this prison mate of hers? Hataki found herself momentarily stunned. Could she admit she wasn't photographing Kakashi? Nor Obito, for that matter. Though outwardly appearing as a 3-year-old, her actual mental age quintupled theirs. How could she possibly? Besides, the surreal feeling of seeing animated characters come to life hadn't faded yet. But the most crucial point was, Hataki subtly raised her gaze toward the valiantly fighting Obito. During combat, square frames containing question marks labeled B, A, S would float above his head, a phenomenon absent above Kakashi. School ended at 5:30 p.m., too early to waste such precious time. Having just completed endurance and lower body training, Hataki's sweat-drenched clothes clung uncomfortably to her still smooth child's back. Her shoulder-length white hair proved bothersome, so she casually tied it up with a hairband, tucking a stray strand behind her ear. The sensation of damp fabric sticking to skin being unbearable. She removed her upper garment entirely. Wrapping bandages around her arms to secure them, she tensed her muscles. Gnawing on a pencil, she silently crossed off another item from her training checklist, 500 squats wearing weighted gear. Though in her previous life's memory, even 100 squats as punishment during middle school left her limbs numb and weak, here such exercises barely registered as challenging. In the original manga, chakra was described as energy extracted from 130 trillion cells. An average adult on Earth typically possesses 40 to 50 trillion cells, which illustrates the extraordinary physical attributes of individuals in the Naruto universe. In our world, an ordinary person's walking speed is approximately 0.8 meters per second. However, in this realm, even a genin with speed levels 4 to 5 can achieve 0.818 raised to the 4th or 5th power, translating to 5 to 8 meters per second. Rock Lee, who specialized in taijutsu but could not harness chakra, reached speed level 8 during his genin days, a feat typically reserved for J-nin. While there is a disparity between civilians and shinobi in terms of physical prowess, this is largely due to training and the ability to refine chakra. Even ordinary people in the shinobi world far surpass their counterparts in our reality. As previously mentioned, the average person in this realm possesses around 130 trillion cells, with cellular metabolism generating immense energy. Moreover, chakra inherently enhances cellular activity, which explains why even a child from any hidden village can effortlessly leap over a dozen meters. Essentially, every individual in this world possesses chakra. The distinction lies in whether they can refine and utilize it. For instance, the Sharingan's Genjutsu operates by disrupting the target's internal chakra flow. Otherwise, how else would shinobi manipulate civilians with illusions? Thus, while chakra exists within everyone, only those who can effectively refine it possess the potential to become shinobi. After strengthening her physique, she must focus on chakra refinement and gradually master its circulation through her body's pathways, aspiring to unleash ninjutsu with a single resounding strike. Lost in her reverie, Hatatsuki envisioned herself effortlessly performing jutsu with a mere hand seal until a sudden realization struck her. Wait, didn't she have the dueling arena system, where she could simply activate skills without such complexities? Winky face, Shinohara Hatatsuki froze, struck by the absurdity of her earlier musings. Moreover, her parents were civilians. She couldn't even learn a single jutsu at this point. The thought instantly deflated her enthusiasm, leaving her slumped in despair. How fortunate it would be to have a J-nin as a father, or to belong to a prestigious shinobi clan with unrestricted access to techniques. But regardless, she was now a cheat character. The moment she recalled her awakened dueling arena system, her spirits lifted, and she clenched her fists in determination. If she could master spiral maneuvering, she could effortlessly, as long as her health and basic attacks were solid. Even Academy-level Naruto and Shikamaru could turn paint splashes and shuriken throws into viable skills, couldn't they? Hataki silently pinned the meticulously crafted schedule onto the wall, casting a fleeting glance before lifting her foot to move, only to freeze in place. Ah, he is just too adorable. The silver-haired girl gazed at the freshly hung photograph of two boys locked in combat, taken just that day. Uncontrollably, tiny blossoms seemed to bloom around her. Those big, dark eyes, so endearing. The glimpse of his calves beneath those black shorts, utterly charming. Even the way he crouched low before launching that tiny fist at the white-haired boy's face, precious beyond words. Sakura Hataki was nearly engulfed in a swirl of pink floral fantasies, her lips curling into a blissful smile. Wait, no. Abruptly, she shook her head, snapping out of her reverie. How could she possibly harbor such feelings for a mere 4-year-old? That would make her a lolicon, no, a shotacon. Unthinkable. But still, yes, just so. Once again, her small hands rose to cup her flushed cheeks, the delicate fingers failing to conceal the rosy hue spreading across her pale skin. Ah, come to think of it, I also made. She turned slightly, expecting to bask in the sight of her latest adorable creation, only to meet a pair of lifeless, dead fish eyes. Dead fish eyes? A jolt of realization struck her. Something was very wrong. Her gaze snapped upward to the narrow gap in the window, where a face half obscured by a black mask stared back at her, those dull, unblinking eyes boring into her soul. Sakura Hataki. Holy, this stalker had followed her all the way home, before she could even mentally unleash a torrent of curses. The owner of those dead fish eyes blinked once, slowly, then rapped his knuckles against the nearly sealed window with eerie calm. Hey, since we're classmates, mind letting me in for a quick look around? Hataki. After an internal battle of cosmic proportions, she relented. Fine. Might as well curry favor with the future 6th Hokage, assuming I live long enough to see it. Her own eyes now mirroring his dead fish stare. She watched as the pint-sized Kakashi surveyed her room with detached curiosity. Oddly, he seemed reluctant to meet her gaze, his attention drifting instead to the sparse furnishings, the bare essentials, a bed, plain white walls, nothing more. Puzzled, Hataki tilted her head. Hey, why won't you look at me? The white-haired boy stiffened visibly, his neck creaking like rusted puppet joints as he turned. His gaze dipped slightly, voice uncharacteristically hesitant. That is, why aren't you wearing any clothes? Oh, that. Hataki grinned, slinging an arm around his shoulders with the ease of an old comrade. Relax, buddy. Whether you've got an extra bit or one less. Whether the packaging is different, once you're on the battlefield, we all end up with the same number of headpats in the end. Kakashi? What are you even talking about? Young Kakashi merely sensed something peculiar, yet couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. Then, he decided to avert his gaze from her no longer. The prodigious silver-haired boy's eyes gradually focused on a wall. Why? Did you put this up? Even behind his mask, one could discern Kakashi's expression growing increasingly peculiar. Damn, so you finally noticed, Hataki exclaimed in surprise, crossing her arms proudly as she thought of the training charts plastered across the wall, symbols of her sweat and toil. The white-haired little girl declared with pride. These are the emblems of my hard work. Hard work? Kakashi's expression grew even more peculiar, but he refrained from further comment, shifting his gaze as if to avoid the awkwardness. And then, he caught sight of the freshly sewn, brand-new Obito body pillow placed neatly at the corner of Hataki's bed, and the tattered, dust-covered pillow bearing his own likeness, battered and leaking stuffing, discarded on the floor. Kakashi fell into silence. Chapter 5. I'll tell my father, Malfoy. Kakashi fell silent at once. Huh? Even someone as oblivious as Hataki could sense something was off. She hurried over to console him. The silver-haired girl patted the boy's shoulder with an air of worldly wisdom. Already, he seemed to be slipping into his state of quiet despair. Don't be sad, bro. I know you're all thumbs and can't make one yourself. But it's cool. Here, I'll give you a brand new one I just finished. And with that, she shoved an enormous, chibi-fied plush of Uchiha Obito into his arms, nearly as large as the boy himself. Kakashi. He sank deeper into his existential crisis. Flustered by his worsening condition, Hataki panicked. Wait, doesn't he like little Obito? Obito is adorable. Shouldn't he be thrilled to get a hug pillow of his future husband? Why is he making the devastated face? Unless her expression visibly twisted into horror. Is he jealous? Is he upset because someone else is eyeing his man? Bro, you're way too sensitive. After much deliberation, Hatake decided the best course of action was to grab him by the collar and drag him straight out of the house. Come on, let us train. Training makes you forget all the bad stuff. Kakashi. As they passed through the living room, her parents, lounging on the sofa mid-conversation, turned their heads in unison. Yo, Hatake. Still grinding, huh? Such dedication, her mother remarked, raising a hand in lazy acknowledgement. Make sure you become a strong shinobi, her father added, flashing a grin so sharp it gleamed under the sunlight. Kakashi. So they just didn't notice their daughter dragging me out by the collar? He wondered if they were deliberately ignoring him. Oh, by the way, Hatake, is this kid your classmate? Her father, silver-haired like his daughter, seemed to be seeing Kakashi for the first time and tilted his head in curiosity. Yep, Hatake confirmed breezily. I'm first place. He dead last. At those words, something in Kakashi's chest bloomed like a tightly furled bud finally unfurling. A sticky, toffee-sweet warmth of validation flooded him. Wait, that's not how the ranking goes. His eyes widened in realization. How the hell is she lying so shamelessly? Didn't I just beat her in our last spar? How can you say that with a straight face? Her parents, clearly accustomed to their daughter's antics, merely chuckled. Well then, Hatake, you better learn from him, her father said amiably. Kakashi turned his head just in time to see the silver-haired girl nod solemnly. Don't worry, Dad, she declared. I'll make sure to wipe the floor with him. Her father nodded approvingly. Good. Kakashi? What kind of family is this? Outside. The Emerald Mountains stretched like inked brushstrokes against the sky. The wind howled through the trees of Konoha, rustling the leaves like 1,000 fallen pine needles trembling in unison. As the wind whispered past her ears, the summer blossoms clinging to the cliffs trembled and scattered like falling stars. Hatatsuki patted the rugged stone surface, dislodging pebbles that tumbled down the mountainside. With a confident thump to her chest, she declared, I'm climbing this. Without sparing a glance at the silver-haired boy dragged unwillingly behind her, his dark, lifeless eyes drooping like a dead fish, she began scaling the cliff barehanded. Kakashi, his expression as impassive as ever beneath the black mask, couldn't help but remark, I suggest you reconsider your approach before recklessly attempting this climb. Define your training objective first. Huh? Startled, Hatatsuki lost her grip, sending a cascade of loose stones skittering down. Fortunately, she hadn't ascended far. With a careless shrug, she leapt from the modest height of 12 meters, landing lightly before the masked boy. Tipping her head, she studied him with genuine puzzlement. Then how should I climb? Kakashi's voice remained flat. Haven't you noticed? Your endurance is lacking. That's where you should focus first. Oh, I don't get it. Scratching her head, Hatatsuki frowned. For the past week since enrolling in the academy, her days had been an unrelenting cycle of drills, morning warm-ups, afternoon kunai throws and grueling taijutsu sessions, evenings spent refining chakra control. Amidst the brutal regimen, she recalled scenes from the original story, characters like Mike Guy and Rock Lee scaling cliffs in their training, and had quietly incorporated the idea into her own routine. So she eyed the prodigious silver-haired boy skeptically. One-handed cliff climbing? She vaguely remembered a flashback of Kakashi effortlessly scaling a cliff with a single arm. No, his round, youthful face betrayed no emotion as he dismissed the notion. One-handed climbing primarily hones speed. Your speed and strength are already adequate. No need to waste effort there. Obviously. Hatatsuki thought dryly. In the mobile game, every shinobi, whether high tier or low, ends up with identical speed and basic attacks in the arena. The real difference lies in playstyle and character viability. Not that she had either advantage at the moment. Then weighted training? She ventured hesitantly. Kakashi nodded, finally approving. Start with 50 kilograms. 50. Hatatsuki's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you insane? Her entire body barely weighed 20 kilograms, seemingly unfazed by her shock. Kakashi calmly loosened the tightly bound strap around his wrist. Boom! What appeared to be a simple band fastened to a toddler's arm sliced through the air like a meteor. The force of its descent kicking up a violent storm of dust and debris. Through the swirling haze, Hatatsuki's stunned expression flickered like a mirage. Her gaze dropped to the weighted strap now embedded in the earth, the indentation in the soil and fractured rock beneath speaking volumes. Not quite Rock Lee's level. But she swallowed. That really must be 50 kilograms. And he has only 3. Kakashi maintained his usual composed demeanor, merely letting out a faint scoff as he crossed his arms, his lifeless eyes brimming with disdain upon witnessing her sudden look of astonishment. Humph, dead last. Haruno Hatsuki's face visibly flushed crimson with rage. No one better stop her. She is going to kill this guy. 5 minutes later, the silver-haired girl lay humiliated, her face pressed against the ground, the masked boy's foot planted firmly on her back. Damn it, without ninjutsu or secret scrolls, she stood no chance. Hatsuki inwardly wailed. In the world of Naruto, ninjutsu could only be inherited through scrolls or bloodlines, otherwise. Who would know techniques like the Great Fireball before even graduating from the academy? Tears of humiliation welled up in Hatsuki's heart. As expected, this world revolves around lineage. Silently, Kakashi tugged down his mask and spat out a mouthful of blood, while Hatsuki remained pinned beneath his foot, oblivious. Wait, why did a single random punch from her make him cough up blood? At times, he felt his speed and shuriken accuracy could obliterate her, yet in battle, it was as if she defied space itself, evading every strike. Wiping his damp cheek, Kakashi stared at his hand, streaked with red. Though he won with ninjutsu in the end, perhaps it was best to avoid fighting her from now on. Kasan, Tusan. I'm home. Hatsuki trudged in, her eyes downcast, covered in dust and dotted with faint red scrapes. Ah, welcome back, Hatsuki. Her silver-haired father, clad in a pink apron, approached with a gentle smile, his shoulder-length hair swaying slightly. His features bore a striking resemblance to hers. Slumping into a chair at the dining table, Hatsuki mechanically picked up a spoon and began sipping the warm, rich miso soup before her. The tender white tofu within bore the brunt of her frustration, mercilessly crushed into bits. Her father, as if entirely oblivious to her injuries, simply turned back to the stove, his pink apron strings swaying as he continued cooking. Puffing her cheeks, Hatsuki swallowed another mouthful of the soothing broth, yet her simmering anger remained. The more she thought, the more furious she grew, the tofu in her soup now reduced to near powder. Damn it all. So what if he knows ninjutsu? If she could learn it. But she had no means to acquire such techniques. Hatsuki's shoulders slumped further, her head drooping so low it nearly dipped into the bowl. Oh. By the way, Hatsuki, how is your progress at the academy lately? Her father's voice, still turned away in his pink apron, cut through the silence. Ah. Hatsuki's lips parted slightly, words failing her. What was she supposed to say? That she couldn't even defeat that Kakashi? Damn it. Oh, right. Though her family wasn't from a ninja clan, they could. Hataki's amber eyes darted around cunningly. They could have her parents buy her ninjutsu scrolls. After all, judging by past experiences and recent observations, her family never seemed to worry about money. When she was little, her parents were apparently busy with business ventures for a while. So much so that they even had spare funds to hire a nanny to look after her. And ever since she enrolled in the ninja academy, the house had been flooded with shuriken, kunai, smoke bombs, stacks upon stacks of explosive tags, so many they needed scrolls just to store them all. Wouldn't it be worth spending a little extra on ninjutsu scrolls? Her mind clicking like an abacus. Hataki pondered for a moment before deciding to persuade her parents to buy her more scrolls for now. She opened her mouth. Dad, could you buy me a... Smack suddenly. The silver-haired man in a pink apron set down his spatula and turned. His warm amber eyes narrowed, his fair, delicate features clashing with the chilling expression that followed. Then, he smiled. His razor-sharp teeth gleamed ominously under the light. Hataki, we're moving. No way in hell. Shinohara Hataki stared at the grinning couple before her, barely suppressing the urge to scream. They were moving to Kirigakure, dragging her along with them. Couldn't they just live their sweet, blissful lives as a couple? Why drag their child into this? Noticing Hataki's horrified expression, the golden-haired woman chuckled, her own set of gleaming, unsettling teeth flashing. Hataki, we're originally from Kirigakure in the Land of Water. There's nothing strange about this. Our business in the Land of Fire is done, so we're going back. You're pulling this hometown pride crap on me now. Hataki seethed internally. Everyone knew Kirigakure's death rate was off the charts. Zabuza slaughtered his entire graduating class. Sending her there would be a death sentence. Sure, Konoha wasn't exactly humane compared to her old world, but at least they encouraged teamwork and survival and training. Kirigakure? They treated people like disposable tools. Not only had they purged Kekkei Genkai clans, but they were constantly embroiled in internal strife. Wasn't that why Kisame, Zabuza, and Suigetsu defected in the first place? Her mother, sensing her turmoil, shot her a cold glance. The third Mizukage is just selective with ninja clans. It's not a big deal. Besides, we can't just hand over a child with awakened ninja potential with our bloodline to Konoha. Her usually gentle father nodded in agreement. Bloodlines must never be carelessly passed on. Only by returning can you truly become a powerful shinobi. Shino Hatazuki. The corner of her eye twitched involuntarily as she pondered inwardly. Why does this sound like yet another ninja clan? What exactly are her parents' backgrounds? If that's the case, returning to Kirigakure would mean, like hell. Hatazuki's eyelid spasmed even more violently. Weren't ninjas from prominent clans in Kirigakure suppressed even more harshly? Just look at Haku's fate in the original story. If that's the standard, going there would mean. Her mother calmly lifted her hands to sip tea, then remarked, "Haven't you always been troubled by your inability to learn ninjutsu?" The woman's muddy yellow eyes slowly opened, her gaze scraping over every inch of Hatazuki's skin. The clammy chill sending shivers down her spine. Her mother continued serenely, "In Konoha, many clan-exclusive techniques are entirely beyond your reach." Though the damp, creeping cold still clung to her, Hatazuki stubbornly retorted, "Then tell me, what exactly can I learn?" Her mother arched a slender eyebrow, resting a delicate finger against her chin in contemplation before listing, "Suidan, Suka no Jutsu, Suidan, Suidan, Kirigakure no Jutsu, Suidan, Yuka no Jutsu, JKBI. All right, sis, I'm sold." That little mustache, Hatazuki screamed internally. The legendary S-rank ninja, H-Suki Genjutsu. That JKBI technique was an endlessly explosive jutsu even the second Tsuchikage Mu struggled against. Even if her parents were lying, she had to investigate this herself. Just imagine the havoc she could wreak with Joki Boy. Giddy with excitement, Hatazuki hummed a tune as she packed her textbooks from the Ninja Academy. She wondered what subjects Kirigakure's academy would teach, better safe than sorry, so she bundled up Konoha's curriculum too. The sky resembled oil-soaked parchment, translucent as dusk settled. Leaves carpeted the streets, and the drawn-out summer cicadas had vanished like scattered clouds. The classroom door stood ajar, allowing the crimson glow of sunset to spill across the wooden floor, conjuring a fiery halo of gold and red. "Hey, why are you still here after school?" A silhouette, dark against the amber light, stepped inside, silver hair backlit, face still obscured by a black mask. Lost in visions of explosive grandeur, Hatazuki absently replied, moving. The masked boy stiffened. "So, you're giving up on being a ninja? You coward." MHM, Hatazuki answered distractedly. "I'm quitting the academy. Going to a regular school instead." Suddenly, for reasons unknown, the usually composed boy erupted in a frantic outburst. "You're just scared of ending up on the battlefield, and show." Kakashi's eyes widened in astonishment as he realized the girl had somehow teleported beside him without notice, pressing a firm hand over his mouth. Shino Hatazuki calmly closed her eyes, raised a slender finger to her lips, and then swung her fist with brutal force. Thud, the silver-haired boy took the punch square in the face. Blood instantly trickling down. The sheer impact nearly sent him flying, but he gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain in his cheek, and forced himself low, skidding backward across the floor for several meters before barely regaining balance. Crack, the white-haired girl's bangs cast a dark shadow over her face as she tilted her head, knuckles popping ominously. Suddenly, Kakashi felt his collar yanked upward, meeting only the girl's wide, bloodthirsty grin. "Don't you dare tell your father." Chapter 6. Unlocked. Young Obito. Hatsuki hummed a cheerful tune as she packed her little school bag, while Kakashi, whom she had just defeated, lay sobbing on the ground before running home to seek comfort from his father. Now those Konoha folks probably 1T stopped me from going to Kirigakure, she mused. Having just threatened Kakashi, she doubted he'd dare report her to his silver-haired father. The more she thought about it, the happier she became. And she couldn't help but sing, remembering the past. Tears never dry. Wait, no, hold on. Hatsuki blinked in sudden realization. If I go to Kirigakure now, doesn't that mean I'll never see my beloved again? QQ, the thought struck her like a bolt of despair. No more gazing into his big, round, dark almond eyes. No more admiring his chestnut black spiky hair. No more witnessing the adorable sight of him swinging his tiny fist at Kakashi's face. TT crushed by the weight of this realization, Hatsuki deflated like a punctured balloon, dragging her feet as she trudged home. "Mom, I'm back," she muttered lifelessly as she pushed open the door, her head hanging low. "Oh, Hatsuki. Welcome home." A woman with golden hair and eyes greeted her with a bright smile, her sharp shark-like teeth glinting. "Have you packed everything?" Hatsuki. Her face flushed red before she barely managed to force out 2 words. "Old man." "Suzuhara Ritsuki." She burst into laughter. "What on earth are you barking about?" "Suzuhara Hatsuki. Did I just accidentally trigger my mom's evolution?" Choosing to ignore her mother, Hatsuki continued her dejected shuffle toward her room, her bag dragging behind her. Her silver-haired father, however, noticed his daughter's gloom. Kneeling down to meet her eye level, his orange almond eyes, so much like hers, twinkled with concern. "What's wrong, Hatsuki? Did something upset you?" Then he watched as his daughter drooped even further, I'll never experience the strength of an Aaronkar again. Suzuhara Sisu? She sank deeper into melancholy. And the invincible white mask is gone too. Her father awkwardly scratched his head, though he was too sure why he felt awkward, but seeing his daughter spouting nonsense like this, he could tell she was genuinely heartbroken. Well then, Hatsuki, he hesitated before speaking again. How about this? Once you become a powerful ninja and take down the third Mizukage, we'll just snatch your crush and bring him home, okay? No way, old man. Hatsuki wailed internally. He dies after Canopy Bridge. By then, I'll only be 12. Forget about overthrowing the third Mizukage. I might just get eliminated as a bloodline limit user before I even get the chance. Hataki's sorrow swelled like a raging river within her. The difficulty was overwhelming. Silently dragging her small backpack, she retreated to her room and began packing her belongings. Clothes, packed and ready to go. Shuriken, kunai, explosive tags, all packed away. The soft, plush toy she once adored as a little girl? Left behind, they were gifts from her mother before she turned 3. And then, the wall? Hataki's gaze lingered on the array of photos plastered across it, each one capturing her idol in moments both endearing and absurd. There he was, late for class. His face twisted in panic as he braced for the teacher's scolding. She took it down. Another showed him battered and bruised after a lost fight. She removed it. Then, one of him dozing off in class, a thin trail of drool escaping his lips, gone. And then, Ryup, Hataki. QVQ, she had torn the photo. The sorrow within her surged once more, threatening to drown her. Was it all a mistake? No, wait, that didn't quite fit the moment. Winky face, tears streaming down her face, Hataki slowly turned her head toward another image on her wall, a snapshot of her treasured battle stance against that Uchiha. No, she would leave no regrets behind. With renewed determination, Hataki clenched her fist. Meanwhile, in his younger form, Uchiha Obito blinked in confusion, his large, round obsidian eyes clouded with bewilderment. He pointed at himself, hesitation lacing his voice. You mean, you want me to sign this? His childlike puzzlement hung in the air. Then, his gaze fell upon the tiny white-haired girl before him, smaller than him by a noticeable margin, nodding eagerly as she extended a photo toward him. Strange. He barely interacted with this classmate, only recalling that she usually stuck with that other white-haired kid, Kakashi. A question mark materialized above Obito's head as he skeptically took the photo, only to freeze at the sight of his own face, mid-nap. A bubble of snot dangerously close to popping. Did I offend her somehow? Unaware of her idol's silent crisis, Hataki continued nodding fervently. Her small fists clenched in excitement. Lost in her own euphoric world, she murmured dreamily. Kamui, perfect intangibility, with spikes, pants stealing frenzy. Your power moves me deeply. A flash of lightning like flames erupted before her eyes. The world around her seemed to ignite, transforming into a spiraling inferno. Serpents of fire lashed out, tongues of flame licking the air. Space itself twisted, warping reality as a fan adorned with black tomo shattered the light like fragile glass. The mask splintered like foam. And before her, a crimson moon loomed, scarlet as boiling blood, deep as shadowed violet. The two hues burned vividly, searing into her vision. Hataki's heart surged as if molten lava coursed through it. She could no longer contain her exhilaration, helplessly chasing after the vision like a moth drawn to a deadly, divine flame. I adore you. I revere you. I yearn to become. Like thunderbolts exploding consecutively beside the white-haired girl's ears. Her widened orange eyes seemed suddenly dyed crimson, as if infused with blood. Every drop of vitality in her body burned away, leaving only a chilling stillness. Uchiha Obito? Bewildered, he stared at the white-haired girl whose gaze had descended into the uncanny valley, her expression growing increasingly frenzied and delirious. Baby Obito, QQWH, what should I do? Why does she seem so terrifying? Has he been entangled with someone utterly unfathomable? QQ in his child form. Uchiha Obito was seized by overwhelming panic. His eyes darted to the camera hanging around the girl's neck. Gritting his teeth, he snatched it and hastily snapped several photos. There. That should do it. Obito swiftly stuffed the camera back against her chest. Shino Hatsuki blinked in confusion before lowering her gaze to the freshly captured images. Boom! Her mind detonated as if struck by cannon fire. Blood surged violently to her cheeks, and the little voice inside her shrieked uncontrollably. Ahe! My idol took a photo with me. Uchiha Obito watched, sweating, as the girl practically radiated sparkles, lost in euphoric self-indulgence. He raised a hand slightly, lips parting before closing again. Hesitating. Obito averted his eyes awkwardly. Truthfully, he wanted to ask, About those strange floating buttons he'd seen during her battle with Kakashi. Hee hee. The white-haired girl's face burned scarlet as she cradled the newly developed photos, giggling like a fool. Her idol. Her idol took a picture with her. Hee hee. Hatsuki felt herself drowning in the delicate, almost melting softness of the photograph. Nearby, Shino Ritsuki passed by. It suddenly occurred to her, should she create an alternate identity? This kind of behavior would never survive in Kirigakure. Failing the graduation exam would be disastrous. Once again, Ritsuki plunged into the philosophical musings exclusive to shinobi. Hatsuki continued her dazed giggling before carefully tucking the photos into her inner pouch. She lifted her gaze to the scenery beyond the ship. The sky was eternally shrouded in brooding clouds over this land. The chaotic silver glints of waves resembled shattered mercury, outlined in inky strokes, while the undulating tides twisted like colossal serpents. Along the jagged black cliffs, surging swells rose high enough to touch, and charcoal-like boulders vanished silently into swirling gray whirlpools. More than just the view outside the porthole. The unsteady sway beneath her feet was a tangible reminder. She had arrived in this unfamiliar territory, propping her elbows on the windowsill. Hatsuki puffed her cheeks before turning to the taciturn blonde woman still seated in the cabin. For some reason, midway through the voyage, her father had disembarked. Hataki's heart was filled with sorrow, leaving only her violent mother behind. The silver-haired girl suddenly sensed something and turned her head nervously. Oh no. Could her mother have discovered her speaking ill of her? Please don't let it be true. With bated breath, she glanced over and saw the golden-haired woman still bowing her head, strands of hair cascading down as she breathed steadily. A faint glimmer of something crystalline could be seen. Huh? Asleep? Hataki blinked in bewilderment, then cheered inwardly. Yes, yes, yes. Wonderful. Now she wouldn't have to stay on guard against her violent mother anymore. How splendid. Eagerly, she opened her dual arena system, though it had only been a month since enrolling in the Ninja Academy. She had already honed her reflexes and basic attack strength to the point where a single strike could knock out a miniature Kakashi in one hit. Now that she had left Konoha and was nearing Kirigakure, her 2 skill slots would no longer remain empty. Secret scrolls and summoning techniques should also become available. Shinohara Hataki's heart swelled with joy as she casually tapped the activation button on the Naruto mobile game panel. Huh? Her expression froze as she spotted a new button, one labeled Shinobi, a familiar option that hadn't been there before. Back when she had first crossed over and lost access to the real game. With trembling fingers, she pressed it. Amidst a sea of gray, a single bright spot flickered like a warning light, pulsing with vivid color. Displayed on it was Uchiha Ibido Young, B Chapter 7. Encounter with Zabuza. The land of water. The climate of the land of water was starkly different from that of the land of fire. Surrounded by the sea, fragmented islands clung to rugged, imposing mountains. The pale sunlight struggled through layers of oppressive clouds, while the wrathful sea roared relentlessly. The biting air made one's fingertips tremble with each breath. Having grown accustomed to life in Konoha of the land of fire, Hataki Tsukiyo found herself struggling to adapt. Her short sleeves had long been replaced by thick woolen sweaters and down jackets. Now she finally understood why, in the Naruto anime, shinobi like Naruto wore mesh armor beneath their jackets, while Kisame appeared clad in a green inner garment. The land of water resembled an island nation from her previous life, scattered with fragmented isles of varying sizes. Yet at its heart lay a vast central island where most of the country's inhabitants resided, including Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. Kirigakure bundled in a thick down jacket like a little snowball. Tsukiyo lifted her gaze to the man before her. He had golden hair, a warm smile, and the robust vigor of a man in his 30s. Her mother, eyes crinkling with amusement, patted the round little figure and said, "Say hello to your great-uncle." Tsukiyo? A stampede of mental expletives later, she obediently murmured, "Hello, great-uncle." The golden-haired man's smile widened at the child's greeting. "My name is Hzuki Senjutsu," he introduced warmly. "The current head of the Hzuki clan, your mother's uncle. By lineage, you should address me as your great-uncle." Tsukiyo? Tsukiyo. Holy hell, that meant her mother was from the Hzuki clan. Tsukiyo turned wide, startled eyes toward the golden-haired woman beside her, whose grin revealed a row of shark-like teeth. Then why had she taken her husband's surname, Shinohara? Shouldn't she have taken in a husband under her own clan name instead? Before the mental chaos could fully erupt, her mother delivered a sharp smack to Tsukiyo's head. "Introduce yourself properly to your great-uncle." Tsukiyo, QAQ after an internal lament. She steadied herself, cleared her throat with a tiny fist, and declared with utmost seriousness, "Greetings, great-uncle. I am the invincible white-masked scarlet knight shrimp rice deity, Hzuki Senjutsu." Ow! A sudden Painful thump to her skull sent Sakiyo clutching her head with a yelp. Why did you hit me? TT, her mother offered an awkward smile to the bewildered man. Apologies. Uncle. She's still young and easily influenced by other shinobi from foreign villages. Hey, Konoha would cry if they heard that. Sakiyo seethed internally while nursing her throbbing head. No harm done, Senjetsu chuckled, waving it off. Little Sakiyo was just teasing me. Children will be children, I understand. Hey, Sakiyo silently fumed, still rubbing her head. So you didn't know my name after all? Why must I introduce myself again just to get beaten by mom once more? And also, the golden-haired man suddenly crouched down to meet the tearful, 3-year-old Hatatsuki's gaze as she clutched her head. With a smile, he said, Hatatsuki, this must be your first time returning to your ancestral home since birth. You're probably still unfamiliar with the clan. Would you like me to show you around and explain things? No, Hatatsuki frowned in thought. If her mother had married outside the clan, why would the H-Zuki family still want her, a descendant born from an outsider? She didn't even share their surname anymore. So Hatatsuki tentatively looked up and asked, excuse me, but in the current H-Zuki clan, did my mother have any siblings? H-Zuki Senjetsu, hearing this question from the tiny 3-year-old at his feet, froze momentarily before bursting into laughter, revealing the same sharp shark-like teeth as her parents. Machiron, of course. Your mother had a younger brother, 10 years her junior. Both her parents were outstanding Jainin. And I'm sure Kaigetsu will grow into a shinobi just like them. What? Do you want to meet your uncle? A child? Hatatsuki latched onto that word and stopped listening, one hand on her chin. A child? Her mother's younger brother, her uncle, was still a child? She lifted her head again and asked the golden-haired man, how old is my uncle? Has he graduated from the academy yet? Senjetsu shook his head, his lips quirking to expose a sharp fang. Not yet. The kid refuses to graduate early, even though he is more than capable. For some reason, he insists on lingering in the academy. The man looked genuinely troubled. Hatatsuki twitched her lips, thinking to herself, probably because Kirigakure's promotion system is too brutal. Graduating might mean being forced to kill your own friends. Do you really not get that? At the same time, the white-haired girl turned to glance at the golden-haired woman behind her, her expression unreadable. Her clay-like yellow eyes, thick as tar, betrayed no reaction to Kirigakure's notoriously harsh traditions. Only the glint of a single fang, cold as starlight. Hatatsuki turned back, silently griping. All these sharp teeth. Then she tilted her little face upward again, her orange eyes gleaming like rose-tinted light. So, granduncle, aside from my uncle and your branch, are there any other H-Zuki left? The golden-haired man suddenly fell silent. Majika? Hatatsuki's eyes widened in shock. Don't tell me. Including my branch, the one that married out, there are only 3 lineages left. How is this even possible? The H-Zuki clan, once royalty and home to the second Mizukage, H-Zuki Genjutsu, is now reduced to a pitiful 3 branches. Did they all just die out? Was the mustachioed one also a bachelor who left no direct descendants? Perceiving Hitaki's inner turmoil, the blond man hastily waved his hands. No, the H-Zuki clan was originally a secretive ninjutsu lineage of nearly 100 members. The second Mizukage did leave descendants, but one son and daughter perished in the First Shinobi World War, while the youngest, his brow twitched like a writhing serpent, his lips trembling as his voice fractured into fragments. The man fell utterly silent. Hitaki stared in horror at this suddenly mute figure. Damn, could they have been purged by the newly appointed third Mizukage? In the original narrative, while the Bloody Mist era was largely orchestrated by the masked man, he likely wasn't the true architect, merely perpetuating a policy already set in motion. The real mastermind was the third Mizukage himself, a native of Kirigakure. So this is why they want me. The H-Zuki clan has already been gutted by the third's purges. Shivering, Hitaki turned her gaze to the silent, blonde woman. Hitaki, the woman suddenly smiled. Her razor-sharp teeth gleamed with an eerie phosphorescence, the crimson of her gums staining them like fresh blood. Noticing Hitaki's terror, her grin widened into something downright carnivorous. Now you understand, don't you? This is what the third has reduced us to. Her jaundiced eyes narrowed. Where Kakashi's crescent moon squint might have been warm, hers was pure menace. Haven't you ever considered changing Kirigakure's brutal, isolationist ways? No, absolutely not. Screaming internally, Hitaki would vastly preferred lazing around in Konoha, eating snacks, and coasting through the ranks as a carefree Nin or J-Nin. The woman's dagger-like nail pressed lightly against Hitaki's forehead, the glint at the corner of her eye as cold as a senbon. Hitaki's body locked up, even the saliva in her throat frozen mid-swallow. That wasn't a nail. It was a kunai. Her sickly yellow eyes gleamed like polished fangs, her voice a sibilant whisper. As if the land's vengeful spirits were hissing through her. Don't you want to become Kage? Brushing dust from her hands. Hataki admired her newly tidied room, now adorned with fresh photos of little libido. After discussions between the clan head and her mother, it was decided she'd reside in the clan compound. For now, her mother would stay too, though apparently not for long. Despite the Hzuki's decimation, they still owned considerable property. As for why the third hadn't confiscated it yet, please. It's not just Kekii Genkai clans like the Hzuki that have been culled. Kirigakure's entire population is pitifully sparse, despite land area rivaling Konoha's. Its average population was less than half. There simply weren't enough people left to redistribute anything. However, she had only just come to realize one thing. The Kagaya clan had brought in remnants like her to assist in overthrowing the third Mizukage. The mere thought of it made Hatatsuki inwardly scoff. With the Yuki and Hzuki clans nearly wiped out, and yet they still schemed for political upheaval, utterly preposterous. It was said that during the first 5 Kage summit, the first Mizukage, Byakuren, had brought along his guard, none other than the future third Mizukage. By tradition, the guard chosen for such an occasion would be the next in line for the title. Yet, Byakuren had passed the mantle to the second Mizukage. The Kekii Genkai wielding Hzuki Genjutsu, leaving the third to suffer the bitter taste of usurped succession, after the second Mizukage perished in the First Shinobi World War. The third ascended, ruthlessly purging Kekii Genkai users, a personal vendetta, no doubt. Now, the faction led by the Hzuki clan languished and declined, while the common-born shinobi under the third's rule thrived, though even that was a hollow victory. Kirigakure, where Kekii Genkai users once roamed freely, producing at least 7 elite genin per generation. Before the events of Naruto shipped in, Konoha, hailed as the strongest village, barely boasted 4, the elite genin Kakashi and Might Guy, the genin Asuma, and the newly promoted Kurenai. In contrast, Kirigakure, despite its sparse population, churned out over a dozen genin per generation, a terrifying feat. Shinohara Hatatsuki pondered this, then nodded. Though Kekii Genkai wielders now stood politically weakened in Kirigakure, her gaze flickered, amber eyes drifting toward the shadowed corner where shelves groaned under the weight of scrolls. Dust cascaded like snowflakes from their edges, settling soundlessly upon the floor. Hatatsuki smiled. Kirigakure, Shinobi Academy. A man stood at the front, a deep brown scar cleaving his nose, twisting his features into something grotesque. His skin bore a faint bluish tint, as if weathered by the village's harsh climate, yet his expression remained gentle. Clapping his hands, he announced, "Today, we welcome a new student." Scattered, half-hearted applause rippled through the room, far from the usual excitement of a fresh face. Most students sat in icy silence, some even tensing, their stares sharp with hostility. Unfazed, a white-haired girl with orange eyes bounded in, her backpack bouncing. Grinning broadly, she declared, "Hello, everyone. I am the invincible white mask, Hollow." Mysterious masked man. Red Knight Shrimp Rice. The teacher? The previously tense students? Hatatsuki beamed at their bewildered faces. Perfect. No one interrupted the performance this time. Now, where was that coveted back row window seat? Her gaze instinctively drifted toward the far corner, where sunlight spilled lazily over the last desk by the pane. A raven-haired boy seated by the window in the back row seemed to sense the gaze directed at him, his sensitive nature causing his brow to furrow. Where eyebrows should have been, only slight protrusions marked his forehead. The lower half of his face was tightly bound in white bandages, closing the anatomy textbook he'd been flipping through. He lowered his lashes before raising them again to cast an icy stare. "Hey, Brat, what are you looking at?" Chapter 8. The ghost-seeking uncle. Upon seeing the black-haired boy's glare, Hatsuki defiantly met his gaze. "No way, the window seat in the back row. The throne of gods, I must claim it." With this thought, she pointed decisively and declared loudly, "Sensei, I want to sit there." The teacher blinked in surprise. In the oppressive atmosphere of Kirigakure, such boldness was rare. After a pause, he replied, "That seat is already taken. Perhaps you could sit beside him?" "No." The white-haired girl shook her head, clenching her small fist with unwavering determination. "I will have that seat. That is the throne of gods. I refuse to yield." "Huh?" The boy occupying the seat was no pushover. Slamming his book onto the desk, veins bulging at his temples like ice and fire clashing. He fixed her with a hostile stare. "You looking for a fight, Brat?" Murmurs rippled through the classroom like an undercurrent, oily and suffocating, threatening to ignite. "Look, it's Sabuza. This transfer student dares to provoke him right away?" whispered one student, casting fearful glances. "Yeah, last week Sabuza defeated over a dozen upperclassmen in a row, even shattered one's arm. Despite being a common-born shinobi, his talent is unmatched. Except for that genius who mastered 3 chakra natures upon enrollment and was scouted by a high-ranking official. No one in this school can compare. Huh? Zabuza? And a genius who mastered 3 chakra natures upon enrollment? Hataki's eyebrows shot up. Then, realization struck. Holy, this is the same Zabuza who died with Haku, the one countless fans mourned in edits. She had stumbled upon the original character himself, recalling the original story. Hataki's expression shifted to profound sorrow. Approaching the bristling black-haired boy, she patted his shoulder like an old comrade and gave him a thumbs up. Bro, you're something else. Zabuza? The tragic scene from the original story flashed in her mind, and her grief deepened. She patted his shoulder again, heavier this time. Bro, don't throw your life away. You only get one. Even if this world says shinobi are tools, you should see yourself as a person. Zabuza? He violently shook off her hand, his glare dark and menacing. Fight me now if you want. I'm ready. Nah. Hatsuki waved dismissively. Then grinned and patted his shoulder once more, as if soothing an easily provoked kitten. That row of immaculate white teeth shimmered under the cold light with a radiance almost rivaling the sun, forcibly disrupting the rigid and oppressive atmosphere of Kirigakure village. Hataki offered a friendly reconciliation seal with a smile and said, It's fine, you've already become king. When I become Hokage, this seat will be yours. Zabuza? Wait, wasn't that originally a seat? Dumbfounded, he glanced down at his hand, tightly gripped and pulled into the seal, then suddenly looked up. His face flushing crimson with fury. Let go of me. All right. Hataki leaned back, releasing the hand forming the reconciliation seal. Then naturally took the seat by the window in the back row. Seeing his hand freed, Zabuza nodded in satisfaction and settled into his rightful seat, contentedly picking up his newly purchased anatomy book to continue reading. Wait, no. Zabuza slammed the book back onto the desk and whipped his head around, glaring at the white-haired girl beside him, who was humming cheerfully without a care. Who said you could sit next to me? He had never allowed anyone to sit beside him. The last person who tried ended up with shattered bones. Huh? The girl turned to him with a blank expression, pointing at herself. But if I don't sit with you, how can I become Hokage? And, isn't this the only seat left in class? Oh, that made sense. Zabuza, enlightened, returned to his book, reading obediently. Hey, that is not right. He hurled the book onto the desk again, grabbing the girl by the collar. Seeing her still grinning face, Zabuza felt like he was about to awaken the Sharingan from sheer rage. Eyes burning red, he roared, Hey, bastard, how do you want to die? Throat or liver? Hataki raised her hand. I do prefer 1,000 years of death. Zabuza's face twitched violently before he swiftly drew a kunai from behind, his movements so fast sparks seemed to fly. Enough, he was killing her now. Thud. The sound of dry wood hitting the floor left Zabuza standing frozen in confusion. Gone. Then, a sharp, storm-like pain surged up his nape, plunging his vision into darkness. The nape it is. Feel the monkey power, inmate? Ugh, so dark, so dizzy. What just happened? When Zabuza opened his eyes again, the white-haired girl was leaning over his bedside, grinning. Seeing him awake, she waved. Hey there, inmate. Sleep well? Zabuza, this time. He didn't explode. Instead, he silently turned his head away. The girl shrugged helplessly. Come on, inmate. I'm the one who carried you to the infirmary. Besides, your earlier logic made no sense. Where else was I supposed to sit? The dark-haired boy stubbornly turned his head away in silence. Hatsuki scratched her head with a sudden sense of helplessness, sighing inwardly. She hadn't expected the infamous demon of the hidden mist, Zabuza Momochi from the original story, to be so fragile at this age. A single strike had depleted half his health bar. After some contemplation, she continued speaking. Well, after all, Zabuza is just a 3 or 4-year-old child now, not even at the level of a training dummy. Expecting him to reach the prowess of an A-rank ninja from the game is simply too much. Anyway, I'm off. The teacher asked you to rest here properly. I have classes to attend. With that, Hatsuki nimbly leaped down from the floor, her small ninja sandals making a crisp tap as they touched the ground. Turning her head, she waved and called out loudly, Nurse, I leave him in your care. Make sure he doesn't wander off. That was half his health bar. Even Kakashi would be coughing up blood if he lost that much. Of course, go ahead to your classes, dear. The kind-hearted nurse in the infirmary replied with a gentle smile, waving back. Hatsuki nodded cheerfully, for some reason. Despite the cold and hostile atmosphere among the children in Kirigakure's academy, the medical nin in the infirmary were as warm and gentle as those in Konoha. Perhaps they satisfy their sadistic tendencies by beating up patients. Seated on the hospital bed, Zabuza silently watched the white-haired girl's dark silhouette disappear beyond the door. He flexed a slightly stiff finger, resting it on his knee as his gaze darkened. How was she able to use the substitution technique at that moment? The principle of the substitution technique involved instantaneously swapping places with a pre-marked object. Yet, there have been no wooden stakes or similar items nearby at the time. She had just arrived. It was impossible for her to have familiarized herself with the school's environment enough to prepare marked objects in advance. This, rather than the high-speed transfer of the substitution technique. It was more like spatial teleportation. The curriculum in Kirigakure was largely similar to Konoha's: encrypted communication, tracking and counter-tracking techniques, assassination methods, and even psychological warfare and deduction. However, Kirigakure placed far greater emphasis on rote memorization of ninja regulations compared to Konoha. The will of fire, Konoha's unique philosophy emphasizing camaraderie, was entirely absent here. Instead, Kirigakure reinforced the ideology that ninja were mere tools. Team exercises and cooperative drills were practically non-existent. Moreover, Kirigakure's teachings heavily prioritized assassination. Out of 5 morning theory lessons, at least 2 were dedicated to explaining how to strike vital points on the human body. During afternoon combat training, instructors often turned a blind eye as students instinctively aimed for each other's lethal weak spots. It is worth noting that the encryption symbols taught in class differ from those used in Konoha, and she happened to have brought textbooks from Konoha. Perhaps this knowledge might prove useful in future missions during her shinobi career. However, Konoha must have already considered this. And the related teachings in the academy likely hold little practical value in real situations. For now, she could set aside thoughts of exploiting this loophole. After finishing a day of classes at the academy, Hataki walked back to the Hozuki clan's territory, lost in contemplation. For the time being, she and her mother resided in a newly assigned residence arranged by the clan head. The Hozuki clan's population had dwindled significantly, and the current leader was rumored to be one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the Mist, an elite jonin whose mission earnings were substantial. Hataki stepped onto the stone steps of the outer gate, sliding open the cedar door before entering the wooden-floored corridor. The grain of the cedar seemed to glow faintly, casting a soft halo, while the chilly air condensed into a thin layer of frost beneath her feet. The sound of her footsteps echoed hollowly in the excessively spacious interior, prompting her to click her tongue in mild irritation. The house was simply too large. Compared to this place, she much preferred their modest home back in Konoha, where both her parents were present, and the climate was warm and pleasant. In terms of comfort, Konoha remained the more suitable place to settle. Abruptly sliding open a fusama door, she nearly collided with a bewildered white-haired boy standing outside. Before she could utter a word, the boy let out a shrill, ear-piercing scream. Aiya! A ghost! Chapter 9. Transformation. Uchiha Bido. Phew, that scared me. A white-haired boy who looked no older than 10 patted his chest, then sheepishly scratched his messy sideburns. Sorry about that. I just moved into this mansion recently at the clan head's request, so I'm still not used to it. I used to live alone in a small house. This place is too big. Feels unsafe. It's fine. It's fine. Hatame waved her hand dismissively, also running her fingers through her own short white hair. She tilted her head in confusion. Who are you again? White hair. Mangetsu? Suigetsu? No. Mangetsu and Suigetsu shouldn't have been born yet. So who is this guy? Wait, the clan head's child? Oh, right. I forgot to introduce myself. The boy snapped back to attention and abruptly stood up straight. He pointed at himself, his white locks fluttering as he grinned, revealing the distinctive sharp shark-like teeth unique to Kirigakure, glinting coldly in the damp air. My name is Hsuki Hisatsuki. You must be my elder sister's child, right? That would make me your uncle. Shinohara Hatame. Shinohara Hatame. Before she could even begin to untangle the convoluted family relations of the Hsuki clan, her mouth moved faster than her thoughts. Wait, you're the one the clan head just complained about. The guy who refuses to graduate from the academy no matter what. The moment the words left her mouth, Hatame clamped her hands over it, her eyes darting sideways to gauge the boy's reaction, bracing for an outburst. But instead of exploding in anger as she expected, the boy simply chuckled. Because I made a good friend at school, he explained, his smile unwavering. If I graduate early, that guy would follow me, and then the instructors would assign us together. I don't want to kill my own friend. His cobalt blue eyes suddenly opened wide, glowing intensely like champagne under gaslight. What's wrong with that? The boy's voice was firm. Holy crap, a mutant freak. Hatame's eyes widened. If not for the trademark Kirigakure shark teeth, she would have sworn this kid was from Konoha, His whole protect my friends mentality was straight out of Naruto's generation of Will of Fire. Even in current Konoha, most still adhered to the belief that shinobi were mere tools. Or maybe it's because the clan head's a weirdo, so the whole H-Zuki clan ended up as weirdos? She suddenly recalled that the H-Zuki clan head she'd met earlier also had a bit of a goofy streak. Hatame couldn't help but twitch her lips. Unaware of the 3-year-old girl's complicated thoughts, H-Zuki Hizutsuki cheerfully suggested, "How about I give you a tour? That way you can learn more about the current state of the H-Zuki clan in Kirigakure." Sure, Hatame nodded. Though, as a transmigrator, she probably knew far more than this boy. Still, it wouldn't hurt to listen. After all, Kishimoto hadn't fleshed out much about the other villages and clans in the original story. The silver-haired boy slid open a shoji door and stepped into the corridor, trailed by a toddling 3-year-old. G, you couldn't help but chuckle. I'm your mother's younger brother, though I was born a full decade after her. By the time I arrived, she had already severed ties with the family. I barely knew her, just a handful of exchanged letters. Never met. Severed ties? Questions bubbled in Hataki's mind. A member of the G clan. Who left the G clan? How is that even possible? By all logic, breaking away from a century-old lineage steeped in tradition should be near impossible. Given their dwindling numbers, wouldn't the clan have pressured her to abandon the shinobi life, settle down, and secure their bloodline? Why let her walk away? But another question burned brighter. Hataki lifted her gaze, meeting the boy's momentarily stunned expression. Why do I bear the name Shinohara instead of G-ing? If the clan wanted her to produce heirs, wouldn't they have arranged for her to marry a skilled shinobi? A civilian with no chakra affinity, like my father, makes no sense. The silver-haired boy gaped for a moment before scratching his head. Ah, you're sharp, he admitted, reassessing his little niece. Though for a shinobi, precociousness was hardly unusual. Then, his lips curled into a grin, bearing rows of razor-sharp canines. But, who told you your mother was ordinary? Wasn't she? Hataki froze, the revelation searing through her mind like molten iron, twisting her thoughts into incoherent sludge, delighted by her stunned silence. Gu's grin widened, revealing even more of his shark-like teeth. He slipped through another door and emerged moments later, clutching a framed photograph, vividly colored. The girl in the picture wore a Kirigakure forehead protector, her golden hair familiar despite the years. No older than 7 or 8. Her cheek was smeared with crimson, yet she grinned wildly, her fangs glinting under the rain. Her drenched shinobi garb clung to her frame, darkened by moisture, while tendrils of mist coiled around her pale collarbones. Faint streaks of diluted red hinted at washed-away blood. The rain had bleached the photo's vibrancy, leaving it muted, as if the mist-laden silence of Kirigakure had seeped into the image. The background was a shadowy gray, blurred by rising vapor. Behind the girl loomed a rectangular silhouette, a tombstone. Its inscription barely legible. A girl with a forehead protector, standing in the rain, before a grave. The silver-haired boy let out a faint nasal sound, sighing almost imperceptibly as he returned the photo frame to its rightful place. Big sister, she killed her peers during the graduation exam, he murmured. But I want to do that. H-Zuki Hizutsuki lifted his gaze, his cobalt blue eyes gleaming like molten gold. His voice steadied with resolve. Oh. The white-haired girl lowered her head, lost in thought. Clearly, unlike the boy before her, who was determined to protect his comrades, her focus lay elsewhere. Her mother had once been a genuine shinobi, one who had clawed her way through the brutal trials of the ninja exams. Not some ordinary woman who had willingly relinquished her shinobi status for the sake of family, resigning herself to domesticity. No wonder her mother had exuded such killing intent back then, nothing like an average person. Then why on earth had she chosen to marry her father? A question mark practically materialized above Hatatsuki's head. Don't give me that for love nonsense. That is all rubbish. For shinobi, beyond mission protocols, the most crucial thing is survival. Shinobi are, by nature, political entities. They must choose partners within their own sphere of influence. Otherwise, they risk betrayal, distrust, even death, even if both parties are willing. Most villages wouldn't allow it, let alone someone from a clan like Mother S, which possesses secret techniques. If the H-Zuki clan hadn't been dwindling in numbers, they wouldn't even permit marriage outside the clan. Shinohara Hatatsuki continued her silent deduction. So then, my father must be. Not only that, Hizutsuki interjected, stroking the photo frame tenderly. The girl in the picture smiled radiantly, like sunlight piercing through mist, beautiful yet stained with the blood of battle. Big sister not only graduated from the exams, but after the First Shinobi War, she fought in numerous smaller conflicts. When she returned, she was promoted to CH Nin, He grinned. I want to be an outstanding shinobi like her and survive. But I don't want to kill my friends. So I'll have to become even stronger. Hatatsuki gaped at the silver-haired boy, his smile dazzling. Why did this sense of camaraderie feel so familiar? How could someone like this still exist, even in Kirigakure? She didn't understand. Forcing an awkward chuckle, she waved at him. Well, Izutsuki, I'll go train now. I'll play with you next time. The boy blinked, momentarily stunned. Why did her tone sound like she was humoring a child? By the time he snapped out of it, the girl's small figure had already vanished from sight. Izutsuki pouted slightly. Call me uncle, seriously. Hatatsuki channeled chakra to her feet, adhering herself to a tree trunk. Her training in Konoha and now Kirigakure had at least allowed her to master tree walking, though the dueling ground system hadn't required it. Chakra control was essential in a shinobi's daily life. Don't forget, this is Kirigakure we're talking about. If she can't master water walking, how's she supposed to survive here? Hatsuki narrowed her eyes, studying the illuminated skill buttons and secret scrolls on the dual arena interface. Previously, these slots had been marked with a sealed symbol. But now they were fully unlocked, filled with water release, water dragon bullet technique, and water release, water pillar technique. Two jutsu she was quite familiar with from both the game and the original series. The drawback was that only two techniques could be equipped at a time. But the advantage was instant activation, no hand seals required, nor the need for refined chakra control. That saved her a lot of trouble. The secret scroll slot was also filled, albeit temporarily, with water release, water spout, summoning a thin, vertical stream of water that charged for 4 seconds. Thinking about it, Hatsuki couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. In the original series, medical ninjutsu demanded the most precise chakra control, yet her dual arena system bypassed that requirement entirely. If only she could obtain the in-game secret scroll, mystical palm technique, vitality, things would be so much easier. Unfortunately, she had no means of acquiring it now. Unlike Konoha, Kirigakure placed little emphasis on medical ninjutsu development, just an abundance of water techniques. And as for abilities like body flicker or substitution, she had no access to those either. Perhaps they were sealed within Konoha's forbidden scrolls. As for the basic attack button, Hatsuki shifted her gaze to the yellow normal attack key. She tapped it experimentally, and a series of empty yellow panels unfolded beneath. Hatsuki stroked her chin thoughtfully. In the game, characters like Kisame used water release, water gun for ranged attacks, while others like Suigetsu relied on close-quarters hydrification technique, and Zabuza wielded pure melee swordplay. This meant she could customize her basic attacks, no longer limited to simple punches, but incorporating jutsu or weapon combinations. Itachi, for instance, alternated between taijutsu strikes and fire breath. Though it felt unreliable in combat, she'd have to be careful with her own setup. But after rummaging through the bookshelves earlier, she'd found no trace of the Zuki clan's secret techniques, let alone something like steaming danger tyranny. Just a pile of miscellaneous water-style jutsu. Seemed she'd have to seek guidance from the Zuki clan head eventually. Failing that, she could try her luck with her mother or that uncle of hers. After all, her mother had once been a proper nin who survived Kirigakure's brutal elimination system. Hatsuki pondered for a moment before lifting her eyes to the lone illuminated section amidst the grayed-out ninja roster in the dual arena system. Poof! With a soft sound, the orange-eyed, white-haired girl hanging upside down from the tree branch vanished. In her place stood a black-spiked boy with the Uchiha fan emblazoned on his back. Uchiha Obito. Chapter 10. Farewell, Zabuza. Hazuki pressed the ninja button on the game panel, and amidst the grayed-out options, the only illuminated ninja poof transformed her into little Obito. Hazuki examined her newly altered form. Black shorts, a gray undershirt, and a small orange and blue jacket, coupled with a slightly elevated field of vision. Indeed, this was her idol. But not the 13-year-old teenage Obito. Rather, it was 4-year-old Obito. She adjusted the goggles fastened to her forehead, eliciting a crisp click. Then, she wiggled the plump little arms and legs belonging to young Obito, pinching the soft, baby-fat cheeks. Snap, as her fingers released. The resilient baby fat instantly bounced back into place, leaving only a faint rosy mark. So, this wasn't akin to a transformation jutsu. She had genuinely become Uchiha Obito. Narrowing her pupils, she scrutinized the dual panel before her, noting the changes from her original setup. The two skill slots that had once been filled with water-style techniques were now altered. One was sealed, while the other displayed a fire-style technique, neither of which she had possessed before. Hazuki pondered, rubbing her smooth chin. Had little Obito already mastered the fire style? Great fireball technique? But since he hadn't awakened the Sharingan yet, the first skill remained sealed, meaning damage amplification was possible. She tapped the sealed skill, finding it immovable, unlike her original panel, where she could freely rearrange techniques. It seemed Obito's skills were fixed. Her gaze drifted upward. The secret scroll slot remained empty, as did the summoning slot. I wonder if I can equip them. After a moment's thought, she decided to tap the secret scroll slot first. The moment her fingertip touched it, the scroll panel materialized. All water style. Shinohara Hazuki stroked her chin again. So, the secret scrolls and summons on Obito's panel could be swapped like in the duel arena, but his skills were locked, just as they were in the game. She glanced up once more at the health bar and the 2 blue chakra orbs displayed at the top of the screen. If my health depletes in battle, can I switch to Obito to fight? If so, that'd be an extra lifeline. And the question that intrigued her most. The silver-haired girl lowered her lashes, her orange irises darkening to an inky black, casting shadows across the lower half of her face. Why did I unlock Teenage Obito as a playable ninja? Does using this child Obito synchronize with the real Uchiha Obito? She recalled that she had only discovered the Uchiha Obito ninja after leaving Konoha. If she could pinpoint the exact trigger, could she replicate the method to obtain other ninjas? This was a matter worth deep consideration. Hazuki propped her chin thoughtfully. But for now, the pressing matter was, how do I test this body's physical capabilities? After traversing into this world for some time, she finally comprehended that this Naruto battle arena system was intricately connected to the current reality, albeit with certain modifications. For instance, in the game, all shinobi essentially shared the same health bar, except for AI opponents, with differences lying primarily in handling and strength, a flaw attributable to the game's design. However, in this world, mastery of technique and power must be honed through relentless training, demanding daily discipline. Young Obito's combat style remained rudimentary, his prowess paling in comparison to newer shinobi. Yet, one must remember, even an average shinobi can excel with skillful execution. Had she not witnessed players on platforms like Bilibili dominating high-tier matches with Team 7's underdogs? But now, the pressing matter was, Hatsuki decisively activated her second skill, Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique. Let her gauge young Obito's current capabilities. Chakra surged through her meridians like unblocked channels, her hands instinctively weaving the horse and tiger seals at blinding speed. Energy converged in her throat, transmuting into scorching flames. Whoosh, a searing heat erupted from her lips, embers scattering like fragmented stars, licking the air before dissipating into wisps of ash. TCH, Hatsuki wiped her singed lips irritably as a sharp sting flared. Pathetic, she inwardly scoffed. Such a feeble flame, yet it burns my own mouth. How on earth did Obito train this technique? Her objectives crystallized. Tapping her palm, she counted each point on her fingers. First, her primary mission was mastering the Hatsuki clan's exclusive forbidden arts. Techniques like steaming danger tyranny were beyond her for now. Mixing oil with water sounded implausible at her current level. Second, refining the jutsu she currently possessed. Victory in the arena enhanced proficiency. Logically, real-world training should yield similar results. Third, cultivating secret scrolls, though she could instantly grasp any jutsu she encountered. The game mechanics required fragment accumulation for upgrades. Since no obvious fragment sources existed here, she theorized that real-world training might simulate this progression. Fourth, Hatsuki glanced down at herself, her small blue ninja sandals catching her gaze. Train Uchiha Obito's body to its limits. If honed properly, she might uncover combat advantages, perhaps even a secondary chakra nature, fire. In Kirigakure, aside from Mei Taram, scarcely any shinobi wielded fire nature chakra, likely due to the village's damp environment stifling such affinity. Or perhaps, she inherently possessed it all along. It is established in the original work that ninjas possessing Kekkai Genkai must inherently wield 2 or more chakra natures. For instance, High Tun combines water and wind, while White Tun merges earth and water. Even the Sharingan, a Kekkai Genkai seemingly unrelated to chakra natures, is predominantly found among clansmen who command multiple chakra attributes. Uchiha Obito trod upon the frost-laden ground, where scattered, desiccated branches groaned underfoot. The diminutive silhouette emblazoned with the red and white Uchiwa crest appeared starkly incongruous amidst the mist-laden, wintry expanse. In Kirigakure, even summer carried an unrelenting chill, the village perpetually besieged by the frigid embrace of the surrounding seas. Hataki peeked forward, her reflection wavering upon the glassy surface of the icy river. A youthful face, still softened by lingering traces of baby fat, was half obscured by the conspicuous orange goggles dominating her features. Behind the lenses, wide, round obsidian eyes shimmered with a faint, dazed uncertainty, while her unruly black hair stood on end like the bristles of a hedgehog, unchanged, familiar. Oh no. Suddenly, she clutched her cheeks, molten heat surging beneath her skin. Her teeth sank into her lower lip, gaze clouded with an inexplicable haze. Why is it that just seeing this face makes me? A sudden rustling, sharp, deliberate, shattered her reverie. She whirled around. Someone here. From the frost-kissed undergrowth emerged a figure, a kunai spinning deftly between gloved fingers. Its silvered edge gleamed like a droplet of frozen dew, poised as if dissecting her vulnerabilities with lethal precision. Sure, the blade, dark as tempered steel, sliced through the wind with a whisper like falling rain. In an instant, the kunai halted, its tip hovering perilously between her brows. His brow furrowed, a subtle tension forming beneath the fabric of his forehead protector. The lower half of his face was swathed in bandages, leaving only those piercing black eyes, sharp as a blade's curve, glinting with glacial intent. Who are you? Chapter 11. A Brush with Death. Upon recognizing the approaching figure, Hatuki froze. Holy shit, it's little Zabuza. In that split second of hesitation, the young Zabuza had already lunged forward with a kunai in hand, while his other hand swiftly drew several saban from his sleeve. Reacting with unprecedented speed, Hatuki swapped her secret technique in the blink of an eye. Water release, water shield. Instantly, a shimmering azure barrier materialized before her, its surface rippling with delicate silver waves and faint luminescent rings. The black-haired boy, charging recklessly, was instantly repelled. Zabuza? Watching the bewildered boy sprawled on the ground, Hatuki offered an apologetic smile before swiftly switching techniques again. Water release, hiding in mist technique. A familiar ninjutsu from the original series, this technique summoned a thick mist to conceal the user, lasting roughly 5 seconds. Seeing Zabuza's stunned expression, Hatuki grinned sheepishly once more, then rapidly tapped the ninja selection button, dismissing Uchiha Obito from her roster. Zabuza's pupils contracted as he stared intently at the now empty space before him. His grip on the kunai trembled slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his skin. Where did he go? He was just here. Zabuza felt utterly foolish. A moment ago, he had clearly seen a black-haired boy around his age, bearing an unfamiliar clan crest on his back, one that didn't match any of the major water country clans or known foreign ninja families mentioned in the academy textbooks. If that's the case, is he a spy from another village? The black-haired boy swallowed nervously. By the time he regained his composure, a strikingly familiar girl with silver hair and amber eyes stood before him. Zabuza? Hatuki casually raised a hand in greeting. Hey there, buddy. Out of the hospital already? Rest well. Meanwhile, her inner voice groaned. It hasn't even been 3 days. Recovered this fast? Truly the demon of the hidden mist. At her nonchalant tone, Zabuza's expression darkened instantly. Humph. None of your business, he snapped coldly. Faced with his icy glare, Hatuki scratched her head awkwardly. Sorry about that, man. That was just me practicing transformation jutsu earlier. Didn't mean to startle you. The black-haired boy stared at her in confusion. That was you? Then why take the form of someone from another village? The 4-year-old Zabuza's conviction was unwavering. That person's crest was unlike anything in Kirigakure. I know what I saw. Shinohara Hatuki stiffened. Shit. If he hadn't seen me earlier, I should have just bolted and played dumb. Hataki closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Upon opening them, a smile surfaced as she explained. Zabuza-san. Zabuza cast her a frigid glance. Now you add, san? Hataki's strained smile twitched at the corners. She pondered for a moment. Momochi Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, was still just a 4-year-old child. Even if she spoke the truth, it wouldn't matter. She had no intention of truly provoking him. Besides, wasn't he transferring schools normal? Her time in Konoha hadn't even lasted a month. The silver-haired girl's lips trembled slightly. She turned her head away, a faint blush creeping from her ears down to her neck. My idol, she mumbled sheepishly. Zabuza? What on earth was this girl talking about? The dark-haired boy shot her a strange look before his expression hardened. Hey you, what were you doing just now? Hataki scratched her head. Well, there was no harm in honesty. Training, she admitted. The boy before her fell silent. Eh? Hataki felt her head throb. Why the silence? Had she said something wrong? Offended him? Oh no, instant tears streamed down her face. After all, in the original story, Zabuza had slaughtered over 100 of his peers. Though she could easily overpower him now, that didn't guarantee future safety. There were still things beyond her grasp, even if she somehow survived the brutal shinobi elimination system. If Kirigakure remained under the third Mizukage and the masked man's control, her life would still be forfeit. Zabuza, as a commoner elite without a Kekkei Genkai, was to be perceived as a threat like her, a wielder of a major clan's bloodline limit. Yet despite that, he still rebelled, staged a coup, and ultimately became a rogue ninja. For someone like her, branded from the start as a villainous clan's Kekkei Genkai user, it was touching. Hueq Zabuza furrowed his brows, utterly bewildered by the silver-haired girl before him, flushed one moment, weeping and laughing the next. Why was she suddenly crying? Hataki wiped her tears and waved a small hand. No matter how moved she was, her fate still rested in her own hands. Zabuza could remain in the good faction and coast along, but she'd be marked from the beginning. She had to train harder, grow stronger, then overthrow the third and the masked man to seize power herself. Fist clenched, Hataki steeled her resolve. All right, time for her daily, rigorous taijutsu training. Beside her, Zabuza glanced at the suddenly fiery-eyed girl, muttering under his breath before silently following. Recently, Hataki had discovered a massive cliff at the village's outskirts, conveniently near her clan's territory. The H-Suki clan, having suffered severe purges in recent years, had relocated to Kirigakure's fringes. Of course, even moving to the edge couldn't escape the reckoning. Billows of snow-white foam scattered amidst the obsidian rocks, while turbulent waves crashed against the jagged cliffs like ravenous black wolves, their thunderous echoes reverberating through the canyon. An eerie azure whirlpool churned relentlessly at the fractured base. Harino Hatsuki tilted her head to gaze at the towering precipice piercing the ashen heavens, where rolling thunder rumbled ominously. An involuntary shiver of excitement ran through her as she rubbed her hands together. This was the first cliff she'd discovered since arriving in Kirigakure, perfect for climbing. She wondered how scaling these mist-shrouded crags would compare to Konoha's familiar stone faces. Without hesitation, she grasped a protruding ledge and propelled herself upward, her enhanced agility from recent training making the ascent deceptively effortless. Yet as she transferred her weight, droplets condensed between her fingers, chilling moisture leaching warmth from her skin. The rhythmic motion soon became meditative, until an unexpected voice shattered her concentration. What in blazes are you singing? Hatsuki's blood ran cold. Whirling around, she glimpsed a bandaged figure emerging through the mist, Zabuza's visible eye radiating pure bewilderment. Her grip faltered on the slick stone. As crumbling shale pattered downward, time dilated. The sickening lurch of freefall seized her body before conscious thought could form. Zabuza's startled cry pierced the air as gravity claimed its due. Chapter 12. Moonlit embrace of death. The sensation of weightlessness surged through her like a tidal wave as her mind raced at lightning speed. Water release, starch syrup capturing field, a viscous water surface spreading beneath her feet to slow the enemy by 28 while dealing 200 damage? No. Does she want to live or die? If she touches it, she is absolutely dead. Water release, water shield, useless. It merely creates a barrier of water in front, and even if she could conjure it behind her, the 437 damage rebound from the crushing gravitational force upon impact would still obliterate her in an instant. What else? Think. What else is there? The wind howled past her ears, her sleeves billowing as the helplessness of freefall consumed her. Hataki clenched her jaw, a storm of inexplicable fury raging in her chest like a blizzard. Got it. Water release, water pillar. Adrenaline spiked, and in that split second, Hataki reacted. Forcing one eye open, her trembling fingers switched the secret scroll. Almost instantly, a transparent whirlpool of water erupted around her, delicate foam glistening amidst the swirling cerulean currents. She squeezed one eye shut, biting her lower lip as she mentally recited. A water vortex centered on the caster, lasting approximately 1-2 seconds. During this time, the user is invincible, while enemies. Kunai scraped against charred rock, sparks flying in rapid succession as blinding arcs of electricity flashed. The boy pressed his lips tightly together, his bandage-wrapped calves tensing. Jump. Shinohara Hataki. Momochi Zabuza. Hataki stared blankly as the boy, his lower face wrapped in bandages, leapt toward her without hesitation. Internally, she screamed. No, no, no. This jutsu deals 312 damage to anyone but the caster. Why is he suddenly throwing himself at me? The expanding water burst was pierced in an instant, the pale blue barrier shattering as a shadowy mass expanded from a mere speck to consuming her entire vision. Then, weight, solid and unyielding, crushed down upon her. Her world spun violently, dizziness overwhelming her senses. But then, a sudden, gentle support cradled her entire body, the suffocating weightlessness vanishing like a receding flood. Dazed, Hatake lifted her gaze, and there it was. The face wrapped in bandages, those pitch-black eyes reflecting in her widened vision. A phrase from some viral Naruto fan edit flashed absurdly through her mind. Moonlit. Embrace of death? Wait, no, there's no moonlight here. The dark-haired boy frowned slightly, turning his head to tear off the blood-soaked bandages covering his lower face before spitting out a mouthful of crimson. Hatake gaped at the exposed lower half of his face, the sharp, predatory teeth glinting like polished marble amidst the mist, gleaming with a deadly chill. Instinctively, she touched her own teeth, regret flickering silently within her. How vexing. Why didn't she inherit the signature shark-like teeth that run in the bloodline of Kirigakure? They always seemed rather dashing and handsome. Zabuza spat out the blood pooling in his throat and cast a sidelong glance at the silver-haired girl cradled in his arms, her expression utterly vacant. With a wry smirk, a sharp, serrated tooth glinted as he questioned, "Hey you, how the hell are you this strong? Is this how you usually train?" Shinohara Hatsuki continued staring blankly at the dark-haired boy, his face etched with bewilderment. Instead of answering, she blurted out, almost involuntarily, You're really damn tough, huh, Zabuza?" With an irritated huff, he released his grip, expecting the girl to tumble unceremoniously onto her backside. Yet, contrary to his expectations, she deftly braced herself with her arms, flipping backward to regain her balance effortlessly. TCH, narrowing her eyes, Hatsuki studied the boy who had now turned away with a dismissive scoff. Aside from the faint irritation on his face, one could hardly tell he had just sustained severe injuries, though the massive pool of blood staining the ground and the dark splotches soaking his clothes betrayed the truth. Incredible. She pulled up the dual system interface, her gaze flickering to Zabuza's health bar. Less than a quarter depleted. A flickered through her mind. This guy's only 4 years old, and with a child's body, he can already endure this much? He's practically on par with that Kakashi from the other village. The demon of Kirigakure indeed. But then, how had she managed to wipe out half his health with a single strike before, sending him straight to the infirmary? Hatsuki tapped her chin thoughtfully, her eyes narrowing further. Could it be because I hit the back of his neck? Unlike in the game, does striking vital points in this world deal massive damage? Now that's interesting. A thrill of excitement coursed through her as she rubbed her hands together subtly. With that thought, she sidled up to the dark-haired boy, clapping him on the shoulder while flashing a row of pristine teeth and a thumbs up. Not bad, buddy. You're built like a tank. Zabuza? Zabuza. He violently shrugged off her hand, glaring. Don't touch me. All right, all right. Hatsuki leaned back, raising her hands in surrender. Zabuza exhaled slightly in relief when she withdrew, his dark eyes lowering briefly before snapping back to her with an intense stare. How do you train normally? He demanded. Why are you this strong? And how the hell did you use a substitution jutsu to appear behind me in an instant? The questions spilled out in rapid succession, pent up from days of silent brooding. His scrutinizing gaze swept over the girl, who was now sweating profusely. She was training just now, wasn't she? Definitely. Then why is it that no matter how hard I train the same way, she can knock me out with a single strike? Hatsuki scratched her cheek, beads of cold sweat rolling down. Then, inspiration struck. A single drop of sweat slid down her forehead as she pointed an accusing finger at Zabuza and blurted. Then why were you following me? What kind of secret technique did you use? Moreover, if you hadn't startled me so suddenly, would I have fallen and nearly lost my life? Zabuza, it's because you were singing those strange songs. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. I'm sorry. I just wanted to see how you trained, how you managed to reach this level. My apologies. Hatsuki froze for a second. She scrutinized the black-haired boy before her, whose ears drooped like a kitten's, her heart filled with astonishment. Zabuza actually apologized? That was something never seen in the original story. Until now, she had always perceived him as a hot-tempered individual. Zabuza bit his lip, hesitated briefly, then continued. Earlier, I used the water release, hidden mist technique. That's why you didn't notice me. Hatsuki stood dumbfounded for a while before responding. Right, in the original story, the principle of the hidden mist technique was to exhale thick mist from the mouth, obscuring the surroundings over a wide area to hinder the opponent's vision. And just now, the environment was perfectly suited for the technique, filled with white mist. Besides, she wasn't a sensory-type ninja to begin with, so naturally, she failed to detect Zabuza trailing behind her. This differed slightly from the hidden mist technique she had used in the game. In the arena, it functioned more like invisibility rather than merely obstructing the opponent's sight. And it couldn't be sustained as long as the original version. Hatsuki rested her chin on her hand, lowering her gaze in thought. She currently knew many basic water release techniques, such as water release, water dragon bullet technique, water release, water pillar technique. These were the two skills she had equipped for now. However, she hadn't yet determined whether the strength of these techniques could be enhanced. In the game, skill potency was fixed by design, so for the time being, she could set these two aside. As for secret techniques, she had water release, surging waves, water release, water vortex, water release, starch syrup capture field, water release, water shield, water release, hidden mist technique. Though all were water release, they were more than sufficient for her current needs. Offense, defense, and assassination were all covered. But Hatsuki opened the arena system, navigating to the secret technique panel. Staring at the empty fragment slots, she fell into silence. So, the techniques she had mastered weren't instantly invincible upon acquisition. Instead, they required further training to amplify their power. The same technique could yield vastly different effects depending on the user. For instance, Madara Uchiha in the original story could elevate a B-rank technique like Great Fire Annihilation to S-rank potency. It all depended on the practitioner's skill. In other words, Hatsuki's mind went blank. She was in a state where she knew every technique but mastered none. This was disastrous. Rubbing her chin, Hatsuki quietly began walking toward what she remembered as the training grounds. She needed to practice her techniques immediately. Zabuza silently watched her shrinking figure, his lips parting as if to say something, but then he swiftly turned and strode in the opposite direction. He too had training to do. Chapter 13, The Dueling Arena. Unmarked ninjutsu. The white-haired girl unleashed a torrential surge from her mouth, the thin stream of water at her lips rapidly expanding into a massive, meteor-like sphere before crashing down. Upon impact, the water exploded outward, scattering in all directions across the ground. Water release, water pillar. The flat terrain was instantly darkened by the violent rush of water and the translucent spray that erupted from it. The scattered puddles that had previously dotted the ground were swept away by the overwhelming force of the technique. As the devastating wave subsided, only a deep, ankle-high pool remained in its wake. TCH. Hatatsuki shook her soaked ninja sandals slightly, glancing down at the modest radius of destruction her jutsu had caused. A dissatisfied click of her tongue escaped her lips. Not good enough. Not even close. In the original story, Meiterum once used this technique to extinguish Madara Uchiha's fire release, Majestic Destroyer Flame. But if we're going by the mobile game's mechanics, the range is fixed. In that case, the only option is to focus on power. If I can't expand the range, I at least need to maximize the attack potency. With that thought in mind, Hatatsuki reopened the Naruto dueling arena system. Unlike in the game, the strength of techniques here could be improved. Narrowing her eyes, she studied the panel displaying the jutsu proficiency level. It resembled the mechanic in the game where winning duels increased a ninja's mastery, except here, her usable ninja were limited. And the system seemed to have converted ninja proficiency into jutsu proficiency instead. This proficiency was the key to enhancing the power of her techniques. Hatatsuki pulled up the proficiency display for water release, water pillar, and scrutinized the numbers. Another 10 points added. Each jutsu's proficiency followed the same system as ninja mastery in the dueling arena, with a cap of 2,000 points. She faintly recalled that winning a single match had only granted her 16 points before. Now, simply practicing a jutsu once added 10 points. So I need to perform this technique 200 times to max it out? Too slow. Hatatsuki internally wailed, collapsing onto the ground like a limp, defeated puddle. A wisp of her soul seemed to escape her mouth as she despaired. 200 times? How many times will that drain every last drop of my chakra? And it's not just this jutsu, there is still a mountain of secret techniques waiting to be mastered. Speaking of which, the secret technique mechanics were identical to the game's. Fragments were required for upgrades, and the higher the level, the more fragments were needed. In the game, secret technique fragments could be obtained through events. Here, however, it seemed that practicing a technique once would yield a single fragment. At the beginning, most secret techniques only required 5 fragments to unlock, which was why she had been able to quickly master the numerous water release secret arts of the Zuki clan. But as the levels increased, so did the fragment requirements, and with them, the number of practice sessions and the chakra expenditure. Though bloodline limit ninjas possess greater chakra reserves compared to ordinary shinobi, they still pale in comparison to overpowered Jinchuriki or those with 6 paths lineage. Chakra inevitably depletes eventually, not to mention the hundreds of repetitions required to master each technique. A wave of darkness clouded Shino Hatazuki's vision as despair gripped her once more. She hadn't even begun practicing young Obito's signature fire-style chakra techniques. Could she truly hope to challenge Six Paths Madara or the Tsutsuki clan? Dejected, Hatazuki trudged back to the clan compound with an armful of scrolls, sweat-drenched and shirtless. A silver-haired youth jogging laps around the perimeter with sandbags noticed the downcast girl weighed down by her burden. Raising a hand in greeting, he called out, "Hey Hatazuki, how's training going? You're working hard as always." Pursing her lips, Hatazuki murmured, "No, Hizutsuki, I." The boy tilted his head, taking in her slumped posture and defeated expression before his eyes widened in realization. Oh no, had his little niece hit a wall in her training? Then with a sudden motion, he tossed 2 sandbags onto the girl, droplets of sweat scattering as his lean torso gleamed against the molten gold sunlight. Grinning with razor-sharp canines, he offered, "Hatazuki, why not join me for a run? It helps clear the mind." Shino Hatazuki, blinking at the newly acquired weights in her arms. She deadpanned, endurance and physical conditioning. I just finished 500 laps around the compound this morning." Her flat delivery radiated an unmistakable aura of nonchalant superiority. Rolling up her sleeve, she revealed a slender arm now traced with nascent muscle definition and prominent tendons. Calluses thickened at her joints and palm, while a noticeable divot marked where kunai handles had worn away flesh. The flex intensified. Keiger Hizutsuki scratched his head, his grin faltering. Here he'd hoped to mentor his junior, yet his 7 years younger niece had already outpaced him, especially after he'd overslept today. Then inspiration struck, eyes crinkling with renewed mischief. His fangs glinted as he proposed, "Hatazuki, how about a spar? Let's gauge your skills." Admittedly, fighting a 4-year-old might be questionable. But hey, what better way for a shinobi to grow than through combat experience? Then he saw the silver-haired little girl before him freeze in astonishment. Her small mouth forming a perfect O shape, her amber eyes glistening with unshed tears as she stared at him blankly. Ahem, being scrutinized so intently. Guei Dengjiu scratched his head sheepishly, feeling increasingly self-conscious. Could it be that his domineering attitude towards someone so young had been too blatant? Then, to his utter bewilderment, the previously dazed little girl's eyes suddenly blazed with an almost blinding radiance, her cheeks flushing crimson with excitement. Her breath growing heavy with barely contained fervor. Clenching her tiny fists, she shouted with unrestrained enthusiasm, "Hi!" Before Guei Dengjiu could even process what was happening, the silver-haired girl pressed her palms together and bellowed, "Water release, water dragon bullet technique." In an instant, a colossal dragon of swirling water materialized in the expanding air, its form woven from twisting currents, whiskers, scales, and fangs all sculpted from liquid fury. The ambient moisture in the atmosphere seemed to vanish in a flash, drawn into the serpentine body of the dragon, while a single drop of vivid crimson formed its gleaming eye. Guei Dengjiu? Wait, no hand seals? Chapter 14. The Duel, Victory. Shinohara Hataki clapped her hands together and shouted, "Water release, water dragon bullet." A fully formed water dragon surged forth from her mouth with astonishing speed. Hozuki his aim? In that moment, he froze briefly before exclaiming, "Hataki, you're incredible!" His eyes sparkled with admiration as he continued excitedly, "To master the nature of water chakra at such a young age, how extraordinary. Could you teach me?" Even as he spoke, the silver-haired boy's hands moved in a blur, weaving intricate hand seals. Without pause, he unleashed a torrential surge of water from his mouth, saturating the ground with water-based chakra. In an instant, a towering wall of water erupted before him. Water release, water wall jutsu. The massive water dragon collided with the barrier, shattering upon impact. The resulting shockwave sent cascades of water and shattered debris flying in all directions, carried by the violent currents. TCH, still not strong enough. The moment her technique was unleashed, Hataki swiftly drew a kunai and repositioned herself, darting toward the boy with calculated precision. The cooldown for water release, water dragon bullet isn't over yet, but I still have my second technique, water release, water pillar jutsu. Now, immediately, Hataki pressed her palms together and shouted, "Water release, water pillar jutsu." A meteor-like orb of water shot from her mouth, its thin streams rapidly thickening as it descended. Upon impact, the orb exploded outward, forming a colossal dragon's head sculpted entirely from water. Impressive, right? But she missed. No, Hataki internally lamented. Even the most common in-game mistakes can happen in reality. Hozuki his aim stared blankly at the water orb that had landed harmlessly at his feet, a question mark practically materializing above his head. How does someone even misfire a jutsu like that? But no time to waste this opportunity. Water release, wave riding technique. The scattered puddles across the battlefield suddenly swelled with water chakra, merging into a surging current beneath the boy's feet. With explosive acceleration, he shot forward like a bullet. Hatake? She blinked in momentary confusion. Wait, haven't I seen this technique before? Isn't this Shinji Tobarama's second skill in the game? Why does the hidden mist know it? Wasn't it his original creation? Or did they steal it? Seeing the boy execute the technique, scratch that, jutsu, Hatake decisively activated her substitution. In an instant, she vanished, reappearing flawlessly behind him, completely evading the attack. Kozuki his aim? He stared dumbfounded at the wooden log now lying at his feet, utterly bewildered. Was there a log here earlier? How did she pull off that substitution jutsu? Cooldown complete. Without hesitation, Hatake triggered her first technique once more. Water release, water dragon bullet jutsu. The colossal water dragon erupted once more from its maw, the undulating waters beneath coalescing into its complete form as the roaring deluge cascaded downward. This strike ought to land true, just as in the usual dueling arena. Under the dragon's assault, the boy's figure was instantly engulfed by the torrential currents, layers of cascading spray drenching everything in their path. Hatsuki exhaled inwardly in relief. This should suffice. After all, in this world's reality, one didn't need to deplete an opponent's health bar as in a game. Merely inflicting some damage would secure her victory. Yet, from within the frothing white spray, strands of silver-white hair emerged, sharp fangs glinting coldly. Cobalt blue eyes flickered with a sly gleam as an arm, taut with lean muscle, materialized from the surging waters. Hatsuki. From the heart of the watery maelstrom, the boy's proud voice rang out, laughter lacing his words. This is the art of water transformation. In the blink of an eye, the muscular arm dissolved back into churning rapids. White-capped waves swirling with formidable force as they surged toward Hatsuki's face. Substitution still on cooldown. Secret scroll activated, water release, surging waves. A spiraling water vortex erupted around her, nullifying the water-transformed fist in an instant. Kajiro Hizutsuki stared blankly as his liquefied strike failed to even graze the girl shielded within the whirlpool, while his own solidified form throbbed with dull pain. Thud, lasting barely a second, Hizutsuki collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. His materialized left arm bore numerous small wounds, each seeping crimson. Clutching the bleeding limb, his sharp fangs hissed with pained breaths, yet he managed a grin. Hatsuki. To be this exceptional at such a young age. Truly remarkable. The silver-haired girl, having just unleashed the secret technique, froze momentarily before rushing forward, eyes wide with concern as they locked onto his bloodied arm. Are you all right? Internally, Hatsuki winced. In the game, health depletion isn't visible. Who knew a minor suppression scroll would cause this? Fine, the white-haired boy chuckled, shaking his head before lowering it to inspect his wounded arm. Sticky scarlet welled from the gashes as he murmured, just superficial wounds. Nothing serious. Hatsuki gazed up, transfixed by the sliver of health bar shaved from above his head. Her thoughts drifting. Just a scratch, then. But what happens if the health bar empties completely? The question surfaced unbidden. Would he die? Fingers absently tracing her chin, Hatsuki pondered. Hizutsuki studied her with an amused smile before suddenly speaking. Hatsuki, let me ask you something. Those piercing cobalt blue eyes suddenly snapped open. Why can your water release, surging waves technique be unleashed directly from your body without harming you? This jutsu is supposed to be cast in front of you, at the very least, not by engulfing yourself in a water spout. Otherwise, wouldn't you injure yourself as well? And earlier, my water transformation jutsu definitely struck you. So why weren't you hurt? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hatatsuki's temple. Why wouldn't it hurt me? How the hell would she know? Isn't this just game mechanics? The scroll effect grants invincibility while damaging the enemy. Damn it. The silver-haired girl fell silent for a moment before swiftly stripping off her upper garment, revealing her bare torso. Turning around, she pointed to the fresh crimson wound marring her back. Komatsuki, you know I'm still too young. Even if I've mastered water nature chakra, I haven't refined enough chakra to stabilize my techniques, so I ended up hurting myself. Hatatsuki forced herself to continue. Since I was little, I've trained relentlessly. So my skin is tough, only my back got scarred. Yeah, right. This wound is from Zabuza suddenly tackling me from above and grinding me into the dirt. Though he did pick me up afterward still, I forgive you, Zabuza. Thanks for giving me an excuse. Oh, the white-haired boy murmured blankly. All right. Komatsuki. Was that the H-Zuki clan's secret technique, water release, water transformation jutsu? Hatatsuki suddenly recalled, her eyes gleaming. Yes. Zuki Komatsuki nodded, the moment he admitted it. He watched in dismay as the silver-haired girl's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then, Komatsuki, can you teach me the water transformation jutsu? I want to learn. Well, the boy scratched his cheek awkwardly. I only just mastered it recently, and my grasp is still rudimentary. I can't fully liquefy my body, only parts of it. So I don't think I can teach you properly. Oh, the girl's head drooped, disappointment evident. Then, do you know the water gun jutsu? Or the second Mizukage's oil-based water release techniques? After a brief slump, she clenched her fists, urgency reigniting. She wants the mustachioed man's skills. The boy's expression grew even more strained before he finally spoke earnestly. Hatatsuki, you could ask the clan head or my elder sister. They're both exceptional shinobi. But I heard the clan leader's on a long-term mission and won't be back soon, so maybe you could, Komatsuki's face twisted in hesitation. He waved a hand in front of the suddenly unresponsive girl. Hatatsuki? What's wrong? Why do you go quiet? Shinohara Hatsuki remained utterly oblivious to her uncle's words. Her mind inexplicably haunted by those murky yellow eyes as cold and viscous as damp clay. In a daze, she wondered, could she be searching for Mother? Mother. A look of sheer terror instantly contorted Shinohara Hatsuki's features. No. Chapter 15. Learning the art of hydration, the woman closed her eyes, delicately lifting her tea to take a sip. Within the fragrant green liquid, one could faintly glimpse the glint of sharp, gleaming teeth. Hatatsuki knelt at the table across from her, cold sweat pouring down her forehead. Her mother's viscous yellow eyes slowly opened, that familiar chilling gaze scraping over her like a blade. Hatatsuki's sweat intensified. Suddenly, the woman smiled. 2 rows of razor-sharp shark teeth glinted. You wish to learn the secret techniques of the Zuki clan? Obviously. Hatatsuki screamed internally. Why else would she seek out her mother? Hadn't they brought her from Konoha to Kirigakure precisely to strengthen their forces? As a shinobi, what else was there but to grow stronger? Abruptly, her mental tirade ceased. A single finger pressed lightly against her forehead. The woman's shark teeth gleamed with a cruel, bloodthirsty amusement. Shall I teach you the Zuki clan's generational art, Suedun? Suten? And not just that, the enhanced version, Suten, St? Hatatsuki shook her head frantically like a startled chick. No thanks, I'd rather not die today. The woman slowly withdrew her finger. The icy pressure on Hatatsuki's forehead vanished, and she exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Crisis averted. The blonde woman stared at her, then inexplicably smiled again. Hatatsuki shuddered at the sight, goosebumps rising. Have you awakened the Zuki clan's Kekkei Genkai yet? The woman asked coldly. Were it not for the oppressive weight of her mother's gaze, Hatatsuki might have scratched her head in confusion. The Zuki clan's Kekkei Genkai? What's that? I don't recall it being mentioned in the original story. Are you making this up? She remembered the Zuki as a clan of secret techniques, not an actual bloodline limit like the Yuki or Ki clans. The woman seemed to read her bewilderment and cast her a frosty glance. The Zuki's Kekkei Genkai is the fundamental mastery of water. It requires no chakra expenditure to wield, granting our clan an unparalleled affinity for water nature chakra. We can dissolve our muscles into water and, through further training, achieve complete hydration and store vast quantities of water. Holy shit, that's insane. Upon hearing no chakra cost, Hatatsuki nearly slammed the table in excitement. Does that mean I can unleash high-level ninjutsu without draining my pitiful reserves? That's like having extra chakra pills. The woman, perceiving her exhilaration, spoke icily. Can you do it now? Splash. A bucket of water crashed down, drenching her completely. Yes, that perfectly mirrored the darkness in her heart. However, Hatatsuki absent-mindedly rubbed the bangs that had fallen over her eyes, staring blankly at the dampness on her palm. Did that actually just happen? The woman calmly withdrew her finger, took another sip of tea, and spoke evenly. This is the Kekkei Genkai of the Zuki clan. I didn't expend any chakra just now. Have you awakened it? Suki squeezed the water from her bangs again, still dazed. I don't think so. Shinohara Hataki lowered her head, flexing her unresponsive palm. Then, the woman's voice remained tranquil until the next second, when Suki recoiled in horror at the ghastly, twisted grin that split her mother's face, dark and malevolent. Her mother's smile stretched unnervingly wide, deceptively sweet, as she raised her own fist. All right then, Suki. You have 3 minutes to liquefy your head. Or else. Shinohara Hataki, QQ. Clutching her swollen, throbbing face, Suki wallowed in despair. Damn it. Once she graduates, she'll make sure this wretched woman pays. Her expression twisted with fury, but at the very least, she had finally mastered the hydrification technique. Honestly, her mother had pummeled her relentlessly, first with regular fists, then with liquefied ones. How she managed to learn it without a scroll was beyond her. Dissolving one's body into water was dangerously volatile. One misstep, and she'd be dead for good. Now she'd be known as Copy Mistneen Age Suki. Sorry, Kakashi. I stole your title in advance. Carefully, Suki liquefied one arm, watching as it turned transparent. A relieved sigh escaped her. Thank goodness. She'd finally mastered it. Oh, giddy. She rubbed her hands together. The hydrification technique was incredibly versatile, deflecting most physical attacks, except, well, lightning release. But that was inevitable. She'd just counter it with little libido as fire style later, right? Ignoring the throbbing pain in her face, Suki grinned like an idiot. The woman flicked her liquefied arm, the water swiftly reforming into flesh. Zuki Ritsuki cast a cold glance at the beaming white-haired girl and muttered, If you hadn't learned it just now, I would have killed you. A suffocating wave of chakra forged in countless battles rolled off her, laced with bloodlust. Her narrowed eyes gleamed with the sharp glint of a blade's edge. Suki waved a hand dismissively, entirely unfazed. Right. Ka-san, I'll go train now. Please don't murder me. With that, she bolted to the door, slamming it shut behind her with a loud bang. The pale moonlight cast an eerie glow as Gui Deng Liu froze momentarily, her lashes fluttering downward, as if bewitched by some spectral force. No, not yet. She murmured under her breath, her voice dripping with sinister temptation. She cannot die now, not yet. Delicate veins bulged grotesquely across her alabaster hands while her amber pupils contracted into needle points, the whites of her eyes erupting with crimson spider webs. Kill her. The golden-haired woman whispered venomously. Zabuza clenched his jaw, struggling to focus on the instructor's pointer tapping against the chalkboard. No, this was assassination theory. He had to concentrate. Had to absorb every word, every technique. Slam. The textbook snapped shut as Zabuza whipped his head toward the swollen, disfigured face beside him. Oi, brat. He growled through gritted teeth, jabbing a finger at the grotesque question-mark lump. The hell happened to you? Then, realizing his own absurd concern, he violently turned away, teeth grinding. Damn it. Why did he even care? Hatazuki scratched her inflamed cheek gingerly. Though the dark-haired boy stubbornly refused to face her, she offered weakly, I applied medicine yesterday, but it didn't help much. A derisive humph was his only reply. Hatazuki wilted. Turning back to the chalkboard, how do you get hurt? The question came sharp, though he still refused to look at her. Eh? Her head swiveled in surprise. Lips twitching before she drawled, that was my mother. She does it to make me stronger. Thwack. A blur of motion, then a small container smacked onto her desk. Zabuza's ears burned crimson as he snarled. Take it. Hatazuki blinked, bewildered, before peering at the object now resting before her. A tin of medicinal salve. Chapter 16. Battle, Ninjutsu Upgrade. Upon noticing the medicinal ointment placed on the desk, Hatatsuki hesitated, her lips parting slightly before she finally stammered. That Zabuza. What? The dark-haired boy turned his head with an irritated expression. I think I just saw the homeroom teacher pass by the window. Both their bodies tensed instantly. Behind them, an indescribably scorching gaze burned into their backs like invisible blades. A demonic whisper slithered into their ears, the divine peak. Hey, you two. Stand outside the classroom. Hatatsuki, QQ Zabuza. Once banished outside, cold sweat trickled down Hatatsuki's back. She cautiously glanced at the dark-haired boy, whose face remained cold and expressionless. She scratched her head, opening and closing her mouth in distress. What should I do? Even though I'm wearing the skin of a 3 or 4-year-old. My mind is that of a mature high schooler. I don't know how to talk to kids. Nay. A familiar voice broke the silence. Startled, Hatatsuki turned her head. The dark-haired boy stubbornly kept his face averted, the loose end of the bandage on his cheek slipping slightly. Lowering his gaze, he muttered, So? You have family. No, wait. As if realizing his words were awkward, his voice faltered again. Why, you don't get along with them? Hatatsuki scratched her cheek. Well, I'm not really sure. Maybe my mother is just strict because she wants me to become stronger. But her amber eyes lifted, their depths rippling like veins in white marble. Above, a flock of whistling doves pierced through the heavy clouds. Softly, she murmured, Before. She was kind to me. Before the age of 3, in the original owner's memories. Oh. Zabuza flicked a glance at her before responding indifferently. Then, for some reason, He bristled in sudden irritation. Enough talking. Hurry up and fix that face of yours. It's hideous. Though he didn't dare dwell on the thought that her original face might have been. All right. Dazed, Hatatsuki complied, pulling out a tube from the box. She unscrewed the cap, squeezed out a bit of ointment, and dabbed it onto the swollen part of her face. A cold, stinging sensation spread across her skin, making her grimace. Mother hit me too hard. As she applied the ointment, the dark-haired boy turned away, crossing his arms with a cold snort before falling silent again. After a while, Zabuza spoke up casually as if making small talk. That substitution jutsu of yours. How did you pull it off? Shinohara Hatatsuki? What? What does he mean? How did I pull it off? Seemingly noticing her bewildered expression, Zabuza averted his gaze somewhat awkwardly and remarked, I was referring to how you can perform the substitution technique without anyone in the vicinity. Moreover, the substitution technique can replace the user with other objects. It doesn't necessarily have to be wood. And why don't you need to form hand seals for it? Zabuza frowned in confusion. Isn't the substitution technique supposed to require 3 hand seals? Yet when we first met, I didn't see you perform any. Haruno Hataki. Damn it. Hataki cursed inwardly. How was she supposed to know? Blame the game developers. Who designed these absurd mobile game skills that completely deviated from the original lore? Substitution was just a tap away. What did the rest have to do with her? This kid was annoyingly sharp. She had barely dodged one question, and now here came another, despite the storm of frustration raging inside. Hataki maintained a composed silence on the surface. After a pause, she calmly explained, I actually used the water clone technique to form the seals covertly. The wood was also retrieved by my water clone. The moment I attacked you, I utilized the clone to complete the substitution in an instant. Whoa. Zabuza's eyes widened in astonishment. The water clone can be used like that? I've only ever heard of it being used for scouting or diversion, but this. Feeling the weight of Zabuza's amazed gaze, Hataki scratched the back of her head sheepishly, her eyes flickering downward. Truthfully, she had borrowed this idea from Uchiha Itachi's numerous battle sequences in the original series. Shadow clones, she thought. But I can't call them that. Shadow clones are exclusive to Konoha. If I mention them, suspicions will arise. So water clones it is. Well, it's the land of water, the hidden mist village. Water clones make sense. Functionally, they shouldn't be too different. Realizing his momentary lapse in composure, Zabuza swiftly schooled his expression back into cold indifference. His sharp eyes flicked toward her as he offered rare praise. You're impressive. I acknowledge you. Though complimented, Hataki felt no joy. Instead, her lips twitched slightly. A quiet unease settled in her chest. The truth was, she hadn't actually mastered the water clone technique. While she had come across its scroll among the Zuki clan's archives, her attempts to learn it had been less than successful. Unlike the pre-existing skills and secret techniques from the game, which she could grasp after a few readings of the scrolls and a single attempt, this one proved far more stubborn. Moreover, she suspected the water clone technique couldn't be used in the dueling arena battles, only in real-life scenarios or outside formal combat. Though, I think the game's secret techniques include the multiple shadow clone jutsu, and many characters have shadow clone-based skills. The shadow clone technique proves far more practical than the water clone, excelling in combat versatility and functional comprehensiveness, with its sole drawback being the substantial chakra consumption. Not that it matters. She's a Kekkei Jinkai wielder, naturally endowed with greater chakra reserves than ordinary shinobi. Even the legendary Tobarama Senju, who once struggled with chakra depletion after casting a large-scale flying thunder god, still managed to develop the multiple shadow clone technique. Regardless, mastering this technique would undoubtedly benefit her both now and in the future. Yes, she must acquire it, collect every secret scroll in the mobile game, but this also implies she might have to infiltrate Konoha to steal forbidden jutsu. At this thought, Hataki froze again. Dejectedly, she mused that Konoha was under the protection of protagonist plot armor. Hadn't Kumo tried and failed repeatedly? Could a mere Kirin like her really succeed? Sighing inwardly, Hataki absent-mindedly opened the dual system panel and navigated to the secret scrolls section. Huh? Her eyes widened in shock. At first glance, the scroll interface appeared unchanged. Suiton, Water Dragon Bullet Suiton, Starch Syrup Capturing Field Suiton, Water Shield Suiton, Hiding in Mist Technique just as before. The 10-fragment progress bars remained empty, but then, her pupils contracted sharply. The Suiton, Water Shockwave scroll, previously labeled LV1, now displayed LV2. With its progress bar halfway filled, Trembling, she switched to the skills panel. The proficiency bars for Suiton, Water Dragon Bullet, and Suiton, Water Pillar Technique had advanced past the halfway mark. In other words, a single battle against Hitsuki Hizutsuki had yielded over 1,000 proficiency points for the two jutsu she employed, far surpassing the gains from routine training. Yet, she still had deciphered whether the point accumulation correlated with her opponent's strength. Further experimentation was necessary. As for her next test subject, the white-haired, amber-eyed girl whirled around, her gaze gleaming with predatory intensity. Zabuza, caught in her sights, shuddered as goosebumps erupted across his skin. Chapter 17, Duel. Imperceptible A test subject is right here. ISNT he. The silver-haired girl gazed excitedly at the dark-haired boy, whose skin prickled under her scrutiny, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Unable to endure her stare any longer, Zabuza finally snapped, "Hey, brat, what are you looking at?" Hatsuki rubbed her hands together, unable to suppress her grin. "Zabuza, come with me to the training grounds right now, okay?" "Zabuza? What for?" As if reading his thoughts, the girl clenched her fist and declared with fervor, "Isn't it obvious? A ninjutsu duel, of course. Zabuza, this counts as skipping class." Frowning, he opened his mouth to protest, only to feel an immense force yank him backward by the collar, dragging him unceremoniously across the ground. Zabuza? Since when was she this strong? Training grounds expressionless, Zabuza rose to his feet, dusting off the grime from being hauled across the dirt. The rough handling had loosened the bandages wrapped around his neck and face. Hatsuki fidgeted, suddenly feeling a pang of guilt, and stepped closer. Are you okay?" Her gaze flickered over the boy's bandaged features, a quiet realization dawning. So, Zabuza has been wrapping his face since childhood. She hadn't paid much attention before. But the crisscrossing bindings, horizontal from neck to jaw, vertical along the ears, were identical to how he wore them in the future. And he never had eyebrows, even back then. She recalled that Kisame was also eyebrowless. Does Kirigakure just mass-produce people without eyebrows and shark teeth? Unaware of her musings, Zabuza merely scoffed. "I'm fine." Then, his eyes darkened. A metallic glint flickered in his pupils as his posture shifted, elbow angled, right knee slightly bent, left hand drawing upward from his waist. His fingers curled naturally around the hilt, 3 fingers width from the guard. Hatsuki blinked. That's a blade of wakizashi. So, the demon of the hidden mist, known for wielding the executioner's blade, used a wakizashi as a child? In her memories, it was a secondary weapon for samurai in the Warring States period. She hadn't expected shinobi in this world to use them as well. Zabuza arched a brow. "Will this fight involve ninjutsu?" "Yes." Hatsuki's reply was firm. Obviously. She was here to test whether combat would increase her skill proficiency. With a swift motion, she summoned her interface, swapping her secret technique to water release, water vortex. She had used it frequently in sparring matches before and was curious if she could level it up this time. Good. Zabuza slowly raised his blade, its tip aimed at her throat. His stance was balanced, the cold edge of steel slicing through Kirigakure's thick mist as an icy wind coiled around them. Hataki frowned slightly. If the opponent charged forward with basic attacks, she would counter with a summoning, a secret scroll. Then with a few swift strikes. She noticed her health bar had dropped a fraction. Hataki, what was hitting her? Yet in the heat of battle, she couldn't feel the lingering pain. Only the relentless depletion of her health bar. Was it the hidden mist technique? So, even from childhood, Zabuza had been refining his silent assassination arts? Hataki furrowed her brows and activated the secret scroll. A slender, vertical stream of water emerged from the ground, creeping slowly forward. She watched as the opponent's health bar at the top of the screen dwindled slightly. So it was Zabuza. Fine then, she'd spiral dodge and counter with precise strikes. With calculated movements, she maneuvered around her opponent, waiting for the moment to substitute and retaliate. The hidden mist technique's duration should be ending soon. As she estimated, she unleashed another skill, a roaring water dragon bullet surging toward where the opponent had been attacking. Splash, the torrent crashed onto the ground, sending droplets flying. Yet the enemy's health bar remained untouched. A miss. Hataki's inner monologue. Damn it, why hasn't the mist dissipated yet? At this rate, even the next cooldown won't save me. Ripples of distorted air flickered around her. Within the chilling mist, sparks flared, accompanied by the muffled sound of slicing steel. A wet thud echoed in her ears. Expressionless, Hataki watched as her health bar plummeted by nearly half. Great. Can't land a single hit. She was now thoroughly convinced she'd end up among the hundreds Zabuza would slaughter by graduation. If only she could master the water clone technique and exit this duel system. She'd just stand there and let him slash away. Unfortunately, her current proficiency barely qualified as partial water transformation, not even level 1. The only part she could liquefy was her head. The metallic fangs of the blade retracted. Moonlight glinted coldly along the curved edge as rivulets of crimson dripped from the steel. The dark ground shimmered as if painted by muzzle flashes. Zabuza remained silent. The black-haired boy emerged from the mist, his grip tightening around the bloodstained blade. Without hesitation, he turned away. He was leaving. Hataki arched a brow and called out, "Hey, Zabuza, where are you going?" The boy's figure paused, almost imperceptibly. Not even sparing a glance, he replied, "I have no use for the weak. Next time we meet, I'll kill you." Weak? Hataki's playful grin vanished, her expression darkening as if ink had spilled across her face. The duel system designed by the developers. What does that have to do with me? Damn those idiots for nerfing the hidden mist technique duration to mere seconds. How is that my fault? Hatsuki charged straight in that direction fiercely. Secret scroll, secret scroll. The boy's expression froze for an instant before his vision darkened. His right arm twisted violently, bones fracturing under the force, while the high-speed swirling water carved deep, gruesome wounds into his flesh. He clenched his teeth, fighting the agony to keep from passing out. Then, abruptly, he shattered. The searing pain and the recurring image of the girl drenched in crimson overwhelmed his mind. A raw, hysterical scream tore from his throat. "Doesn't it hurt? I almost killed you, Killed?" Hatsuki blinked in momentary confusion before her gaze dropped to her own body, her chest gushing blood, her abdomen torn open, organs threatening to spill. With cold detachment, she glanced at her opponent's health bar. Less than a quarter gone. So, he's gotten stronger. Chapter 18. The inverted cosmos. Hataki raised her eyes to observe the hysterical Zabuza's health bar, her mind serene. This boy has grown stronger. Suddenly, a faint frown creased her brow. Why is this child still screaming? Zabuza, clutching his uninjured hand to his chest, wailed in despair, "Why didn't you dodge? Why do you look like you don't care at all?" He pressed his palms over his eyes, choked sobs escaping his throat. His youthful frame trembled. The pupils peeking through his fingers constricted to pinpricks, veins of crimson threading through them. Shiera Hataki lowered her lashes slightly, a thin glimmer of frost blooming in her gaze. Like a snowfield adorned with delicate blossoms. Calmly, she spoke. When the mind is utterly numbed, reality becomes inaccessible. Pain, at its zenith, merely heightens pleasure. Her hand drifted downward, resting lightly over her own heart. It quivered faintly, an immense sorrow surged like floodwaters, battering against the pulsating organ, resonating like the hollow strikes of a wooden fish. Dust motes drifted silently, carried away by the current into the distant unknown. She lifted her gaze, her tranquil eyes settling on the dark-haired boy who wept behind his hands. You needn't blame yourself. Even if such things occurred, the origin was never you. The root of all suffering cannot be attributed to any single thing. And even if one wished to end this torment, it is never permitted. I feel no pain. Shiera Hataki reopened the dual system interface. Studying the water release, water vortex scroll on the panel, lost in thought. The water release, water vortex scroll had leveled up to LV2. Yet the progress bar hadn't advanced halfway as it had during her battle with Hisayuki. In other words, she had only obtained 10 scroll fragments in this fight, whereas against Hitsuki Hisayuki, she had gained a full 15. Without hesitation, she navigated to the skill panel, stroking her chin contemplatively. The proficiency of water release, water dragon bullet, which I used earlier in battle, has also increased significantly, 500 points. Combined with the proficiency I earned before, a few more practice sessions should be enough to level it up. But compared to the 1,000 points gained in the fight against Hisayuki, this was only half. Hataki tapped a finger against her jaw, pondering. What could be the reason? Was it because I lost this match? Or was it because Zabuza didn't use mini jutsu, and neither did I, resulting in fewer proficiency points and fragments? It seems I'll need to conduct more experiments in the future. Just as her thoughts began to spiral, Zabuza's furious shout erupted from beside her. Hey! You! Get over here already! Hataki blinked, then nodded rapidly like a pecking chick. MHM, coming right away. It turned out Zabuza, upon seeing the wounds on her chest and abdomen, was on the verge of a hemophobia-induced meltdown. He insisted on taking her home to bandage the injuries properly on the spot. The pooling blood had already formed a small crimson lake. In a hurry, he even tore off some of his own bandages to wrap around her wounds. Hataki scratched her head sheepishly, laughing awkwardly. I almost turned the infamous demon of the hidden mist into a blood-phobic weakling. My apologies. The atmosphere in Kirigakure was suffocatingly tense. Even within the academy, security was stringent. Teachers hardly intervened when students were severely injured by their peers, merely sending them to the infirmary to recuperate. Thus, their only option now was to scale the walls. Zabuza's gaze flickered downward, settling on his bloodied right arm as silence enveloped him. How was he supposed to climb like this? Noticing the dark-haired boy's predicament, Hataki offered a smile and extended her hand. How about, I carry you? Absolute blasphemy. Zabuza's eyes widened in outrage. Sensing the sheer, palpable refusal radiating from him, Hataki awkwardly withdrew her hands. Instead, she stepped forward and crouched before him, turning slightly to gesture at her back. Then, how about a piggyback ride? Blasphemy again. Zabuza exploded, stomping furiously. Idiot. You're injured, aren't you? Crouching like that, won't you tear open the wound on your stomach? Have some self-respect, you moron. Watching the seething boy before her, Hataki's lips twitched once more. Then what do you propose? Humph. Zabuza crossed his arms, lips curling in disdain. I'll use the hidden mist technique. With fog this thick, I can walk right through the front gates. The guards won't notice a thing. Are you serious, kid? Hataki sighed inwardly. At 15, my soul is mature enough to indulge a child's whims. This Sundara trope is straight out of a shounen manga, I know it well. With that thought, she lunged forward, ignoring Zabuza's stunned glare, and swept him into her arms. Channeling strength into her legs, she vaulted effortlessly over the towering academy wall. Hey! On the other side, she clamped a hand over Zabuza's mouth, his furious black eyes promising violent retribution. Sure, don't make a sound, she whispered. If the teachers hear us, we'll both be in trouble, parent meetings and all. The boy in her arms kicked out, aiming to launch her away, but at the last second, as if remembering her injury, he halted just before his foot could connect with her abdomen. Wrenching free, he landed gracefully and turned away with a cold scoff. Pointless. I don't have parents, he muttered flatly. Hataki blinked. But I do, and I'd rather not face my sadistic mother. Tapping her chin, she declared without hesitation. Then it's settled. I'll be your dad. Now you've got a guardian. Zabuza, his glare could have flayed skin. Brat, he growled, voice dripping with menace. I'm older than you. Hataki, right. She'd forgotten. This body was a year younger than Zabuza and Abido. No big deal. Hataki stepped forward and casually patted the shoulder of the dark-haired boy whose face was shadowed, flashing a bright, even-toothed smile as she quipped, still your dad. Zabuza. I'll kill you, brat. After some deliberation, they ultimately decided to head first to her residence within the clan grounds. Upon entering, they spotted a strikingly familiar white-haired boy practicing kanai, throws at a target. Hataki. A question mark slowly materialized above her head as she frowned in confusion. Kaigetsu. Weren't you supposed to be in school today? How? Oh, the boy replied breezily, his shark-like teeth glinting as he grinned. No worries. I left a water clone in the classroom, they won't notice. Seriously, skipping class with such shameless confidence. Hataki internally deadpanned. Then she noticed Zabuza beside her continuously shooting her disdainful glances. You're no better. Hataki. Fortunately. The white-haired boy promptly took note of the dark-haired youth accompanying her and tilted his head curiously. Hataki, is this your friend? Before either could explain, the boy beamed again. One hand on his hip while pulling a photograph from his pocket with the other, proudly declaring, I have a friend too. Hataki narrowed her eyes slightly. Scrutinizing the figure in the photo, a girl with long, chestnut curls and striking violet eyes. Holy hell, is your definition of friend somehow fundamentally skewed from the norm? Unable to suppress her alarm, Hataki lifted her gaze, her perception of this white-haired boy, who now seemed to radiate literal sparkles at the mere mention of his friend, shifting drastically. Zabuza. Zabuza, idiot. Chapter 19. The unique social etiquette of a Hokage player. All right, come in. Hatsuki pushed open the door to her room with one hand and flicked the switch on the wall. Click. As the light flooded the space, the thick, velvety darkness dissipated like mist swept away by the wind. The warm glow of the bulb spilled across the room like liquid gold. Zabuza stepped inside cautiously, his expression immediately flattening as his gaze landed on the decorations adorning the walls. He felt as though his eyes were being assaulted. What is this? Zabuza pointed at the countless framed photos of a spiky-haired boy with black goggles, his voice utterly deadpan. Hatsuki patted one of the pictures proudly. My idol. Zabuza, huh? Hatsuki frowned slightly, unsure why his gaze had suddenly turned so reproachful. The dark-haired boy remained expressionless as he scanned the photos plastered across her walls, one after another, until he finally couldn't hold back his remark. Are you a stalker? Half of these look like they were taken from a peeping angle. Oh, well, Hatsuki thumped her chest proudly. These are all proof of my hard work. Zabuza, your hard work at stalking, you mean? Seeing his blank expression, Hatsuki twirled a lock of her hair absent-mindedly before bending down to retrieve a thick scrapbook from somewhere. She flipped to the last page and presented it to him triumphantly. Actually, it's not just stalking. I even have a photo with him. Zabuza, so you are admitting to being a stalker. That's what this is, isn't it? Isn't it? His eyes dulled as he sighed. Glancing down at the photo in the album, it showed a cheerful-looking boy with spiky black hair and goggles, though for some reason, his lips were twitching awkwardly beside a silver-haired girl. Zabuza's gaze slid to another candid shot beside it. That's the guy you transformed into earlier, isn't it? Huh. Hatsuki blinked before bursting into laughter, flashing a thumbs up. Bingo. That's my idol. The dark-haired boy, now lacking his usual bandaged mask, sighed again, his eyes dead. He is not from Kirigakure, is he? Another village? Hatsuki hesitated. Should she say it? Admit she was from Konoha? No reason to hide it. Hatsuki straightened as she noticed Zabuza's pupils contracting slightly, his posture stiffening. She spoke firmly. Yes. Due to family circumstances, I transferred here from Konoha. As she spoke, she subtly gauged his reaction. Good. You probably want to go blabbing about it. The dark-haired boy fell silent for a moment before speaking again. You're from a Kirigakure clan, aren't you? Hatsuki paused for 2 seconds before nodding. Yes, I am. At the same time, he cast a sidelong glance at the shelves behind him, stacked with ninjutsu scrolls. So he had noticed. An ordinary household wouldn't amass such resources like the secret of Hatsuki clan. Then how did you end up in Konoha with your parents? Zabuza's mind churned with suspicion. The village's secrecy policies were stringent. Even civilians without ninja aptitude weren't permitted to leave freely. And unlike Konoha, Kirigakure was a place where over 90 of its inhabitants were shinobi. Haruno Hatum fell silent. After a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, she finally spoke softly. I don't know. The quiet Hatum suddenly stood up and walked to a corner of the room, retrieving a first aid kit before handing it to him. Here. Zabuza took it without a word, opening the box to pull out rolls of bandages and small containers of ointment. Lowering his gaze, he pressed his lips together and began tending to his wounds in silence. As the warmth of the room gradually dispelled the biting cold from outside, Hatum started shedding layers, her down jacket, her vest, until only a high-necked sweater remained. Feeling less encumbered, she crossed her legs, propping her cheek on one hand as she idly glanced around. Her eyes drifted to the discarded heap of thick outerwear, the down jacket and vest now torn, their fluffy white stuffing spilling out like blood-stained snow. Guess they're unwearable now. Once Zabuza finished bandaging his wounds, he stilled, lips pressed thin as he lifted his gaze to watch her. Under his scrutiny, Hatum shifted uncomfortably. What are you staring at? Then she noticed his dark eyes traced the contours of her chest and abdomen as though outlining something unseen. Does it really not hurt? Zabuza finally asked, unable to hold back. The white-haired girl was silent for a long moment before answering. No, it doesn't. Her gaze dropped to the massive, tightly wrapped wounds spanning her torso, flesh and blood clinging to the less than pristine bandages, faint traces of red still seeping through. Somehow, during and after the battle, she had stopped feeling pain altogether. The air between them grew heavy with unspoken tension. Back then, I didn't mean to. Zabuza's voice fractured the icy silence, his eyes downcast. His hand, the one that had gripped his blade, trembled as he extended it. The lines of his palm resembled twisting veins, the vivid crimson staining his skin swirling like a grotesque kaleidoscope, searing into his mind. Why had he done it? His pupils constricted sharply. Hatum didn't answer. Instead, she rose, ruffled his hair with a faint, almost imperceptible smile, then turned away, walking toward the opposite side of the room. Zabuza stiffened, his hands flying up to clutch at the spot she had touched, his eyes wide with shock. Here, eat. Hataki reached out and placed a bowl of ramen on the foldable table. Zabuza looked up at her in astonishment. So you were out all this time just to make ramen? Patting her chest proudly, Hataki declared, this is the unique social etiquette of us Hokage players. Zabuza? Frowning, he hesitated before asking, do you have some fondness for Konoha? Otherwise, why keep mentioning it? Isn't the Hokage the title of Konoha's leader? At the mention of this, Shino Hataki slumped onto the table in despair, wailing, Wah, those ungrateful wretches. I gave them stamina, and they didn't return the favor. Now I can't claim my ninja art scroll experience points. A bunch of absolute scoundrels. Wah. Zabuza. Though he had no idea what she was talking about, she seemed genuinely distraught. After sobbing on the table for a while, Hataki lifted her head again. Her tear stains mysteriously vanished, flashing a bright grin as she patted his shoulder. Bro, you've really suffered. Don't worry. Next time I'll take you to eat authentic Ichiraku ramen made by the Tsutsuki clan in Konoha. Huh, what nonsense is this woman spouting now? Zabuza's expression turned blank. Then, setting down his chopsticks, he stammered. The village operates under a strict policy of SECR. It's fine. Hataki casually slung an arm around his neck, grinning. Didn't the anime show the 5 Kage eating ramen together? I'll take you there someday. Chapter 20. A touch that ignites fury after seeing off Zabuza. Hataki's smiling face instantly turned grave. Ultimately, she didn't want him to know too much. Had he revealed the clan she belonged to earlier, she would have had no choice but to remain vigilant or even eliminate him. Without hesitation, Hataki stripped off her high-neck sweater and autumn wear. The abrupt movement caused the bandages wrapped around her chest and abdomen to soak through with fresh blood. Expressionlessly, she tore off the layers of bloodied gauze, revealing raw flesh beneath, a grotesque sight resembling minced meat. Channeling water-natured chakra through her arm, she effortlessly transformed her right limb into a floating orb of liquid, its width matching that of a human arm. Though she hadn't fully mastered the hydrification technique, partial liquefaction was within her grasp. Rumors had it that in Naruto, Zuki Suigetsu once healed Mitsuki's wounds using this method. Perhaps she could do the same. Pressing her liquefied arm against the unhealed gashes on her torso, she watched as crimson tendrils sprouted and writhed across the wounds. The torn flesh stitched itself together at an accelerated pace, leaving behind thick, blackened scars, like a monstrous insect clinging to her skin. The injuries seemed mended. So, partial hydrification did possess healing properties. That scoundrel, no, the Zuki clan, was indeed versatile. This ability nearly rivaled medical ninjutsu, and from what she recalled, it surpassed the healing speed of Konoha's techniques. In the bathroom, Hataki filled a basin with warm water, scrubbing away the residual blood while disposing of the soiled, flesh-clad bandages. As she cleaned, her eyes flickered toward the water heater overhead, its digital display flickering erratically. The technological advancements in this world are baffling, she mused. They've harnessed electricity and converted it into thermal energy, yet communication still relies on radios and messenger hawks. And while my home is equipped with air conditioning and refrigerators, most of Kirigakure's residents live in mud brick houses, save for ancient clans like the Zuki. This is all Kishimoto's fault, she concluded internally. Once her wounds were cleansed, she donned fresh attire. The soft yellow fabric of her sweater gradually concealed the grotesque scar on her abdomen. Securing a thigh strap, she draped herself in a down jacket, wrapped her feet in bandages, and slipped into open-toed shinobi sandals. Grabbing a scroll from the shelf, she stepped out. The biting cold assaulted her the moment she left. Threads of icy wind seeped through her raised collar as she wiggled her sandal-clad toes in irritation. Why must we wear the same flimsy footwear as other villages in this freezing climate? She grumbled inwardly. This is nothing short of absurd. Moreover, why not design a special pair of shoes for the Kirigakure ninjas, perhaps lined with plush fur or something similar, wrapped snugly like a little ball? Hataki strode purposefully toward the training grounds within the clan's territory. She was determined to practice the water clone technique and the hydrification technique more diligently. Though she hadn't practiced the water clone technique much before, she now felt it was essential to master it, as it would undoubtedly prove highly useful in both combat and daily life. The hydrification technique was no different. This time, she was resolved to fully harness the Zuki clan's innate affinity for water-based chakra. As she walked, Hataki encountered a man who appeared to be in his 30s. He carried an enormous weapon wrapped in bandages on his back, his slender frame accentuated by the tightly bound cloth around his upper arms and calves. The forehead protector he wore bore several sharp, jagged slash marks, and his exposed fangs gleamed coldly in the light. Clearly, he had just returned from a mission. Hataki halted and looked up, calling out, "Uncle." "Oh, little Hataki? Here to train again today?" The man's grin widened, revealing 2 gleaming white fangs. The Zuki clan had dwindled to a mere 3 men and 1 woman, the clan head, one of his sons, and Kagetsu being the only remaining male members. Including her, the descendants barely numbered 5. With the clan's lineage so sparse, the current head was her mother's uncle, and the bonds among the remaining members were thick with familial warmth. Had there been any surviving Zuki bloodlines outside the village, the clan head would likely have rushed to retrieve them, just as he had once done for her. Outwardly composed, Hataki greeted him with a steady voice. "Hello, uncle." She was confident he wouldn't realize she had just skipped class today. It wasn't even the weekend. At the same time, she subtly lowered her gaze, stealing a glance at the massive, bandage-wrapped weapon strapped to his back, its twin hilts protruding ominously. That must be Hiramakarei. She faintly recalled that the original wielder of Hiramakarei among the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist was never mentioned in the original story. Now that she was here, she had learned that this very Hzuki relative of hers was one of the 7. In other words, the current head of the Hzuki clan was the unmentioned wielder of Hiramakarei in the original narrative. Though Hatuki tried to conceal her gaze, the man noticed immediately and burst into laughter, pulling the enormous weapon from his back. Hzuki grinned. This is Hiramakarei, one of the legendary blades forged during the reign of the second Mizukage, Hzuki Genjutsu. It can accumulate chakra continuously and release it in concentrated attacks. Do you want to try wielding it, Hatuki? She nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at rice. Of course she did. This was one of Kirigakure's signature starter packs. Each of the 7 swords possessed unique and versatile abilities, some even capable of countering enemies. In the games, Mangetsu had effortlessly wielded 4 of them at once. How could she not covet such power? Besides, in front of this man, she had no need to hide her ambition to inherit one of the 7 swords and become the next generation swordsman of the mist. After all, we are of the same bloodline, bound together like crickets tied to a single string. When the time comes, and both the 3rd Mizukage and the masked man come for us, none shall escape. Far better to provide resources to those who share our lineage. The man burst into hearty laughter once more before bending down slightly to pat her head, his voice warm with amusement. Don't worry, Hataki. If you truly hold such ambitions, then hold on to them. In 2 or 3 years, I will personally secure your place as the successor to one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. You shall rise as the next generation of the legendary blades. Yet as he spoke, the child before him fell abruptly silent. The once glittering starlight in her eyes dimmed, veiled beneath a shadow of darkness. Chizuki tilted his head in puzzlement. Hataki, why have you suddenly flushed red? Just moments ago, you were beaming with joy. The feverish warmth in Hataki's cheeks slowly receded. Do you even realize what head patting truly signifies to a Naruto player? Chapter 21. Dual Chakra Attributes. Noticing her flushed expression, Chizuki awkwardly withdrew his palm from her head, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then, as if suddenly noticing the enormous scroll strapped to her back, his eyes widened in exaggerated surprise. Hataki, are you going to practice ninjutsu? Hataki nodded. Uncle, I'm heading out to train in water clones. At the mention of water clones, Chizuki's brow furrowed slightly, hesitation flickering across his face. Water clones? Do you really need to practice that? The clan leader of the Hzuki voiced his lethal confusion. Hataki, so, to the rest of the Hzuki clan, this technique doesn't even warrant practice? She straightened her expression, adopting a solemn tone. Uncle, I've been focusing on offensive and defensive water release techniques lately, but I've come to appreciate the versatility of water clones. I want to refine them first so I can allocate more time to efficiently master other water release jutsu. Take Hisayuki, for example. She uses water clones to skip class and practice kunai throwing. Besides, a daring idea had recently taken root in her mind. If memory served, Naruto in the original series had utilized shadow clones to accelerate his training, compressing time and consolidating experience back into his main body, ultimately mastering techniques like the Rasengan. Though water clones differed from shadow clones, the principle was worth testing. After listening, Chizuki smiled faintly. Well done, Hataki. Keep at it. I have no doubt you'll grow into a formidable kunoichi. Hataki scratched her head sheepishly, the praise leaving her flustered. Oh, by the way, Hataki. The man suddenly seemed to recall something, bending slightly to meet her gaze. Have you tested your chakra nature yet? Huh? Chakra nature? Hataki blinked in bewilderment before it dawned on her. Right. Lately, she'd only been practicing water release techniques, assuming she possessed solely water affinity chakra. Other attributes hadn't even crossed her mind. Noticing her blank stare, Chizuki frowned, equally puzzled. Has Ritsuki, your mother, never tested you? Hataki shook her head, inwardly grumbling. Forget something as basic as chakra nature testing, she couldn't even be bothered to guide my training occasionally. And she's a proper Kirigakure kunoichi, no less. A sudden, dark suspicion crept in. Am I even her real child? Chizuki winced at her denial, as if nursing a toothache. As the Hzuki clan head, the dwindling numbers weighed heavily on him. If not for his duties, he'd have devoted every spare moment to fostering kinship among the remaining members. despite his utmost efforts to foster familial bonds among the clan members. An unexpected rift had emerged. He never imagined such estrangement could exist between a mother and daughter. Hatsuki was still young, surely dependent on her mother, yet Ritsuki had always been such a good child. Back when the clan was more populous, she maintained warm relations with every household and demonstrated unwavering loyalty to the family. That was why she had agreed to the arranged marriage in the first place. Could it be that she had been unwilling? Was that why she treated her own child this way? Perhaps he should have sought her consent earlier. Found her a suitable male ninja with distinguished lineage whom she could accept. With an inward sigh, Chizuki patted the child's head reassuringly. It's all right, Hatsuki. This isn't your fault. I'll speak with your mother and try to mend things. If all else fails, come to me whenever you face difficulties in your training. Huh? Hatsuki, why are you blushing again? The man paused, bewildered. Hatsuki's flushed face gradually cooled as she awkwardly forced a smile and waved her hand. It's nothing, uncle. You can pat my head if you want. Internally, Hatsuki wept for her shattered dignity. Regaining his composure, Chizuki adopted a stern expression and produced a slip of paper from his robes. Holding it between two fingers, he began his explanation. Listen carefully, Hatsuki. Chakra nature transformation consists of 5 fundamental types: fire, wind, water, lightning, and earth, hence the names of the 5 great nations. These form the foundation of all ninjutsu. Hatsuki nodded earnestly, though she was already intimately familiar with this knowledge. She paid close attention out of respect for the clan leader. The blond man smiled faintly as he held the thin paper between his fingers. The Chizuki clan's secret techniques are all based on water nature chakra. Naturally, every member of our clan possesses this affinity, like so. As he spoke, a fine layer of moisture formed on the previously dry paper, darkening its surface. With a grin that revealed a sharp canine, he continued, however, unlike most shinobi who possess only one chakra nature, those from Kekkei Genkai clans like ours typically wield 2. No sooner had he spoken than the dampened paper dried and stiffened again, this time crinkling with delicate wrinkles. Wrinkling, lightning-natured chakra. Hatsuki's eyes widened in realization. Most Kekkei Genkai wielders possess dual chakra natures? This was a detail she hadn't paid much attention to in her past life's knowledge of Naruto. Even Chizuki Suigetsu, the most prominent member of their clan in the series, had only demonstrated water-based abilities. Now that I think about it, Hatsuki rested her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Haku of the Yuki clan's ice release combined water and wind. Meiteram's lava release fused fire and earth. Even the Sharingan, which seems unrelated to chakra natures, didn't stop Sasuke from wielding both fire and lightning. The man discarded the damp and crumpled chakra test paper from his hand, then retrieved a fresh stack from his robe with a smile. He explained, I possess both water and lightning chakra natures. These dual affinities often provide significant advantages in combat. For instance, I can infuse my water-based techniques with lightning chakra to induce electrification, substantially amplifying their lethality. Different chakra natures produce distinct effects on the test paper. Wind causes it to split, fire makes it burn, water dampens it, lightning crumples it, and earth crumbles it to dust. Come now, Hataki. Let us see which chakra nature resides within you. Chapter 22. Speculations on basic attacks. A robust middle-aged man and a child crouched together, staring in prolonged silence at the test paper that had revealed its chakra transformation. Hadame gazed at the damp, torn white fragments scattered like kite shreds upon the gray concrete floor before hesitantly murmuring, Uncle, Granduncle, does this mean I? The man's large hand ruffled her hair affectionately, his laughter warm. Dual chakra natures, water and wind. Splendid work, Hadame. Shinohara Hadame flushed crimson. Stop patting my head, she inwardly shrieked. Were this a duel, she'd be frantically musing her opponent's hair in retaliation. Once his hand withdrew, she fixated on the shredded paper, sinking back into contemplation. Truthfully, she couldn't fathom how water and wind could synergize. Even elemental reactions would merely yield diffusion, hardly as potent as her granduncle's lightning-charged electrocution or fire's vaporizing force. Noticing the despondent slump of the white-haired girl, Chizuki hurriedly reassured her, worry not, Hadame. Though no wind-natured shinobi remains in our clan to guide you. Scrolls on such techniques exist. Alternatively, you could hone water-release secret arts first. This matter can wait 2 decades. His hand crept toward her head again. No more head pats. Hadame seethed. This is mockery, understand? Mockery. Perhaps her agitation catalyzed her chakra's flow. The instant his fingers grazed her Her head liquefied spontaneously. Splash. Water droplets sprayed across his stunned face. Shizuki blinked, gaping at his drenched palm and the now headless girl. His jaw slackened, as if fit to cradle an egg. Hadamai. You've mastered the hydrification technique? Shinohara Hadamai grimaced. Yes, granduncle. I learned it recently, though only partial liquefaction is possible thus far. Who taught you? Shizuki's damp face paled, his amber eyes widening. She hesitated. Does beaten into mastery count as instruction? Fabricating scroll-based learning was implausible. Her residence lacked Shizuki clan secrets. Reluctantly, she conceded. My mother taught me, albeit through pummeling. The man's joy erupted, undampened by his soaked state. Magnificent. A prodigy of the Shizuki, no, of Kirigakure. Eh? Hadamai startled. Her head reforming. Kirigakure's prodigy? Zabuza, along with the yet-to-appear Mei Terumi compared to them, who isn't a true genius. Setting Mei Terumi aside for now. Since she hasn't yet encountered the fifth Mizukage from the original story who ended the era of the Bloody Mist. But as for Zabuza, the demon of the hidden mist, during their first encounter, she had to resort to a cheap trick just to land a sneak attack on him. Afterward, every technique she unleashed through her golden finger was either detected or outright questioned by him. People in the shinobi world aren't fools. Even someone like Hisatsuki, whose talent isn't extraordinary, rapidly improved herself within less than half a year. From the initial half of his health bar she managed to shave off with bare hands to now barely scratching a quarter of it with various ninjutsu and basic attacks. Zabuza, in battle, discerned her weaknesses and countered with near-perfectly tailored techniques. All of this undeniably proves that Zabuza is a true genius. This genius isn't just about rapid growth and skill, but also the sharp reflexes of combat awareness. And he hasn't even killed anyone yet, even in their fights. He never aimed for vital spots like the heart. If he had, no wonder he slaughtered hundreds of his peers during Kirigakure's graduation exam. In comparison, Hisatsuki drooped her head in frustration. Even if she devoted all her time to taijutsu training, she probably still wouldn't stand a chance against Zabuza in an ordinary shinobi battle. No, she must get stronger. She has to get stronger. Only then can she survive the graduation exam roughly 5 years from now. At this thought, flames of determination blazed in Shirono Hisatsuki's eyes, writhing like serpents of fire rising from scorched earth. Honestly, basic attacks won't deal much damage at this point. In the game, only certain special events provided seals that enhanced normal attack damage, but here, she has no way of knowing where to obtain such seals. For now, she should focus on ninjutsu, secret techniques, and scrolls. Speaking of which, why hadn't she realized earlier just how useful the hidden misjutsu was? Still, the most fundamental taijutsu training must continue daily. Hadn't she seen how Kakashi, after joining the Anbyo, slacked off so much that he got instantly crushed by Itachi of the Akatsuki? But it's about time she spiced up her basic attacks too, either by wielding a blade like Zabuza or mastering the water clone technique. Shirono Hisatsuki pressed a finger to her chin and nodded solemnly. Noticing her doubtful expression regarding so-called geniuses, Shizuki chuckled and said, "Mastering the water clone technique at your age is already remarkable. I was barely able to manage it at 12, let alone other secret techniques. Seeing this drive to grow stronger in you makes me very happy. After all, we are a shinobi clan. Of course, we'd love to produce another figure like the second Mizukage." Hearing this, Shirono Hisatsuki immediately rolled her eyes, as if he isn't just trying to drag her into a coup. But aside from rebellion, she doesn't seem to have any other path unless she flees to another village and seeks asylum under a different Kage. However, that would undoubtedly be the least favorable option. After all, if she truly defected to another village, it would prove her strength was insufficient. She might even be reduced to a mere breeding tool elsewhere. Shinohara Hatatsuki silently stroked her chin, lost in contemplation. Gazing at the adorable white-haired girl before him, Hotoke Chizuki couldn't help but smile once more. Seeing a junior so talented and driven filled him with genuine joy. Moreover, the fact that Hatatsuki had learned the water transformation technique from her mother suggested that Ritsuki didn't entirely despise the child. The harmony among clan members truly delighted him. Hatatsuki lowered her hand from her chin, turned, and waved. "I'll take my leave now, uncle. If I encounter difficulties in mastering water release techniques, I'll return to seek your guidance." From behind, the man's distant farewell echoed. Shinohara Hatatsuki's eyes darkened as she strode resolutely toward the training grounds. She had an idea to test. Chapter 23. Fertile waters flowing to outsiders' fields. The earth resembled a great dairy cow frozen in ice and snow, its vitality muffled into silence. The clan's training ground lay at the edge of an island where Kirigakure stood, where dark reefs foamed with delicate bubbles. The distant waters stretched in a somber blue, shimmering with an almost tremulous luster, while the deeper hues of purple beneath the surface evoked the repulsive shade of rotting flesh. Hatsuki stood by the riverbank, unfurling the water clone jutsu scroll she carried with her, her mind wandering. This water. Why does it remind me of that river from the original story where Madara and Hashirama competed in skipping stones and urinated? The sudden thought made her shudder violently, shaking her head in horror. No, that can't be. This is Kirigakure, and the climate here is nothing like the warm, humid lands of the Fire Country. It couldn't possibly be the same place. She shook her head again, as if to physically dislodge the intrusive thoughts, then furrowed her brows and refocused on the scroll. All right. First, I need to extract chakra. Silently, she began drawing energy from the 130 trillion cells within her body, her concentration razor-sharp. The chakra pathways within her flowed smoothly, and water-natured chakra emerged effortlessly. The H-Zuki clan might not compare to the likes of the Uchiha or the Tsutsuki, but they were still a Kekkei Genkai lineage, endowed with natural talents far beyond those of ordinary civilian shinobi, particularly in their unparalleled affinity for water-natured chakra. For now, she resolved to master water release techniques before even considering wind-natured chakra transformation or summoning contracts. Once the water-natured chakra was extracted, she needed to distribute it evenly among the clones. After days of training, she had stockpiled a considerable amount, perhaps not enough to reach her upper limit, but certainly enough to meet the minimum requirement. If she recalled correctly, the original text mentioned that clones required splitting one's chakra in half for shadow clones. Poof, a limp, misshapen blob of a clone burst into existence with a puff of white smoke before promptly collapsing. Hey, even the H-Zuki clan had looked down on techniques that could be learned in one go, so why was she struggling so much? Frustration surged through her, and she clawed at her scalp, howling. Why did it fail? Ack. Huh? The white-haired girl froze mid-tantrum, then slumped down in realization. Oh, right. What I just attempted was a shadow clone, or rather, a half-baked attempt at one. In that case, failure was only natural. She had nearly managed to self-teach Konoha's shadow clone technique. The thought lifted her spirits, and she sprang back to her feet. No. First, I should master Kirigakure's water clone technique properly. With renewed determination, she reopened the scroll and studied it intently. Unlike shadow clones, water clones didn't require excessive chakra expenditure. Their strength was roughly 1/10 of the original, making them suitable for frequent use, ideal for diversion, reconnaissance, or sowing chaos. Dropping the scroll, Hatsuki shut her eyes tightly, forming the 3 hand seals as instructed, channeling the water-natured chakra she had refined. The chakra flowed smoothly through various meridians and special acupoints, encountering virtually no obstructions, a source of pride for her as a member of the H-Zuki clan. Remember, don't channel too much chakra this time. Bang, the familiar sound echoed, but this time, success. Hatatsuki opened her eyes, tilting her head slightly as she squinted at the orange-eyed little girl before her, an exact replica of herself. Not bad, she mused, though the gaze is a bit lifeless, reminiscent of Kakashi's demeanor. Otherwise, it's a perfect match. She waved a hand in front of the pale-haired girl's vacant eyes. No blinking, no consciousness. Well, of course it wouldn't have awareness. That would make it a shadow clone, not a water clone. Shinohara Hatatsuki scoffed inwardly. If I actually developed the shadow clone technique, the village would undoubtedly grow suspicious. Still, this thing seemed capable of sharing vision through identical chakra signatures, much like a shadow clone. Closing her eyes tightly, she tested the shared vision function. Why is there a giant face pressed right up against it? Snapping her eyes open, she whipped her head toward the culprit looming over her water clone. Zabuza met her glare with icy composure, utterly devoid of guilt, and remarked coolly, practicing ninjutsu? Not bad. Shinohara Hatatsuki. Since when were you here? And why the lecturing tone? No, that is not the point. Why are we running into each other again? Her expression darkened. What are you doing here? Why aren't you back in class? Zabuza flicked her a cold glance. You're the one who made me skip. If I go back now, I'll get caught. Fair point. Hatatsuki scratched her head, momentarily dazed. Wait, no, that is not the issue. She jabbed an accusatory finger at the impassive, dark-haired boy. You just left my house. Why are you back already? Shidi already replenished his stamina today, no second servings. Besides, he never shared his stamina with her. Zabuza. After a long silence, he finally muttered, "Do you even realize this training field connects to the mountain next to it?" Huh? Hatatsuki blinked, then turned. Her gaze landed on a towering peak. Its summit crackling with lightning, shrouded in wispy mist, roughly 300 zhong high. "That's the mountain I nearly died climbing last time." Zabuza exhaled slowly before adding, "My home is on the other side of that mountain. I just climbed down from the base." Shinohara Hatatsuki. Such dedication. Awe flickered through her. The demon of the hidden mist, not just a genius, but relentless too. Some people really make you question your own existence. She suddenly comprehended the emotions Kai had experienced upon first encountering Kakashi during the rock climbing scene. Yet she wondered if she could ever become the next Might Guy. As she sighed inwardly, the silent dark-haired boy abruptly picked up the ninjutsu scroll she had dropped on the ground, flipped through it. Then, with a swift motion, he formed 3 hand seals and instantly created over a dozen identical water clones, all casting indifferent glances her way. Haruno Hataki. Snatching the scroll from the expressionless dark-haired boy at the center, the veins on the back of her hand pulsed visibly, gritting her teeth with an audible creak. She barely managed to ask, "Had you ever learned this from a scroll before?" "No, this is the first time," Zabuza replied impassively, his gaze fixed on her. Hataki. "Well, the treasure has flowed into another S-field." Chapter 24. The art of self-defense. Genius is truly genius, learning things so swiftly. Hatsuki sighed inwardly. Yet all the scroll techniques she had brought from the H-Zuki clan were about to be stolen away. She glared fiercely at Zabuza. The dark-haired boy seemed to sense her gaze, and in an instant, over a dozen water clones turned their heads in unison, staring at her with blank expressions. Shinohara Hatsuki. Her hands moved swiftly, forming 3 seals in rapid succession. With a poof, nearly 100 shadow clones materialized, surrounding the dark-haired boy and his 10 water clones. Zabuza. Well, now it was Zabuza's turn to fall silent. Wordlessly, Zabuza lowered his hands, abandoning the jutsu he had been preparing. The dozens of water clones dissipated into cool mist with soft pops. Hatsuki swelled with pride. "Don't underestimate the H-Zuki, you bastard." Using a technique like the hydrification jutsu, which transformed the entire body into water, consumed an enormous amount of chakra. She was feeling a bit drained. It seemed impossible to maintain the same boundless energy as Naruto, who could summon hundreds of clones without breaking a sweat. Still, her chakra recovered fairly quickly. Already, she could feel her reserves replenishing, though she vaguely recalled Zabuza's chakra reserves being rated at stamina 8. Kakashi was stamina 6. 3/4 of a Kakashi. You've got a long way to go, kid. Unable to suppress a smirk, Hatsuki patted the dark-haired boy on the shoulder and declared proudly, "Kid, you've still got a lot of training ahead. These days, if you're not at least 10 Kakashis, it's not even worth bragging about." "Zabuza?" He promptly swatted her hand away, his expression twisting in confusion. "This Kakashi you're talking about, who is he?" The silver-haired girl tilted her head, tapping her chin in thought before finally answering. "He is the eternal legend among A-rank shinobi. Now you know who to pick as your default A-rank, right?" "Zabuza, what nonsense is this girl spouting?" The 4-year-old dark-haired boy pondered for a few seconds before arriving at a conclusion. "Someone you know from Konoha, then?" Hatsuki nodded. Then, for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a flicker of despondency in the eyes of the boy whose face was half wrapped in bandages. Hatsuki froze. "Wait, dude, why the gloom? In the future, you'll be the one who effortlessly overpowers the likes of the Yellow Flash, endowed with 6 paths chakra and the might of 8-tailed beasts, and the Purple Hound, who wields the eternal Mangeki and Rinnegan, casually firing off Indra's arrows. Not to mention the 100 healings Sakura, shouting, 'I can catch up to them.' Our future 6th Hokage had to summon his Ninken just to subdue you." Hatsuki screamed internally. "You wiped the floor with the rookie protagonist trio. Well, technically a quartet." Zabuza suddenly forced out a few words, as if struggling to speak. "That Kakashi, is he the one in the photo hanging in your room?" "Huh?" Hataki displayed a bewildered expression. "How dare this mere divine card compare itself to our invincible Hollow Mask Sama? It's practically an insult to us Obito players. Remember, when Kakashi was still a lowly B-rank Umbu operative, our Lord Obito had already transformed into the rampaging child." Hataki fell into contemplation before firmly refuting. "No." As Zabuza slightly parted his lips, seemingly about to interject, "Then he is." She decisively completed his sentence. "He is the second sage of 6 paths." Zabuza was rendered speechless once more. Suddenly, he realized he couldn't keep up with the thought process of this newly acquainted companion. The genius Zabuza, who had always looked down upon his peers, began to wonder, had their generation evolved to this extent while he remained outdated? Deep in thought, Zabuza mused. Of course, he knew of the Sage of Six Paths, but this second sage nonsense. Surely it was mere exaggeration. How could any shinobi attain such mythical heights? With near certainty, he dismissed the credibility of the girl's words. Meanwhile, Hataki reopened the dual arena system panel. Now that she had mastered the water clone technique, it was time to enhance her arsenal. Without hesitation, she assigned the water clone to an empty slot beneath the basic attack key. In some ways, the dual arena system was advantageous. It allowed attacks without expending one's own chakra, though it did consume energy orbs. In game, basic attacks varied in potency depending on the character's rank. A standard C-rank strikes couldn't match a B-ranks. Previously, she had relied on simple fist strikes, resulting in mediocre damage. Zabuza, wielding his tant, undoubtedly surpassed her in offensive capability. Moreover, reality differed from the game's mechanics. In game, a blade strike merely dealt standardized damage, whereas in reality, striking a vital point caused health to plummet dramatically, just as Zabuza had demonstrated earlier. Through recent battles, she discerned that activating the dual arena system granted her a third-person gaming perspective and corresponding movement mechanics. Yet, to opponents, everything appeared unchanged. And the actual effects of her jutsu remained unaltered. At this realization, Hataki inhaled sharply. So this was why she had been so thoroughly outmaneuvered. Zabuza's prolonged use of the hiding and miss technique left her without a viable counter. Even in the original narrative, Kakashi couldn't fundamentally dismantle this jutsu. He relied on his keen sense of smell, a conveniently bestowed trait later discarded by Kishimoto. Now, the pressing question remained, how could she possibly break through Zabuza's hiding and mist? First, master the hydrification technique. That way, she could literally stand there and let Zabuza attack freely. Judging from the original story, Suigetsu frequently uses hydrification, so the chakra consumption doesn't seem particularly high. Second, Eureka! Shinohara Hataki suddenly had a flash of inspiration. She could fully embrace a defensive playstyle. While she couldn't equip skills like water clone or sustained long-range techniques such as the water iron bullet technique, which requires mastery of hydrification, she could instantly detonate hundreds of water clones. That would leave opponents either dead or severely wounded. Moreover, she had already mapped the water clone technique to her basic attack panel, meaning she wouldn't expend any chakra when executing normal strikes. Add a water shield while crouching in a corner, and she'd be practically invincible. Hataki abruptly turned her head, her eyes gleaming with excitement as she locked onto the dark-haired boy. Zabuza broke into a cold sweat under the girl's feline-like, luminous gaze in the darkness. Inwardly groaning, what on earth is she scheming now? Chapter 25. Lingering remnants of the past, if possible. She wished hundreds of water clones could all explode. Hataki's breath hitched with unrestrained excitement. In the original story, didn't many use water clones to achieve explosions? Like Uchiha Itachi, Hashigaki Kasame, and so on. So, how could she make them explode? Frantically, Hataki flipped through the ninjutsu scroll documenting water clones. Seconds later, her expression froze. Why wasn't he here? Was this not something learned through a scroll? Had the H-Zuki clan left her with defective materials? Zabuza, noticing her dazed stare, cautiously approached and whispered, "Hey, what's wrong?" In a trance, Hataki murmured, "Why isn't there any method for making water clones explode?" Zabuza. He nearly laughed in exasperation. Water clones are fundamentally made of water. Their explosion is essentially a process of rapid decomposition, water vaporizing and releasing energy, creating an explosive effect. When your chakra depletes or the clone is attacked, it destabilizes and disperses violently. That's why it doesn't need to be written in a scroll. Shinohara Hataki. Apologies. She had studied science well. Ayano essay. Hesitantly, she raised a finger. How did you know all this? The dark-haired boy scoffed, crossing his arms. Isn't this just common sense? Shinohara Hataki. Children in this world truly were monsters. She suddenly wondered, if Zabuza were transported to her previous world, could he skip straight to high school? The problem was, she understood his explanation, but applying it to practical ninjutsu development was another matter entirely. Hataki sighed. Ninjutsu really was rooted in science. Then, her hands flew through seals. A blur of motion, just as she reached the third, a pair of hands clamped down on hers. Zabuza's temple gleamed with cold sweat. Hey, what are you trying to do? Then he saw her raise those damp, dark orange eyes, flecked with charred fragments, gazing at him with feigned innocence. Punch you. Hey. After several rounds of taijutsu, Hataki lay defeated, her torn-down jacket and vest spilling cotton and blood onto the damp, scorched earth. She panted, frustrated. She had just expended enough chakra for hundreds of water clones. Another attempt would drain her completely, and according to Zabuza, that would trigger their explosion the moment the technique ended. What a waste. Hataki's heart still harbored regret. Zabuza, thoroughly exhausted from their recent battle, seemed to sense her thoughts and glared fiercely at her. Unable to restrain his outburst. What the hell are you doing, you idiot? Water clones are primarily for long-range reconnaissance and disruption, not for close combat. If you use them like that, you'll get caught in the explosion too, you know? Clutching his broken arm joint, Zabuza gritted his teeth against the pain. Honestly, why did she always fight as if it were a death match? Had Hataki been privy to Zabuza's furious inner monologue, she might have shrugged helplessly. It was her fault. Whenever she saw a health bar, she couldn't resist the urge to deplete it entirely. Unfazed by Zabuza's anger, Hataki remained indifferent. After all, once the dual arena system was activated, the damage wouldn't affect her. She could strike as many times as she pleased. She could even tweak the mechanics to make her attacks detonate on a timer, much like Itachi's first skill in the game. But such modifications weren't something she could whimsically implement. Otherwise, she would have maxed out her attack damage long ago. Presumably, it was tied to her actual physical abilities and ninjutsu prowess in reality. Truth be told, she could probably integrate other skills into her basic attacks. But she discovered that some techniques, when chained with punches, were prone to misfiring. Itachi's Amaterasu, for instance, sometimes failed to activate if her timing was off. Lost in these musings, Hataki's mood inexplicably lightened. Wait, had she even activated the dual arena system earlier? Oh, well, it didn't matter. Stretched out on the ground, Hataki paid no mind to the tiny pebbles digging into her back. Her amber eyes gazed up at the unnaturally high sky, while the nearby puddles reflected fragments of ominous clouds, like the shattered remnants of Icarus plummeting from a 100-story wall, crossing one leg over the other. She rested her bruised arm behind her head and closed her eyes, seemingly impervious to pain. Zabuza cast a sidelong glance and couldn't help but ask, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Though his own arm was broken, he was the type to let his opponent off easy. Her injury should have been worse than his. "It doesn't hurt," the white-haired girl murmured, her slender arm bearing vivid red gashes. If anything, the faint sting felt more like exhilaration. Even death held no fear for her. The chilling flow of blood and the searing impact of wounds were the only things that pricked her dulled senses. That was why battle filled her with an incomparable thrill. If only there were more of it. Shinohara Hataki sighed inwardly. The dark-haired boy fell silent, seemingly stunned into speechlessness by her state of mind. Haruki closed her eyes, and the darkness twisted into eerie patterns in the depths of her mind. The inky backdrop seemed to reflect a sinister crimson, while sickly yellow light suddenly spread into a grid of terrifying white squares. Deep purple obscured the view as elongated streaks of dark red contorted and swelled into grotesque arcs, forming uncanny human faces. Shoo! A faint rustling sound whispered by her ear, and to the left of the ghastly kaleidoscope in her vision, an abrupt patch of pitch black appeared. Haruki cracked open one eye, glancing sideways, only for her gaze to immediately dull into a deadpan stare. She was about to mutter a complaint when a sharp sting pricked at her scalp. "Hiss, what are you doing? Pulling my hair?" Haruki frowned, sniffling slightly. Zabuza's gaze lowered to the strands of white hair tangled between his fingers. Among them, scattered strands of black stood out like stray stars. Chapter 26. The application of water clone. Hatsuki waved her hand, signaling her forgiveness for Zabuza's act of pulling her hair. "It's fine, really, no big deal," she muttered. Brushing off the dark-haired boy's hand, she struggled to prop herself up with her remaining intact arm. Her face smeared with mud and grime as she sat cross-legged on the ground. Naturally, she rested her broken leg on top. If she wasn't mistaken, the recent scuffle with Zabuza must have yielded some improvement. But in her current immobilized state, testing her progress in person was out of the question. So then, squinting through one eye, Hatsuki formed hand seals. Water clone. Zabuza's usual aloof expression nearly cracked. He took several cautious steps backward, his voice laced with wariness. "What are you planning?" A bloody grin stretched across Hatsuki's lips. "Isn't it obvious?" Testing basic attack damage, of course. The newly formed clone lunged toward the boy, whose eyes now flickered with something akin to alarm. First strike, 49, 645 damage. Second strike, 77, 779 damage. Third strike, combo with the clone. The damage skyrocketed to 195, 179. Chakra depleted, clone explosion. Total combo hits, 3. Cumulative damage, 493, 840. Ignoring the fresh wound at her mouth, Hatsuki flashed a radiant, triumphant smile. "Zabuza, you're fiendish." In the end, she crawled her way home. Now, as Hatsuki patted her recently freed leg, the cast finally removed, she marveled inwardly. This body, trained as a ninja candidate, is truly formidable. Broken limbs healed in less than 3 days, now I can even return to school. When she had first dragged herself back in that pitiful state, Hisatsuki had nearly fainted in shock, winky face. Rushing her to Kirigakure Hospital to have her leg braced and casted before confining her to bed rest. After 3 days of immobility, Hatsuki rolled off the bed and landed gracefully on her feet. She pressed a hand to her chest, recalling the sight of Zabuza's health bar plummeting under her assault. A shimmering gold dust of pride seemed to dust her small face. Shinobi Sasagyo. Absolutely triumphant. Eyes gleaming, Hatsuki pulled up the dual system panel. First, the basic attack stats. The newly equipped water clone didn't seem upgradable like secret techniques or skills. Its damage remained fixed. However, incorporating it into her basic attack significantly boosted her output, far surpassing her initial barehanded strikes. Even Zabuza, as he was now, would lose half his health bar under this onslaught. Of course, the current Zabuza lacked resources and proper defensive ninjutsu. Had it been the fully grown Zabuza from the original timeline, but that era was still over 20 years away. By then, she would undoubtedly have mastered the H-Zuki clan's secret techniques. Zabuza excelled in assassination, and the H-Zuki clan's arts were practically designed to counter assassins. However, she could no longer regard Zabuza as her life's ambition. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Hataki's temple. The era of the third Mizukage had already begun. Unlike Zabuza, she belonged to the H-Zuki clan, marked for extermination as primary targets. Now that she had enrolled in Kirigakure's academy and registered as a citizen, the higher-ups of the Hidden Mist surely knew of the H-Zuki lineage. Enough. No more dwelling on it. Hataki shook her head sharply, clenched her fist with renewed determination, her eyes gleaming like shards of crushed sunlight. To the Ninja Academy, she would grind for experience. Initially, she had considered sending a water clone in her stead to attend classes, doubling her progress. But unlike shadow clones, water clones possessed only a fraction of the original strength. She feared provoking one of the volatile children in her class, which would ruin her plan within a day. Moreover, the afternoons were reserved for mandatory combat training. So she decided to deploy her water clone for morning theory lessons while her true body practiced water transformation and other techniques at home. Afternoon was for sparring. Hataki fixed her gaze on the child with long, straight black hair standing opposite her. Drawing a kunai from her waist, she couldn't suppress an eager grin. Combat, what a joyous affair. Kirigakure upheld its brutal meritocracy, so as long as she didn't outright kill her opponent, anything went. Hataki's eyes darkened like forged iron, then bled outward like a punctured serpent's gallbladder, vibrant tangerine staining the abyss, flecked with an eerie emerald glow. Her jade-green eyes gleamed with feral intensity. The figure lunged forward. Kunai gripped tightly. The black-haired child, accustomed to this environment, calmly flicked Samban from between his fingers, needle-thin blades slicing through the air like shadows given form. This wasn't his first encounter with such opponents. Under Kirigakure's oppressive regime, even children grew twisted, their minds warped. Battle maniacs were hardly a rarity. The crisp clang of kunai against Samban echoed before the charging figure drew another blade, her form blurring as rising mist layered over her silhouette. The black-haired boy retrieved a kunai from his pocket. No more Samban this time. Kirigakure's weather was always like this. Sudden fog was nothing unusual, though it obscured visibility. Unless it was a specialized mist technique, his opponent would be equally hindered. His steps were feline, silent yet swift. Then, a flicker of movement in the haze. A shadow. Growing larger. His wrist twitched, arm bending inward. Release. At the very moment he was about to throw it, the rapidly approaching figure collided directly into his face with tremendous kinetic force. The dark-haired youth? With a resounding explosion. Layers upon layers of energy burst forth like scattered raindrops, the shockwaves slicing through the air and nearly grazing the skin of his shoulder. The blast sent droplets of blood and water spraying outward in a violent arc gradually emerging from the dissipating white mist. The dark silhouette was unmistakably different from the previous one. This one stood farther away. Hatsuki extended a hand toward the dazed, dark-haired child sitting on the ground, offering a gentle smile. Are you all right? That was just a water clone. The young boy chuckled weakly, placing his hand in hers despite his injuries. I'm fine. Upon closer inspection, she couldn't help but marvel at the child's striking features. His skin was as pale and pristine as ice, his delicate brows dark and refined. His eyes deep and inky like ink-drenched brushstrokes, yet shimmering with lively, fragmented light. even with the jagged wound along his cheek and his tightly bitten lips. His labored breaths exuded an air of fragile, ethereal beauty. Though still young, he'll undoubtedly grow into a breathtaking beauty. Hatsuki mused inwardly before swiftly turning to request another sparring match from their instructor. Well, everyone appreciates beauty, she merely admired, her heart steadfastly devoted to her idol. Through successive matches, she gleaned not only ample rewards but also discerned certain patterns. The dual arena system seemed to grant proficiency points based on combat performance and the opponent's strength. Initially, when she defeated the 7 years older Agezuki Hizutsuki using multiple ninjutsu, the system awarded her 1,000 skill proficiency points and 10 corresponding secret scroll fragments. Later, during her bout with Zabuza, though she lost, she still received 500 proficiency points and 5 fragments. Now, after defeating a weaker opponent, a mere fledgling, she was granted only 100 points and a single fragment. Thus, she deduced that rewards were determined by the match outcome and the opponent's caliber, though the gains from each novice were meager. Accumulating them through sheer volume would yield substantial results. Opening the dual arena interface, Hatsuki smiled in satisfaction. Most of her secret techniques had reached LV3, and her skills had ascended to LV2, except for hydrification technique. For now, she preferred not to reveal too much about her capabilities. Exposing common ninjutsu was harmless. At most, the instructors would casually praise her as a prodigy. But unveiling a hereditary technique, like hydrification, would be unwise. Especially since most villagers were unaware of the Agezuki clan, descendants of the second Mizukage, let alone the name of the man with the thin mustache. Such is the consequence of secrecy policies. The entire village thrives on mutual suspicion. Hatsuki suddenly pursed her lips. This time, for some inexplicable reason, Zabuza abruptly withdrew from the exam. Yet, given his status as a genius, the instructors permitted his absence. Last time she was merely caught off guard by Zabuza's hidden mist technique and unfamiliar with the absurd dual arena system, which led to her defeat. This time, if Zabuza were to participate in the exam, she was 80% confident she wouldn't lose. As she pondered in silence, the teacher suddenly clapped her hands, instructing the group of little sprouts to line up. Hataki obediently joined them, feeling no discomfort. Wasn't this just like managing elementary schoolers in her past life? 2 teachers led them to a hospital-like room within the school, flashing sharp-toothed smiles to soothe the faintly restless children. Hataki glanced around, recognizing the familiar instruments and masked personnel. A blood test? What was there to fear? Well, perhaps it was reasonable. In her childhood, even a prick on her pinky would make her cry for ages. Yet, her classmates seemed far braver than the elementary kids she remembered. Even with teary eyes from the needle, they held back their sobs, exchanging watery glances. Then, the teachers administered another injection. Hataki lowered her gaze expressionlessly, eyeing the syringe filled with a clear liquid. Was this a vaccine? So even in the shinobi world, they had to get vaccinated? 3 question marks floated in her mind. As for what kind of vaccine it was, she hadn't studied chemistry well enough. All she knew was that purple litmus turned red with acid and blue with alkali. My apologies. After the shots, the teacher dismissed them, sending everyone home to their families, or rather, since over 90% of the class had no parents, it was more of a grim joke. Zabuza hoisted his small backpack, childishly rubbing his freshly injected arm, and shot her a glance. Next time, we'll fight again. Hataki? Then it clicked. A bloodthirsty grin curled her lips as she met his gaze. I look forward to it. Next time, I'll crush your skull. After parting ways with Zabuza, Hataki returned home. Lighthearted, she stepped onto the wooden porch, slipping off her shinobi sandals, her bare feet gliding over the cold, polished floorboards. First, food. Humming. She slid open the shoji door. Though her mother had grown increasingly violent toward her, she usually still prepared meals by the time Hataki returned. Her soles brushed the freshly waxed floor as she instinctively called out, Mom, I'm ho. Her voice died. Her expression froze, approaching the table laden with steaming dishes. She deftly plucked a slip of paper hidden beneath a porcelain plate. To be precise, a note. I'm leaving. Neat black ink bled into the white paper, accompanied by a tiny, crudely drawn shark-toothed figure. Chapter 27. Fragment of the Wind-style secret scroll. Hatsuki stared silently at the scrap of paper in her hand for a long while. After a prolonged silence, the young girl finally spoke. Uncle, stop hiding. A slender, blonde-haired man in his 30s emerged from the shadows of the room, scratching his head with an awkward chuckle. His eyes darted around nervously. Haha. Seems I'm really not cut out for tracking or counter-tracking. Under the girl's icy gaze, the man's smile twitched involuntarily. So, Hatsuki, how did you notice me? Hataru Chizuki lowered his voice, suspicion flickering in his mind. Could this child be a sensory-type ninja? Or is my concealment just that terrible? Hatsuki remained silent. Could she admit that she'd forgotten to turn off her dueling arena system earlier? Though internally exasperated, she maintained a solemn expression on the surface. Silence was the best way to feign mastery. Watching the little girl's unchanging, expressionless face, Chizuki's lips twitched again. Unable to resist, he ventured, Hatsuki, why haven't you asked me about your mother? If I asked, would you tell me? Hatsuki lifted her gaze to meet the blonde man's. Despite being in his 30s, his delicate features made him look almost girlish. Outwardly, Hatsuki preserved her composed demeanor, but inwardly, she couldn't help but scrutinize the man's refined appearance. His face, absurdly pretty, and this physique, unlike the burly male seven ninja swordsman. He's slender yet wields that massive blade effortlessly. Honestly, just like my impression of Mangetsu, if he cross-dressed, no one would bat an eye. Unlike herself, Hatsuki lamented internally. I clearly inherited the typical looks of the Hataru clan, cute and delicate, but nowhere near the earth-shattering beauty of someone like Sasuke. And since I'm a girl, this kind of appearance is just painfully average in the shinobi world. Her father, though not from the Hataru clan, also had a rather feminine, delicate face. So, she wasn't particularly striking either, nowhere near the breathtaking handsomeness of certain male idols. Chizuki remained silent for a while, likely still drowning in the white-haired girl's frosty stare, completely unaware of the mental storm raging in his grandniece's mind. Then, biting his lip, his sharp white teeth glinting faintly, he narrowed his eyes and smiled. Hatsuki, one day, you'll find out. The truth is something you must uncover yourself. Ugh, if not for the presence of an elder. Hatsuki would have loved to pick her nose and flick it onto the so-called clan leader's ridiculous robes. She truly wished to unravel a grand mystery. Playing the enigmatic Riddler, did one mistake this for some melodramatic Jinzhong romance? With her lifeless, fish-like eyes. Hatsuki pondered whether it was some glitch about her father harboring a white moonlight in his heart, forced by circumstances to marry her mother, only for fate to twist again with an unexpected child. In his grief, her father chose to chase the distant moon rather than the coins beneath his feet, leaving her mother heartbroken and Hatsuki's mind drifted, as if seeking the multidimensional universe of the Trisolar Ants. Ah, uncle, she suddenly snapped back to reality. Lifting her head, may I ask you something? Eh? Shigetsu Gakuto blinked, momentarily stunned. What kind of question? Shouldn't his niece still be drowning in sorrow? Hatsuki cupped her chin thoughtfully and asked with utmost seriousness, how can I pinpoint an enemy's location within the hidden mist technique? Gakuto was baffled once more before steadying himself, patting his own chest in reassurance. It's good that my niece wants to grow stronger, even if she seems indifferent to familial bonds. But it's fine. She is still of the Gakuto clan. Blood ties should prevent her from straying too far. After a chaotic internal monologue, Gakuto decided to address her combat concerns first, locating an enemy within the hidden mist technique. That is a common question in Kirigakure, given how widespread this jutsu is. He smiled knowingly. The best way to counter it is by honing your sensory abilities. Sensory abilities? Hatsuki repeated, puzzled. Like how Kakashi relied on smell to track Zabuza in the original story. Exactly. Gakuto nodded approvingly. Vision, hearing, smell. Once any sense is refined to a certain level, you can detect an enemy's position even in such techniques. Kirigakure is a haven for assassins. So many shinobi here possess such skills. A heavy silence followed before Gakuto suddenly understood. His niece, unlike most eccentric shinobi, lacked any innate, extraordinary sensory prowess. In other words, this ability was innate. She didn't have it. Gakuto frowned. He hadn't expected this to stump his own kin. Truthfully, the Gakuto clan was naturally resistant to assassination tactics. Their hereditary water transformation technique, the water release, shield of the Crow Tengyo, and the second Mizukage Gakuto Jinjetsu's self-developed oil-based jutsu, all were impeccable defensive arts. The hidden mist technique was just a low-tier trick used by petty shinobi. True masters had long moved beyond it. But his little niece was only 4. She couldn't possibly master, no, even learn, any of those advanced techniques yet. In that light, her current dilemma made perfect sense. Kochu Chizuki pondered for a moment before breaking into a gentle smile. Hatsuki, you're still young. Mastering partial hydrification technique at your age is already quite prodigious. I'm certain in 20 years you'll become a jonin. Shinohara Hatsuki's expression soured, so this man still hadn't genuinely considered a solution. 20 years? No, 10. Bah. She wanted to defeat Zabuza now. Completely ignoring her uncle's awkward, apologetic smile, she stormed off indignantly. She needed to devise a method to counter Zabas's hidden mist technique. Deploying hundreds of water clones for an all-out assault was far too chakra-draining, not to mention the risk of striking her own duplicates. A flawless strategy was imperative. Fuming, Hatsuki retreated to the study, snatching up a random ninjutsu scroll. Water Release, Rain Cutter. A secret technique capable of weakening all ninjutsu and chakra except water-based ones? What useless trash. This technique didn't even exist in the mobile game. How was she supposed to use it in the dueling arena system? And even outside the arena? What else would anyone in Kirigakure use besides Water Release? Her frustration mounting, she nearly hurled the scroll to the ground. What was the point of learning this? After a brief meltdown, she suppressed her rage and continued reading. Fine. Consider it stress relief. This technique might prove effective against shinobi from other villages later. Thanks to the H-Zuki clan's innate mastery of water-natured chakra, Hatsuki swiftly grasped the absorption and circulation of this technique through her central pathways. Her precision in controlling water-based chakra was nearly perfected. Once the training concluded, she reopened her dueling arena system panel. A surge of pride swelled within her at the sight of newly unlocked skills and leveled-up abilities. Next, the secret scroll panel. Water Release, Surging Waves, Water Release, Water Dragon, Water Release, Starch Syrup Capturing Field, Water Release, Water Shield, Water Release. Hidden Mist Technique. Hatsuki stroked her smooth chin, scrutinizing the familiar Water Release scrolls. It seemed she had unlocked all available Water Release scrolls, but the others? She exhaled heavily at the sight of over half the slots still grayed out. How was she supposed to unlock the rest? Moreover, with only 2 chakra natures, could she even access scrolls requiring other elemental affinities? With another sigh, she tapped a dull gray scroll. Since she possessed wind release chakra, perhaps she could preview future unlockable wind release techniques. Huh? Her eyes widened abruptly. The panel displayed Wind Release, Vacuum Wave Progress, 1-5 Chapter 28. The Wind-style secret scroll. Hatsuki stared blankly at the clearly displayed progress bar for a moment. Wait, wasn't she practicing water-style ninjutsu? Why had she inexplicably unlocked fragments of a wind-style secret scroll? Unless the dueling arena system had a mechanism that automatically converted fragments or proficiency points when she trained in techniques not present in the mobile game. The more she thought about it, the more her fingers trembled with excitement, her breath growing heavier. In other words, was this another form of a golden finger the dueling arena system had equipped her with? After her initial exhilaration, Hatsuki couldn't help but ponder further. Were these conversions random or fixed? Could they transform into elemental techniques beyond her current chakra affinities? Would she only obtain fragments by mastering one specific jutsu? Or could repeated training yield more? No, she had to test her theories immediately. Giddy, she clutched the scroll before her. 2 hours later, the orange-eyed, white-haired girl lifted her head from the scroll, regulating the restless flow of chakra within her. The increasing smoothness of her chakra pathways filled her with quiet delight. The H-Zuki clan's innate talent for water style truly was remarkable. In just over 2 hours, she could already sense her growing proficiency. Now, it was time to, without hesitation, she opened the dueling arena system's secret scroll panel. Huh? Silence fell as she stared at the progress bar for wind style, vacuum wave, which had advanced from 1-5 to 3-5. So 2 hours of training had only yielded 2 fragments? And for a low-tier secret scroll she wouldn't have glanced at twice in the game? Her eye twitched. Then she consoled herself. This meant that repeatedly practicing the same jutsu could earn her scroll fragments, which also meant she might even acquire techniques her clan had never possessed. At that realization, her eyes sparkled. Wind style wasn't bad at all. Against assassination techniques like hiding in mist, a single gust could scatter the fog, and she might even unlock other secret scrolls this way. Fingers itching, she tapped open the chakra tab. Her gaze flickered, barely containing the excitement threatening to burst from her chest. Chakra armor. I wanted so badly. What seemed like ordinary abilities in the game could be game-changing in reality, potentially life-saving. Take Substitution's invincibility frames, for instance. On the battlefield, enemies wouldn't even react in time. But Hatsuki fell silent again, staring at the grayed-out chakra scroll icon. It seemed the dueling arena system didn't allow her to freely select and farm specific scroll fragments. Hatsuki's slender fingers traced lightly over the dimly glowing scrolls, her pale fingertips brushing against each dust-covered secret volume. Yet her movements were far from random. Among the grayed-out scrolls, only the wind release, vacuum wave displayed a faintly illuminated red progress bar, drawing her into deep contemplation once more. This must be a system-determined feature, Yet, to her dismay, she still hadn't fully deciphered the rules governing this dueling arena. "Hatsuki, you're still studying ninjutsu scrolls this late?" A voice suddenly emerged, followed by the sharp sound of the door hitting the frame. Hatsuki's scalp prickled in surprise, and the scroll in her hands nearly flew into the air before she fumbled to catch it. After hastily securing the scroll, she whipped her head around, only for her eye to twitch at the sight of the intruder. "Kyujetsu, why are you here?" The delicate-featured young man widened his eyes in exaggerated disbelief. "Hatsuki, your uncle is just concerned about you. And don't forget, there are 2 exams at the Ninja Academy tomorrow. Don't tell me lower grades are exempt." "Huh?" Hatsuki froze. "2 exams? Didn't we finish them today?" Kyujetsu pressed a hand to his face, exhaling deeply. "Hatsuki, today was the combat exam. Tomorrow has 2 more, the theoretical exam in the morning and the taijutsu assessment in the afternoon. Tell me, Hatsuki, did you even listen to the exam rules yesterday?" "What the?" Hatsuki's face flushed with indignation, her eyes bulging. "Who schedules combat exams before the written ones? Shouldn't it be the other way around? What kind of backwards logic is this hidden mist village running on?" Watching his niece's eyes widen to the size of eggs, Kyujetsu's lips twitched. "So, did you pay attention in class at all?" A dark shadow fell over Hatsuki's face. She remembered now, during the last class of the afternoon, the teacher had tried to announce something before dismissal, but she had only listened for a moment before impatience got the better of her. She decreated a water clone and leapt straight out the window, which meant she had no idea about tomorrow's theory and taijutsu exams, which meant she hadn't studied at all. No. Tears welled up instantly as she frantically flipped through the textbook that had materialized in her hands. Lately, she'd been relying on water clones to attend class in her place, and those clones had done nothing but sleep through every lesson. She hadn't absorbed a single thing. After roughly 10 minutes of desperate cramming, the white-haired little girl was already slumped over the desk, drooling in slumber. Make no mistake, she hadn't retained a single word about the hundreds of vital organs in the human body. Kyujetsu stood in silence, watching the tiny figure snoring with a snot bubble. After a long pause, he exhaled in resignation. "Well, if my little niece is so formidable in practical combat, she must excel in theoretical classes as well." Korozuki Hizutsuki couldn't help but wonder, could it be that she finds these fundamental theories too simplistic? Hence her disinterest in lectures and revision. Oh hey! The next morning, Hanade Suki, thoroughly refreshed from a good night's sleep, energetically raised her hand in greeting to her aloof deskmate, grinning mischievously. "Zabuza-san, care to spar outside?" The black-haired boy, his face wrapped in bandages, held a book in his hands. His eyes flickered upward briefly, gleaming with a steely, metallic intensity. "No time." Hanade, after yet another emotional outburst. Hanade clutched her chest in exaggerated agony, as though gripping her own heart, and dramatically collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. She theatrically accused her cold and indifferent deskmate of wrongdoing. "I reported you, bro. You did nothing wrong. It's all my fault. My revolting jealousy and wretched pride. The moment I saw you, my defenses shattered completely. That single second of your slightly raised, disdainful gaze left me drenched in sweat, shivering uncontrollably, my depression flaring up instantly. Life lost all color, like a scion with its tail caught, a devil fruit user bound by sea stone, a Jinchuriki stripped of their tailed beast, an Ultraman without light. I was consumed with envy, nearly driven mad, collapsing onto my bed, burying myself under blankets while clutching a pillow, screaming and weeping. Between frenzied cries of damn it, damn it, damn it, I fought to restrain myself, utterly extinguishing all hope of living." Shinohara Hanade concluded in utter despair. Zabuza could no longer maintain his composure. The book in his hand slipped uncontrollably to the floor as he stood there, mouth agape in stunned silence. Chapter 29. Targeted. What on earth is this nonsense? The 5-year-old Zabuza found it utterly incomprehensible. And why must you kneel while speaking? Due to his little deskmate's earlier bizarre antics and her grief-stricken tone, as if mourning a deceased mother, the back rows around them had erupted into murmurs. With heads turning toward the spectacle, a cold sweat trickled down Zabuza's forehead. After a brief moment of contemplation, he seized the collar of a classmate in front of him. Beneath the loosely wrapped white bandages, shadows pooled, and his narrowed eyes gleamed with a chilling sharpness, like the icy edge of a blade. "Hey, what's so interesting to look at?" "Eek." The startled classmate stiffened like a frightened rabbit. It was Zabuza, though he hadn't participated in the recent combat assessment. His prowess was undeniable, top of the grade in the last exam, effortlessly defeating several upperclassmen, hailed by teachers as a once-in-a-decade genius. The poor boy was drowning in misery. He had only looked back because everyone else did, who knew it would provoke Zabuza. Tears welled up as he choked out a plea. Sorry, Zabuza. Please let me go. Next time, Clueless about his offense, but desperate for mercy, the trembling boy forced out his final words. Zabuza-san. I want to do it again. The moment he finished, the dark-haired boy released his collar without a word. The teary-eyed classmate barely registered the lightness before plopping back into his seat. Huh? Bewildered, he watched as the previously menacing Zabuza calmly returned to his textbook, expression blank. Mission accomplished. By making an example of one, he had cowed the rest. Most of the distracted students had already turned back to their studies, chastened. Zabuza stared at the pages, thoughts cool and detached. Then, he stole a glance at his deskmate. Now seated as if nothing had happened, her face serene. A flicker of irritation sparked in him. She had thrown him into this mess, yet here she was, utterly unbothered. TCH. He defocused on studying first. Zabuza buried himself in the book again. 1 second. 2. 3. Hey. Unable to resist, he turned slightly behind the textbook, meeting a pair of wide, innocent orange eyes blinking back at him. He couldn't help but mutter, "What are you even doing?" The exam's next. Hinata Uzumaki confidently patted her chest and waved a hand. Relax, buddy. Us village folks ace exams. I know the golden binding rope maxes at level 70. Zabuza? Not only did she pull weird stunts, but her words made even less sense. Zabuza felt his temper reaching boiling point. He couldn't even count how many times this little deskmate of his had broken his composure. Humph. The dark-haired boy turned his head away, completely ignoring her now. Shinohara Hatatsuki rolled her dead fish eyes and scratched the back of her head. Well, she didn't really understand children's thoughts anyway. Was Zabuza trying to make her focus on reviewing? This guy actually seemed unexpectedly considerate, though he might end up killing her later. Not that she cared much about this exam. How difficult could a test for 4 or 5-year-olds be? Hatatsuki thought disdainfully, completely overlooking the significance of the Chunin exams in this world. Back when she was 4 or 5, kids her age couldn't even recognize basic characters, let alone take exams. She hadn't even brought her textbooks this time. Suddenly, a glint flashed through Hatatsuki's eyes as she felt a light tap on her shoulder. The smooth texture of her outer coat pressed against the fluffy sweater beneath. Turning around, she beheld a stunning beauty with skin pale as crystal, delicate features, jet black eyebrows, and elegant raven hair, though with faint baby fat still visible on the cheeks. But that didn't matter. Weren't ninjas supposed to mature early anyway? The beautiful person's perfectly shaped lips parted as they smiled and said, "Hello, Hatatsuki. My name is Yakaina. We just met yesterday during the duel win before they could finish." The adorable white-haired girl before them eagerly grabbed their hand, eyes sparkling like snowflakes catching light. "Hello, beautiful. Want to meet me in the woods tonight?" Yakaina? "No, you." Without letting them explain, the cute white-haired girl confidently patted her chest. "Don't worry. Tonight with me will absolutely satisfy you as the perfect partner." What? This entire exchange left Yukina's mind completely blank. He knew he was good-looking, sure, but no one had ever said such things to him before. Even if Ninja World children matured early, hearing this from a 4 or 5-year-old was still utterly bizarre. He could understand the words, but couldn't comprehend the meaning. Before he could react, the dark-haired boy who had been reading nearby suddenly turned with a fierce glare, throwing down his book to pin the white-haired girl firmly to the ground. "What the hell are you saying?" Zabuza growled, keeping his struggling deskmate firmly pressed down. His mind was utterly shattered. This girl breaking his composure was one thing, but now she had to drag others into it too. Besides, you don't even have the equipment for that. As if sensing his thoughts, the pinned girl protested, "What do you mean no equipment? I can just use my male god's body, MMPH. Zabuza clamped his hand over her mouth. "Just shut up already. Have you no shame at all?" Ding 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 just then. The bell rang. Zabuza stood up expressionlessly from where he'd been pinning the girl. Time for the exam. Suppressing his fury, he gathered his things and hurried toward the examination hall according to his assigned number. With a sigh, Hatsuki watched as Zabuza stormed off in frustration, having barely studied. Freed from her restraints, she smiled and waved farewell to the boy's retreating figure. "It her ass high, take care." Now, it was time to check her exam number and classroom. As Zabuza's silhouette vanished beyond the doorway, Hatsuki's expression sobered. She stepped forward, scrutinizing the papers affixed to the wall, silently memorizing the digits while inwardly scoffing. This system, wasn't it something from her past life, back in middle school? Yet here, even 4 or 5-year-olds were expected to navigate it alone. The teachers truly had no fear of toddlers or elementary-aged children getting lost. Even in Konoha, it had been the same. back when she first started school without her memories. She relied on other students just to find her classroom. The irony? Those kids actually knew their way, muttering under her breath. Hatsuki located her assigned exam hall and seat. Lifting her gaze to the teacher's stern, rigid expression and the flurry of white papers being distributed, she brimmed with confidence. No matter. Even if she hadn't attended lectures, how difficult could an exam for preschoolers possibly be? The moment a pristine test sheet landed before her, Hatsuki eagerly scanned the first question. How should one treat shinobi possessing Kekkei Genkai? Shinohara Hatsuki. Was this question aimed at her? Chapter 30. Theoretical Examination. How should one treat shinobi possessing Kekkei Genkai? Gazing at this question before her, Hatatsuki suddenly felt utterly disoriented. Wasn't this question tailor-made to target her? Hatatsuki frowned deeply, targeting shinobi like her, who belonged to a clan with Kekkei Genkai. After all, her veins carried the bloodline of a prestigious Kirigakure clan that had produced the second Mizukage. Now, during the reign of the third Mizukage, was the inclusion of such a question indicative of brainwashing the new generation from the start, weeding out the unfit to consolidate power amidst Kirigakure's internal strife, ensuring political victory? And she was one of those deemed unfit in the third Mizukage's eyes. Hatatsuki clenched her jaw, lost in thought. The exam's creators must have been vetted by the Mizukage's faction. According to her grandfather, none of the academy staff hailed from shinobi clans. Even major clans like the Aitsuki had been purged. The situation with the Kagaya clan remained unclear, but it was undoubtedly dire. Thus, the third Mizukage's motives for this exam were twofold. First, to test the loyalty of young shinobi, whether they leaned toward the Mizukage's commoner faction or the Kekkei Genkai clans. The favorable would be recruited, the unfavorable eliminated when the time came. Second, to issue a warning to Kekkei Genkai shinobi like her. A cold glint flickered in her narrowed eyes as she glanced at her expressionless classmates, their pin-scratching dark marks across their papers. This academy couldn't possibly have only one Kekkei Genkai wielder. Hatatsuki lowered her gaze, fingers pressed to her chin. By the timeline, Mei Taram, the only shinobi in centuries to possess dual Kekkei Genkai, should be her age. Where was she now? Even excluding Mei, the academy surely housed others. After all, Kirigakure alone had 3 Kekkei Genkai clans in the original narrative, matching Konoha's count, including the nearly extinct Wood release. So, what should she do? Hatatsuki stared at the blank space before her, silent. Should she vehemently side with the Mizukage's faction, condemning Kekkei Genkai shinobi? Or stand with the Kekkei Genkai clans, opposing the third Mizukage's rule? The first option was tantamount to self-destruction. Even if she pledged loyalty, she'd gain little, unless she were as shameless as a certain historical turncoat. The second option was equally perilous. The Kekkei Genkai factions were too weak now. Answering boldly would draw the Mizukage's scrutiny. So, what to do? Shadows darkened Hatatsuki's face. After 10 minutes of deliberation, she decisively skipped the question and moved on. Why overthink it? Leaving it blank solved everything. Hatake Yuki gleefully left vast stretches of pristine blank space in the answer section for the first question, moving on to the next without hesitation. Question 2. What is the name of the third Mizukage? Yuki. Why? Internally, Yuki clutched her head in despair. Why not ask about the Hokage, Reikage, Kazekage, Tsuchikage, or even the first, second, fourth, or fifth Mizukage? Why the third Mizukage? Shinohara Hatake Yuki was utterly despondent. This person had no recorded height, weight, blood type, hobbies, or measurements. Nothing at all in the original material. How was she supposed to know? She vaguely remembered he had long, straight black hair. Had it been in the academy textbooks? The Kirigakure Academy textbooks. She had absolutely no recollection. If possible, Yuki wished for a blizzard to descend from the heavens, mirroring the sorrow in her heart. So, she skipped it and moved on. It's fine. Yuki weakly reassured herself. Don't worry, just answer the ones you know first. Haven't I done this before? This is exactly how I got into that prestigious high school. Question 3. What is the current name of the daimyo of the Land of Water? Yuki, no idea. Next. Question 4. Yuki stared blankly at the impeccably printed parabola on the exam paper, its curve flawlessly precise, with detailed measurements of its height and width, and the familiar, shadowy little figure beneath it. The parabolic trajectory passes over a tree approximately 7 meters tall. Projectile motion? Yuki's brain short-circuited. Wasn't this something she had just studied? Well, something she had learned a year ago? A high school physics problem. A bitter taste filled her mouth as muscle memory took over. Mechanically, she lifted her pen and began scribbling formulas. H12GT. Right. The usual pattern would involve calculating descent time and some other variables. Yuki glanced sideways at the next part of the question. Predict and describe the characteristics of the enemy shinobi emerging from the elliptical trajectory of the shuriken, as well as its maximum horizontal range, and provide evidence. Nanny? Yuki froze. This was beyond ridiculous and completely unscientific. Since when did shuriken trace an ellipse? Was it just a damn parabola? And what did they mean by describe the enemy shinobi's characteristics? That tiny, indistinct shadow below? How was she supposed to discern anything from that? Furious, Yuki mentally ranted until she ran out of complaints, burying her face in her hands. Fine. Whatever. I'll just. Then, with resignation, she pulled out a ruler and meticulously measured the dimensions of the shadowy figure. Don't ask why she had a ruler. It was common sense. Her middle school math teacher had drilled into them. If you encounter a geometry question about lengths during exams and don't know the answer, just measure it. Standardized test diagrams are always accurate. All right, got the centimeters. Now, just convert using the vertical and horizontal distances. Hatsuki meticulously noted down, enemy ninja characteristics, height 1. 06 m, head height 0. 33 m, question 5. Hatsuki gazed silently at the pristine exam sheet adorned with neatly printed cryptic black symbols. A cipher problem, she mused inwardly. Completely clueless. Next question. Question 6. When engaging enemies in swampy terrain, how would you pinpoint their location using the hidden miss technique? Without hesitation, Hatsuki pinned. First, employ limbo, border jail to immobilize the enemy, then casually initiate 3 planetary devastations to disorient them. A flawless answer. Even the sage of 6 paths would award full marks. Question 7. After scrutinizing the question, Hatsuki couldn't help but exclaim, wow. A topographic map question. As a student who scored 49 out of 50 in her geography exam, she couldn't possibly embarrass her teacher here. Flames of determination flickered in the white-haired girl's eyes as she analyzed the contours. The highest elevation is 1100 m, marked by a tiny black figure, meaning the enemy is atop the peak. The contour lines aren't closed, with a horizontal black line behind, indicating a cliff. To the northeast, the sparse contour lines suggest gentle terrain, while the southwest dense lines denote steep slopes. The enemy, positioned at the highest southwestern point, must have set up defenses there. Glancing at the adjacent question, if you find yourself in this terrain before reinforcements arrive, what tactics would you employ to counter enemy ambushes and stall until backup? Too easy. Hatsuki's pen flew like a tempest. Tactics matter less than rendering the enemy incapable of movement. Begin by summoning the demonic statue to unleash chaotic-tailed beast balls, leveling the elevated terrain to gain positional advantage. If the enemy retaliates with fire release, counter with water release, or vice versa, creating dense mist to obscure their vision. If ineffective, infuse the hidden mist technique with chakra to even blind the Rinnegan. Finally, employ the ocular technique Kamui to snipe the enemy, decisively crushing their front line. Next question. Question 8. List at least 5 fatal points on the human body. No idea. Next. Question 9. Name at least 3 Kekii Genkai in the shinobi world. Child's play. Hatsuki's pen roared with confidence. Sharingan, Mangeki Sharingan. Eternal Mangeki Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tomo Rinnegan. Impressive, right? She listed so many bloodline limits. Shino Hatazuki crossed her arms with an air of smug satisfaction. The 10th question, Hatazuki suddenly narrowed her eyes. The event that marked the end of the Warring States period and brought about a historic transformation in the system of the 5 great hidden villages was, this is easy. A proctoring teacher passing by glanced down to see a seemingly adorable white-haired girl slumped over her desk, fast asleep. A glistening trail of drool at the corner of her lips. Faint murmurs escaped her lips in her dreamlike state. I want to play with Edo Tensei Madara and Hashirama. Haha. Gotcha with the head pat, didn't T.I.? The teacher lifted his gaze to the clock on the wall and frowned. Wait. And T only 15 minutes past? The exam was T even halfway over. Looking down again, the teacher caught a glimpse of dark, smudged handwriting barely concealed beneath the girl's elbow. Squinting, he made out the words, Izuna's death, teacher? Chapter 31. Lingering memories. Hatsuki trudged out of the examination hall with her head hanging low, utterly defeated. In truth, she had broken down halfway through the test and started scribbling nonsense. It was akin to encountering the most basic math problems and realizing you couldn't solve even those, only to be met with increasingly difficult questions, sending you spiraling into despair. To make matters worse, her frantic answers were all wrong. She had mistaken the Tintails for the ghetto statue. Tears streamed down Hatsuki's face like thin noodles as she picked up her small backpack from the ground. Clutching it tightly, she walked with her head bowed, her expression shrouded in gloom. Zabuza, having just emerged from the first examination hall, spotted the familiar, dejected figure and instinctively followed. "Hey, kid, you." His voice trailed off as his gaze flickered toward the white-haired girl, her face darkened with shadows. Sensing the tension, he wisely sealed his lips. After a while, Zabuza cautiously stole glances at his companion, his voice barely above a whisper. Well, I didn't know a lot of things on the test either. Like? For example, the name of the third Mizukage." The girl remained silent, her steps unwavering. Realizing his attempt at comfort had failed, Zabuza hesitated before trying again. His voice even softer. During the exam, I noticed the current daimyo of the water country shares your family name." Before he could finish, the previously mute girl whirled around, her expression thunderous. "Keep talking, and I'll send you flying." "Zabuza?" He couldn't hold back anymore. A bitter laugh escaped him. "I'm trying to be nice here, brat. Don't push it." His words struck a nerve. The dam within Hatsuki's chest burst, and she could no longer suppress her anguish. A loud, heart-wrenching sob tore from her throat. "Wah, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. I'll be a genin forever. Wah." Hatsuki had completely shattered. Only now did she realize how rare and difficult it was to become a jonin before the age of 20. Who would ve thought that even 5-year-olds in this world could outmatch her in knowledge? Her past life had been utterly worthless. Zabuza, who had initially hardened his expression, finally cracked under the girl's ear-splitting wails. Panicked and flustered, he fumbled for ways to console his suddenly inconsolable classmate. When his efforts proved futile, he cast a terrified glance at their peers, who were now staring in their direction. A strange urge to burst into tears himself welled up inside him. He was still just a kid too. Why did he have to endure this mortifying nightmare? With a pleading grip on the sobbing girl's sleeve, his voice trembling slightly, Zabuza whispered, "Please, cry somewhere else." "Hatsuki?" She whipped her head around, her tear-filled eyes locking onto the black-haired boy, whose own eyes shimmered with unshed tears. A flicker of curiosity cut through her despair. She couldn't help but smile. "You look quite lovely when you cry." "Zabuza?" "Zabuza." This guy's mood swings were faster than flipping pages. The lingering tears at the corners of Zabuza's eyes vanished instantly as he glared fiercely at the silver-haired girl who seemed to be enjoying his distress. "Are you studying face-changing or something?" As if sensing his inner fury, the girl patted his shoulder again, lifting her head to gaze at him with unexpected seriousness. Raising a finger, she declared, "Listen up, this is exclusive to us Hokage players. Face-changing is all about head pats and smiles. It increases the critical hit rate on opponents." With that, she stood on tiptoe and ruffled his hair. "Zabuza?" Why was this girl patting his head, refusing to be outdone? Zabuza promptly retaliated with a head pat of his own. The silver-haired girl froze, clutching the spot where he'd touched her. "Eh? Why are you suddenly blushing?" Zabuza stared in confusion as the girl's amber-hued cheeks grew increasingly flushed. Hatsuki gritted her teeth, forcing out the words, "I patted you to comfort you. You patting me is just mockery." "Wait, no, maybe my pat was mockery too." She clenched her jaw. "I'm overheating." "Huh?" Zabuza frowned, not understanding. But then again, oddballs weren't uncommon among shinobi. Maybe this was just one of the quirks in her thought process. Glancing at her, he remarked casually, "The taijutsu test is this afternoon. Want to grab lunch first?" Hatsuki's eyes glazed over with confusion. Zabuza furrowed his brow. "You didn't know there were 2 exams today?" She scratched her head. No, she did know. Kaigetsu had told her yesterday. The dark-haired boy shot her a sidelong glance. "Then hurry up and follow me." "Oh, right." Spurred by his look, Hatsuki nodded blankly and trailed after him. As she watched his straight-backed figure weaving through the corridor under flickering lights, she scratched her head in bewilderment. Truthfully, she was still stuck on how Zabuza had shifted topics so abruptly. They found a secluded stairwell and settled down to eat. Hatsuki unzipped her bag and pulled out a homemade bento box. The residual warmth from the food melted the frost clinging to her palms as she opened it. Balancing the box on her knees, she rubbed her chilled hands together, exhaling warm breaths that crystallized into white mist in the frigid air. Even indoors, it's this cold? Outside must be unbearable. Winter in Kirigakure was relentless. She grumbled internally. Seriously, the academy schedules physical tests in this weather? Do they not worry about students getting blown away by the wind? Then again, the land of mist was perpetually shrouded in gloom. Waiting for clear skies to conduct exams would be futile, especially when hailstorms could strike without warning. The raven-haired boy beside her remained silent. merely retrieving a thermos from the side pocket of his backpack. As he opened the lid, the rising steam instantly condensed into swirling white mist in the chilly air. Then he produced a cup of instant noodles. Hatsuki. She pointed curiously at Zabuza's noodles, intrigued. Is that the legendary special soy sauce flavor? Zabuza. His hands continued preparing the noodles without pause as he replied impassively, that's the limited edition flavor. Costs 200 ryo per cup. Can't afford it. Holy crap. That actually exists. Hatsuki gaped. She suddenly recalled Naruto eating that particular flavor in the original story, never imagining it existed in Kirigakure too. But Hatsuki hesitated. 200 ryo for noodles. Is that expensive? Huh. The dark-haired boy turned, visibly stunned, before his expression shifted strangely. Muttering under his breath as he looked away, I'm seriously starting to wonder if you're some daimyo's relative or something. Don't be ridiculous. Sharp-eared Hatsuki caught his words and bristled. My parents are still around, so naturally my circumstances are better than yours. Plus the clan head sometimes provides assistance. Zabuza glanced sideways at her before lowering his head slightly. No, that's not the same. And the black-haired boy suddenly turned back, his dull obsidian eyes locking onto hers. Where are your parents now? Zabuza asked suspiciously. Last time I visited your place, I barely saw any trace of them. You said your mother was home, but I didn't see. No, they aren't. The pale-haired girl spoke abruptly, her face expressionless. Eh? Zabuza's eyes widened dramatically, radiating disbelief. What kind of person says their parents aren't their parents? As if oblivious to his shocked expression. Hatsuki continued calmly. They were never my family. Just blood relations inhabiting this body. In this world, I have no home, no family. I love my family. Even when they'd fly into inexplicable, hysterical rages, I'd still love them, though it did grow somewhat exhausting. But her amber-orange eyes lowered, darkening like gathering midnight. I can't go back. I have no family. Chapter 32. Physical Skills Assessment. The time for physical testing had arrived. Standing on the track with her classmates, Hatazuki felt the overwhelming despair of an 800-meter run wash over her like a tidal wave. Just kidding. First, they had to test their kunai-throwing skills. Hatazuki lifted her gaze to the crowd of children lined up ahead, their small figures clustered around 3 vividly red targets at the center. Yes, you heard right, 3 targets. Not 1. Considering their young age, the teachers had even adjusted the difficulty by setting up multiple targets. And they didn't require the students to hit the bullseye, merely striking any part of the target would earn them points. Hitting the center of any target, regardless of which one, awarded the same score. Seems like Kirigakure is surprisingly humane in this regard. Perhaps noticing how visibly relieved she looked, Zabuza, who had been silent behind her, suddenly poked her back and whispered, Then what about the school you were at before? How is it different from here? Hatazuki flashed a radiant smile. I thought here, if you missed the target, you'd just die. Zabuza? Watching his increasingly bewildered expression, Hatazuki laughed inwardly. How would I know how the exams in Konoha are? I never took one there. It took me a whole month just to travel by boat to Kirigakure. Nestled deep in the heart of the land of water. This was the end-of-term exam at Kirigakure's Ninja Academy. As for midterms, well, she had taken those in either village. And she hadn't been joking earlier. She genuinely believed Kirigakure might actually kill them. The 2-star population rating for Kirigakure in the setting guide was the just for show. She suspected that minor exams like these weren't taken seriously by the higher-ups, which was why the rules were more lenient. But the graduation exam and the Chunin exams? Those probably wouldn't be so forgiving. At the teacher's call, students stepped forward one by one to throw their kunai. They were only first years. Most either missed entirely or sent their kunai flying into the grass behind the targets. Hitting the bullseye at the center? Forget about it. Perhaps because she was a transfer student, her name was listed last. Soon, it was Zabuza's turn. The moment his name was called, Hatazuki immediately sensed the collective shift in attention around her. Not directed at her, of course. The gazes of her classmates shimmered with admiration, reverence, and even infatuation. Clearly, these 4 or 5-year-olds, some even younger, hadn't yet developed complex emotions like jealousy or resentment. Those shinobi matured early. Children of this age were still pure-hearted. Even the teacher's eyes held a glint of approval as he called Zabuza's name. Just what did he do before I transferred here? The silhouette of the dark-haired boy seemed to radiate light, amidst the cold mist of Kirigakure. Where the clouds parted and the golden grass swayed, the morning sun cast its glow upon him. Damn, does he just naturally have that genius aura? Hataki suddenly widened her eyes as Zabuza closed his, the glint of 10 kunai blades flashing coldly between his fingers. with a flick of his wrist. 10 identical shadows streaked through the air like drifting clouds. Thud, thud, thud. All 10 kunai struck the bullseye. A tidal wave of applause surged into her ears. TCH. What is so impressive about that? Hataki scoffed inwardly. Just throwing kunai, hardly on par with a healthy Itachi. What legendary warrior even starts a fight with kunai these days? Only mediocre shinobi like Shikamaru and Ebisu rely on them as opening moves. Finally, the teacher called her name. Next up, Shira Hataki. Hataki narrowed her eyes, leisurely plucking a sharp kunai from her palm. Truthfully, she wasn't skilled in kunai or shuriken jutsu. Ever since arriving in Kirigakure and mastering an array of secret techniques, she'd all but abandoned such basics. Ridiculous. Between water and wind release, Little Obito's fire techniques, and the H-Suki clan's exclusive arts. Who has time to practice this? But now, faced with the exam, she had no choice. All right, relax. Remember to flick the wrist, bend the arm inward horizontally, and throw. The silver kunai spiraled through the air, its glinting trail carving an arc over a dozen meters before thunk. It embedded itself squarely into the teacher's clipboard. Eek. The instructor's eyes bulged with shock before settling into stunned silence. Then, fury erupted. Shira Hataki, what in the world do you think you're doing? Scratching the back of her head awkwardly, Hataki offered a sheepish grin. Well, been a while since I practiced. Guess I'm a bit rusty. Snickers rippled through the crowd. Hataki's expression darkened. She yanked a nearby student closer, flashing a menacing smile. Laugh again, kid. And I'll send you for a head pat. The trembling child gulped. Is that head pat a metaphor for something else? Second test. Hand seals rat. Thumbs overlapping. Left thumb on top. Ox. Right hand horizontal. Left vertical. Tiger. Both thumbs extended straight. Rabbit. Right hand. Only the pinky remains outstretched. The rest curled loosely. Dragon. Thumbs overlapping. Left thumb on top. Horse. Elbows spread. Index fingers forming a triangle. Goat. Thumbs raised and overlapped. Left thumb on top. Monkey. Pinky and thumb aligned parallel. Rooster. Mind the thumb angle and finger positioning. Dog. Right fist placed atop the left palm. Boar. Requires wrist flexibility, fingers drawn together. Then swept downward. As the assessment began, the instructor scrutinized each student's precision. Miss Hataki, what exactly are you doing? The silver-haired girl remained frozen in a prayer-like stance. Face solemn. Teacher, true masters don't need hand seals. Score, 0. The third event, long-distance running. Hatsuki rubbed her palms together. Inhaling the faint scent of earth mingled with the crisp, cold air. A simmering heat pulsed through her, like diluted magma churning beneath her skin. Her gaze swept over the hastily assembled track, nothing more than a slapdash stretch of concrete, a far cry from the standardized, springy synthetic track she had known before. This wasn't the familiar oval circuit of her past physical tests. Instead, they were to run 100 laps around the academy grounds on this rough, uneven surface. She had measured the exact distance per lap, but it felt no shorter than the standard 400 meters. In the past, she might have been terrified. But now? She was a shinobi. A shinobi's body was honed beyond ordinary limits, tempered by a year of relentless taijutsu training. 100 laps? 1,000 would be no issue. A makeshift concrete track? A shinobi adapted to any terrain. Hatsuki took a deep breath, feeling the slow expansion and contraction of her lungs. Begin. Expressionless. She settled into the first pack, maintaining a steady, unstrained pace. It didn't matter. She had already scored 0 in both the written exam and the kunai throwing and hand seals tests. Even if she took first place here, her overall results would still be dismal. She could already picture her uncle's despair when she returned home. Lap 2. Lap 3. Lap 4. The gaps between runners widened, the once tight clusters stretching into scattered fragments. Yet many of her peers still pushed themselves desperately, lungs heaving, legs burning. Most in the lead group had some prior foundation, likely children of shinobi, though orphans still dominated. By the 50th lap, the first pack had dwindled from 10 to 5. Hatsuki, holding steady in the middle, now stood out more prominently. Still plenty of stamina left. A sidelong glance revealed those behind her, gritting teeth, gasping for air, refusing to let anyone overtake them. Should I pick up the pace? Take the lead outright? Her gaze shifted. And there he was, the figure with bandages wrapped around his neck and cheek, bathed in a soft, golden glow. Hatsuki sighed inwardly. I never should be given him that stamina boost. Chapter 33. The invitation. Hatsuki pondered whether she should surpass Sabuza. There was no particular reason. It was simply that his infuriatingly effortless lead grated on her nerves. The fact that he could solve theoretical problems with such unnatural ease was nothing short of absurd. With a determined exhale, Hatsuki widened the swing of her arms and quickened the rhythm of her strides. The wind whistled past her ears, yet the familiar sting in her lungs was absent. Her breathing remained steady, her footsteps firm against the earth. Her training had never been for show. Ever since she realized that physical conditioning could amplify the force of her basic attacks, she had devoted herself to relentless exercise. The gains were marginal. Of course, nothing compared to the likes of Mike Guy in his sixth gate. But now, the fruits of her labor were undeniable. Lengthening her stride, she surged forward, overtaking the first-tier runners until only Zabuza remained ahead. So close. The distance between them was negligible, close enough that she could almost reach out and snatch the frayed bandages fluttering from the nape of his neck. A smirk curled her lips. Overtaking him shouldn't be too hard, right? With renewed vigor, she pushed harder. The sun blazed low in the west, casting elongated shadows across the ground until hers crept forward, threatening to eclipse his, As if in mockery of her thoughts, his shadow stretched further, effortlessly evading hers. Hatsuki faltered. Did he notice? No response. He didn't so much as glance back. Only the rough bandages around his neck loosened, a single white strip unraveling into the wind, carried far beyond reach. Hatsuki. She was going to combust. This bastard definitely knew she was closing in. And seriously, how could he even breathe with all those bandages wrapped around his face? By the 60th lap, the class had fractured into distinct tiers. The stragglers at the rear moved with the sluggishness of elderly pedestrians, their steps unsteady, their breath ragged. The observing instructors exchanged glances, shaking their heads before scribbling notes onto their evaluation sheets. Hatsuki remained firmly in the lead group, second only to Zabuza, but the gap between her and the others had widened to the point of absurdity. One Proctor's gaze sharpened, lingering on the two children locked in their relentless chase. A red circle was drawn beside their names on the roster, connected by a faint crimson line. Still, Hatsuki couldn't catch him. Gritting her teeth, she forced her legs to move faster, willing herself to overtake that infuriating silhouette ahead. The wind swept in from the southwest, bending the autumn grasses low, frost-kissed blades scattering in its wake. But no matter how she pushed, 70th lap, 80th, 90th, Zabuza matched her pace with infuriating precision. Always just out of reach, never allowing her to close the distance. Boom. Her skull burned as if molten lava had erupted within it. This was beyond maddening. Hatsuki felt her adrenaline surging violently, a thunderous roar reverberating in her ears as the liquid coursing through her veins turned sharp like a blizzard's fury. The exhaustion in her body vanished instantly, only for darkness to swallow her vision, her limbs turning numb and foreign. But it didn't matter, as long as she could surpass. As long as she could surpass even the gates of death, she could become like Mike Guy. A murky tide from the depths of her mind surged forth, faster and faster, until in her daze, she thought she saw Zabuza's stunned expression as she overtook him. Her consciousness faded into blankness. Fragmented images flooded in, sketch-like strokes of crimson, densely clustered droplets of unsettling red, vivid as blood. A woman's shrieking howl. A frost-lace sneer curling at the lips, black hollows where eyes should be, weeping uncontrollably. A sterile white ceiling, an unremovable paper bracelet coiled around her wrist. The mechanical beeping of a scanner, lips bitten bloody to stifle sobs. Somewhere, laughter. Somewhere, weeping. Faint white marks multiplied endlessly. Someone had gone mad. The once neat sketch lines tangled chaotically, white turning to red, droplets splattering onto blank paper, staining it scarlet like blood. Thud. Hatsuki face-planted onto the ground. Zabuza, who had been running behind her, froze before hastily pulling the girl up, her face still buried in the dirt. Are you okay? He blurted. Her amber-like cheeks were drained of color, desiccated. With great effort, she cracked open one eye and whispered weakly, Did I win? Why does that matter? Zabuza was baffled, but he answered anyway. Yeah, you're first. Good. She nodded faintly, satisfied. Before closing her eyes again like a corpse, Zabuza stiffened. Wait, why is she passing out again? He shook her head vigorously. Whether from the violent motion or the scorching sunlight, the withered girl slowly reopened her eyes, seeing the familiar dull orange hue of Hatsuki's gaze. Zabuza couldn't help but grumble. How do you just collapse mid-sprint? And face first, at that? Hatsuki's dead fish eyes flickered. She turned away, muttering indifferently, It's nothing. Just remembered some things. Shadows draped over her dark orange irises like a veil. Then, the white-haired child suddenly sat up, knees drawn together, her eyes vacant as if swirling with snowflakes. Softly, As though following an unseen presence, she murmured, I remember everything. But for his sake, I lost parts of myself. So I refuse to acknowledge them. Zabuza watched his little deskmate sink deeper into the uncanny valley, a bead of sweat sliding down his temple. Unnerved, he cut in. Stop talking. The girl lifted her gaze to him, or perhaps through him, past the blank ceiling, her expression numb, like a puppet swaying on unsteady strings. Oh. Haku instantly felt a shiver run down his spine. It was truly terrifying. What was going on? The hidden mist village really was full of strange individuals. Gradually, the girl fell silent. Haku quietly lowered his gaze and noticed wheel-like red marks on her face. Tentatively, he asked, Does it hurt? Haruki, whose mind had been submerged in a fog of exhaustion, suddenly snapped back to clarity upon hearing his words. She flashed a radiant smile and sighed. It feels amazing. Haku, are you a masochist? Haku inquired with genuine curiosity. Haruki closed her eyes again in response to his remark. She wasn't lying. It really did feel incredible. The sensation of pushing her body to its limits, losing all awareness before collapsing in exhaustion. It was exhilarating. The blurred line between reality and dreams, the raw, burning pain in her throat as she gasped for breath, the dull ache of hitting the ground that jolted her numb mind awake. It was as if her heart had skipped a beat. If anything, the pleasure would only intensify if she shattered completely. Do you have a kunai? She wanted to experience it again. No, never mind. There would be plenty of opportunities during missions later. Haruki abruptly opened her eyes and sprang up, flipping midair with a swift twist. Haku. She assumed the combat stance taught at the Hidden Mist Academy, elbows braced at her waist, arms extended, and glanced around at her panting classmates who had just finished their run, as well as the teacher nearby, pen in hand, recording their results. It seemed everyone had gathered. With a grin, Haruki turned to the dark-haired boy standing frozen before her and issued an invitation straight from the depths of her memory. Kakashi, let us have a passionate, youth-fueled duel. Haku? Chapter 34. Ninjutsu Duel. Observing Zabuza still frozen in place, Hataki turned around and raised her hand high. Sensei, I request a ninja duel with Zabuza. In Kirigakure's academy, there were two types of confrontations. The first was a regulated ninja duel where high lethality techniques were forbidden and killing the opponent was prohibited. The second was a life-or-death battle where any means could be employed, including lethal force. The latter was virtually unseen in Konoha, as the academy strictly forbade such harm between comrades. But Kirigakure was different. Student brawls and duels were encouraged, and bullying was rampant. Even accidental killings were often overlooked by instructors. A life-or-death duel was essentially no different from an unofficial student killing, except that the former provided a sanctioned arena and enforced fair one-on-one rules under the supervision of an academy instructor. However, such a duel didn't necessarily require one side to die. It merely permitted lethal methods, such as crippling an opponent's hand, effectively ending their shinobi career. Of course, whether a student was killed in secret or openly challenged to a fatal duel, most instructors would turn a blind eye. There was no need to intervene. They would eventually face such brutality upon graduation. Better to let them adapt early. Naturally, Hataki wasn't entirely reckless. She didn't intend for either herself or Zabuza to perish in this fight. She simply wanted to clash with him here and now. First, Kirigakure's academy had an unspoken rule. Lower-ranked students typically challenged higher-ranked ones, or dead lasts and prodigies frequently brawled, while mid-tier students were largely ignored. Given her abysmal written and physical exam scores, her ranking would undoubtedly plummet. Laughable, really. Hataki hoped this would invite numerous challenges from her peers, allowing her to grind experience while familiarizing herself with the dual arena's mechanics, far more efficient than seeking out fights one by one. Second, challenging Zabuza would establish her authority among both students and instructors. Her decent performance in the last combat exam, contrasted with today's disastrous results, made one thing clear: her rank would likely stagnate in the middle. That would put her at a disadvantage in the crucial early phase of accumulating experience. Thus, defeating Zabuza, or at least delivering a fierce battle, would attract plenty of experience packets. Third, a cold sweat trickled down Hataki's temple. Returning home with such pitiful scores would undoubtedly earn her uncle's reprimand, if not Kaigetsu's mocking remarks. Zabuza was relatively infamous academy-wide. If she could claim she fought him fairly today, she might at least earn some approving glances. At the very least, she'd look like a proper shinobi. Hearing her challenge, the instructor snapped out of his brief daze. After all, what even was a Kakashi? Isn't this kid supposed to challenge Zabuza? He was completely dumbfounded right away. The silent dark-haired boy nearby seemed to sense the teacher's inner sarcasm and chimed in, "Sensei, don't mind what that guy says. Clearly, she's deliberately calling you wrong." The teacher nodded in agreement. "All right, I'll allow your duel. After all, it's just a little scuffle between students. Duels are perfectly normal for ninjas, aren't they?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than a cold moonlit flash streaked across, unerringly precise, aiming straight for the dark-haired boy's throat. "Teacher? Then how did you manage to miss every single kunai throw earlier?" Zabuza tilted his head, narrowly dodging the perfectly aimed kunai, his brow furrowing as a chill settled into his expression. If the situation weren't what it was, he would cursed aloud right then and there. And just like that, inexplicably, they were at it again. A shadow darted like lightning. Zabuza's eyes turned cold as he drew his wakizashi in a single fluid motion, the icy blade sparking as it sliced through the air, transforming into a blur of afterimages with each rapid swing. His wrist twisted, and the blade thrust straight for the boy's throat, a crescent of light bursting with embers in its wake. Clang! Zabuza blocked impassively, leaped, and slashed downward. His blade cut through the mist like a swallow through clouds, arcs of steel spinning as the crisp clang of clashing weapons rang out once more. Why is her kunai technique so refined? Did she train specifically for this? His own swordsmanship had taken years to hone. Azure steel flashed amidst the shifting silhouettes, the blade carving vast arcs again and again, scattering light like blooming fireworks. Beneath the rapid extension of blade strokes, Hataki's eyes gleamed, as if burning with crimson flames. She clicked her tongue inwardly. This basic attack isn't giving either of us an edge. Even after exhausting all their jutsu, most shinobi resort to taijutsu. Yet here we are, neither can even land a hit. In a flash, Hataki exited the dual arena system. While her opponent was still grappling with one of her kunai, she hurled another straight at his face. Her hands moved in a blur, weaving hand seals at 3 per second, just as she recalled from the scrolls. Wind style, vacuum wave. Teacher, you damn well know how to weave hand seals. Zabuza. A vortex of wind erupted from her palm, expanding forward like a sonic blast. The crushing air pressure lifted Zabuza clean off his feet, the gale lashing at him like a whip. He clenched his weapon with all his might, barely managing to pry one eye open. Good news, his sword hadn't been blown away. Bad news, he had. Hataki pivoted, her sharp gaze piercing like a blade as she turned her head. Snap, she caught the kunai midair. The faint glint of her fangs flashed stark white, mirroring the shimmering arc of the kunai. Though she hadn't yet gathered all the fragments to unlock the secret scroll, she discovered one thing. Exiting the dual arena system allowed her to use it anyway. The matter of hand seals. Well, she had learned them in her previous life as an elementary school student through Naruto. While none of the boys in her class could master them, she had studied them all: fire release, wind release, water release, even the dead demon-consuming seal. Though back then, she lacked chakra. Now, though a bit rusty, her speed remained decent. If asked why she struggled during the exam earlier, well, it was muscle memory. She didn't recall which seal corresponded to which gesture. Now was the time for close combat. Hataki tightened her grip on the kunai, reactivated the dual arena system, and charged toward the figure that had been blown back and rebounded. Zabuza barely managed to open one eye in the fierce wind, sheathed his sword, and formed hand seals. Water release, water prison technique. The unfolding battle left both students and the teacher in awe. The initial clash of speed, strength, physical prowess, and masterful swordsmanship made it clear that these two were far beyond their peers. Few could hold their own against Zabuza for so long. The sheer gap in physical ability alone should have been overwhelming. Yet this other student, who had performed poorly in written and physical tests, somehow matched Zabuza's rhythm, even anticipating his moves. The precision of her kunai throws was so uncanny that he wondered if she had some personal vendetta against him. Then came the ninjutsu duel. Children from ordinary families rarely had the resources to learn such techniques, save for a handful of prodigies. It seemed Hataki came from a shinobi lineage. This was also the first time he had seen Zabuza use ninjutsu. Truthfully, he knew little about his students' backgrounds. The village enforced strict confidentiality. Water release, water prison technique. Mid-charge, Hataki was abruptly encased in a transparent water prison. Hataki, damn it, she cursed inwardly. She had forgotten. This wasn't like the game's dual arena. There, opponents couldn't react after being hit by a secret technique, but here was different. The dark-haired boy landed, forming a seal as his frigid gaze lifted. Hataki froze. What cold eyes! Like a black dragon streaking past. Its scales reflecting light like flecks of blood on paper edges, so sharp they seemed capable of cutting at a mere touch. The memory of gentle yet icy snow held no warmth here. Had he killed before? No wonder he slaughtered all his peers during the graduation exam. Zabuza slowly drew his blade, stepped forward, raised it, and swung down. The glacial gleam of steel mirrored in her amber pupils. Chapter 35. Long Live the Beauty. A cold gleam slashed downward, reflected like rippling water in the pupils of Shino Hataki. Pop! Just as the blade descended, Hataki punctured the water sphere encasing her. She froze for a moment before reacting. The blade cleaved through the shattered water clone, surging toward the motionless black-haired boy standing still. A kunai flashed, the blade's edge gleaming as if about to pierce flesh. Yet before it could touch his skin, Zabuza calmly raised his hand and declared, "I concede." "Oh, right. Right." The teacher, momentarily stunned, quickly regained composure and announced, "Momochi Zabuza concedes. The winner is Shino Hataki." The class erupted. The young students huddled together, whispering fervently among themselves. Zabuza lost. Impossible. But Hataki-san did hold her own against him for so many exchanges. That's different, though. Did you see that jutsu? It was broken so easily. I don't buy it. Hataki, who had just lowered her kunai. Even she felt Zabuza had gone easy on her. Her brow furrowed deeply. That water prison technique bursting from a single kunai poke was absurd. Even Kakashi couldn't escape it in the original story, though maybe it's because Zabuza is still young and inexperienced. But then he split off a water clone, didn't he? He could VE use that to injure me. And if it were me? There are so many other ways to attack. She sighed. For the fight to end so simply. What a disappointment. Lost in thought, she turned back. Her gaze lingering on the black-haired boy whose expression remained unchanged despite his loss. Their eyes met, a fleeting glimmer passing between them. Zabuza frowned slightly, his tightly pressed lips parting as he spoke. What are you looking at? Hataki replied softly, fight properly next time. Then she turned away, leaving behind only a long, lingering silhouette for the bewildered boy still rooted in place. Back in the classroom, she gathered her belongings alongside her classmates, preparing to head home. After the final physical exam, the long-distance run, in the afternoon, winter break would begin. She needed to pack up all her textbooks and materials from the school year. And my academic performance is downright abysmal. Maybe I can salvage it over the break. Though troubled by her grades, the thought of vacation lifted her spirits. I can use this time to master the hiding in water technique, then move on to other Zuki clan secrets, like the water gun jutsu. And maybe experiment with other jutsu not seen in the arena, to see if I can uncover more about this combat system's mechanics. There was also little Obito's fire-style jutsu, wondering if the fire techniques from the game could be applied to her own body. Hataki couldn't help but chuckle to herself as she mused. Zabuza's swordsmanship was clearly honed through dedicated training, perhaps even personal instruction. Yet, the moment she activated the dual arena system, her basic attacks matched his effortlessly, as if she had started with maxed-out proficiency. Moreover, the damage scaled with her physical conditioning. With luck, she could even initiate combat with a simple strike. For now, she had no intention of changing her weapon of choice. Kunai were perfect, affordable, versatile, and with a decent range, they were nearly as effective as any other standard weapon, save for a few exceptions. Even the fan used by that farm-themed fighter didn't offer much advantage in reach. Decision made, she would begin training as soon as she got home. After packing her bag, Hataki left the classroom. The evening breeze was cool, sparse stars peeking through the gaps in the trees. Fallen leaves swirled lazily, casting shifting shadows on the ground. The schoolyard was nearly empty, most students already gone. Hataki stepped over the drifting silhouettes, glancing up at the sparrows gathered on the bare branches above. As the last of the autumn leaves scattered, even the crows had vanished, leaving only a solitary figure in the wind. Surveying the deserted surroundings, Hataki couldn't help but sigh. The duel with Zabuza had delayed her, and by now, students from other classes had long since dispersed. Even her own classmates, who had lingered to watch the fight, had bolted the moment the 3-month vacation was announced, packing up in record time and rushing home in excitement, even if no one was waiting for them. Hataki shook her head wryly. Oh well, they're still just kids, after all. Still, the thought of the upcoming break filled her with joy. Though she planned to train harder than ever, who didn't crave the comfort of home? Learning at the academy was one thing, but studying at home was just as productive, so why not return? Besides, she could use the free time to visit the main estate, scouring for clan secrets not mentioned in the original story. She could bond with her uncle, seek his wisdom on ninjutsu training, and perhaps even meet his son, her cousin, by family hierarchy. And then there was Kaigetsu, 7 years her senior. She could tease him about that little girlfriend of his. At this point, She strongly suspected he was the father of Suigetsu and Mangetsu from the original timeline. The more she thought about it, the brighter her mood grew. Humming a cheerful tune, she sang softly, "How rich is the taste of black coffee." Suddenly, she felt a light tap on her shoulder. Excuse me." Frowning, Hataki turned around. "Who dares interrupt my singing? Just wait till I—" The moment she faced the stranger, time seemed to freeze. For a heartbeat, she thought she was staring at pure light. The exquisite maiden resembled a radiant glow, her lustrous ebony tresses cascading like polished lacquer, petal-soft lips glistening with morning dew. Her porcelain visage mirrored the pristine hem of a court lady's gown, fractured autumn light dancing upon her features like lingering sunset hues. Her beauty embodied an aquatic jade lotus. And upon that luminous countenance blossomed a flawless smile. "Fair maiden, have you truly consented to our rendezvous in the grove this eve?" Hatatsuki swiftly amended his words. "Yakina?" The beauty paused, her elegantly arched brows knitting slightly as a delicate furrow formed. She parted her lips as if to retract her words, then instead offered a gentle smile. "Indeed, I accept your invitation." "Splendid." Hatatsuki nearly erupted in exultation, seizing her jade-like hand with fervor, his gaze burning with lupin intensity. Yakina. Though her objective was achieved, an inexplicable unease lingered. At the principal estate of the Ghost Lantern clan, Ghost Lantern Chizuki stared in silence at the recently acquired academic transcript, procured through connections. His fingers trembled as he turned the pages, dreading what he might uncover. Practical combat, 95-100, commendable. Theoretical knowledge, 10-100, unspeakable. Physical arts, 30-90, beyond description. Ghost Lantern Chizuki descended into profound silence. It was time to retrieve Hatatsuki's original examination papers. Chapter 36. The puzzlement of Ghost Lantern Chiyuki. As the scorching July heat faded, winter approached swiftly. Fallen leaves dissolved into the damp, blackened earth, now blanketed by a thick layer of frost. Wild rabbits retreated into their burrows, and the crows that once caught atop barren branches vanished without a trace. The howling wind, carrying the rustling of dead leaves, surged like a tide into one's ears. Yakina lowered her gaze to the frozen ground and withered branches, unable to suppress a sigh. Seriously, a secluded grove? Where on earth has this taken me? Before her stood a delicate, silver-haired girl, her face flushed with excitement as she clung tightly to Yukina's hand, her eyes gleaming with an almost predatory intensity. "Miss, what exactly are you trying to play at?" "Yakina, apologies, but he has no interest in playing anything." Watching the girl's eyes practically glow with hunger, Yukina's lips twitched involuntarily. Clearing her throat lightly with a fist, she forced an awkward smile. Hey Tate-san, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I merely wish to get acquainted, nothing beyond that." "Oh." The girl's disappointment was palpable. She pressed on stubbornly, "Not even a little foreplay before diving right in?" "Hey, what kind of brat talks about foreplay and plunging in? Even mice know to heat the pan before frying. And you're what, 3 or 4 years old? And one last thing, I'm a guy." Yakina finally snapped, unleashing a torrent of exasperation. Then, the child before her adopted an absurdly solemn expression. "Nonsense. Including my imaginary years, I'm already 5. Don't you know the protagonist of Pokemon, Frenzied Legends bedded Hanako at 5? Yakina. Suddenly, I regret wanting to know this kid. Massaging her temples. Yakina exhaled deeply before donning a flawless smile once more. "Hey Tate-san, you're truly remarkable, defeating Zabuza like that. I'm quite impressed." "Ah, no, not at all." Had 8. Confronted with that saccharine, honeyed smile, flushed crimson and giggled foolishly. Sorry, she knew this beauty was just flattering her, but hearing such words from those lips turned even the vilest sludge into blooming lotuses. And though she even used San to address her. Forgive her, she's shallow, truly. By the way, hey Tate-san, do you remember me from our last spar? The lovely girl's amber eyes curved into crescents. Hattate nodded vigorously. Of course. How could she forget someone so stunning? That was her very first opponent in combat. Hey Tate-san, your water clone was executed flawlessly. You combined it with the hiding and miss technique to obscure my vision, then used the overlapping blind spots to misdirect my focus and defeat me, correct? The beauty smiled once more, her expression growing even more tender. Hatuki nodded, unable to contain herself as she murmured, actually. I had considered using multiple water clones to explode, but you're just too beautiful. I couldn't bring myself to do it. The beauty paused briefly before laughing softly, her lips parting gently. Thank you. Hatuki's face flushed crimson in an instant. At the main residence of the H-Zuki clan, H-Zuki Chizuki silently studied the theoretical examination paper his young grandniece had just submitted. Aren't these the most fundamental concepts? Even back when he was a child. During the early days of the Hidden Mist S Academy, these were the types of questions they had been tested on. First question, how should one treat shinobi possessing Kekkei Genkai? Wouldn't it be simpler to feign ignorance? They weren't Kekkei Genkai users themselves, they were a secretive ninja clan with their own techniques. The answer should be straightforward. Utilize Kekkei Genkai wielders appropriately, but prevent them from accessing high-ranking positions. Should signs of rebellion emerge, eliminate them collectively, even if there were underlying implications or veiled tests within the question. Wasn't it better to align with the higher-ups' expectations rather than leave it blank? Moreover, he had already investigated the exam's author. It wasn't the Mizukage or the elders, but the Academy's faculty. There was no need to consider the opinions of high-ranking officials. Most likely, this question was merely probing the students' family backgrounds. Second question, what is the name of the third Mizukage? This one was so simple, oh, right? He didn't know either. The third Mizukage had always been wary of him. After all, he was the only one among the 7 ninja swordsmen not of common birth. He'd have to ask his comrades later. Some of them were aligned with the Mizukage's faction. Leaving this blank was understandable. Next question. Third question, what is the name of the current daimyo of the Land of Water? The answer space was pristine, untouched. Chizuki fell silent. This was indeed basic knowledge. It should have been covered in textbooks. Yet, Hatsuki didn't know? That was then again, it seemed Ritsuki and the others had done well in maintaining secrecy. He couldn't blame the child for this. The last time he had left on a mission, it was actually at the daimyo's summons, returning to the capital to receive lavish rewards. Perhaps when Hatsuki returned, he'd treat her to some of the exquisite sweets and tea the daimyo had just bestowed upon him. Fourth question, Parabola B in the diagram passes through a tree approximately 7 meters tall. Predict and describe the characteristics of the enemy shinobi emerging from the elliptical trajectory of this shuriken, as well as its maximum effective range on a flat plane. And provide evidence. Shizuki nodded gravely. This question he vaguely recalled encountering something similar during his own Chunin exams. To think it was being given to academy children now, no wonder they struggled. Back then, he had known the answer enough to pass the Chunin exams. His promotion to Jonin had been earned purely through battlefield merits during the First Shinobi World War. But if asked whether he could solve it now, preposterous. He'd been a Jonin for years, how could he possibly remember such things? However, this answer is indeed somewhat. Ghost Lantern Chiyuki's lips twitched slightly. Enemy ninja characteristics. Height 1. 0.6 m. Head length 0. 33 m. Seriously, which enemy ninja stands only 1 meter tall, with a head length of 33 centimeters? Are you some kind of big-headed cartoon character? The fifth question was a cipher puzzle. Ghost Lantern Chiyuki stared silently at the densely printed, cryptic black symbols on the exam paper. Kirigakure had an entire cipher division dedicated to such matters, but he wasn't part of it. His comrade, Hoshigaki Kisame, was. Perhaps. He could ask Kisame later what this code actually meant. Next question, the sixth. When enemies are in swampy terrain, how would you determine their location while using the hidden mist technique? A fundamental situational judgment question. It tested both the student's ability to assess adversity and their own combat proficiency. This should be easy to answer. After all, Kirigakure was inherently more suited to such assassination-style environments compared to other hidden villages. Well, let's see what little Hitaki Tsukiyo wrote. First, use Limbo, border jail to immobilize the enemy, then casually initiate 3 planetary devastations to disorient them. Ghost Lantern Chiyuki. A slow, bewildered question mark materialized above his head. What in the world was Limbo border jail? Chapter 37. Time to supplement the child's cultural education. Upon hearing those words, Yakaina nearly cursed aloud in her mind. What kind of logic was it to consider using multiple water clones to blow him up? Only to hesitate because he was too damn good looking? Was she supposed to thank him for that? Taking a deep breath, Yakaina suppressed her restless urge to leave and instead painted a flawless smile across her face. Thank you, she said sweetly. As expected, the girl blushed instantly upon seeing him. Yakaina nodded in satisfaction. Yes, no matter what, his face remained his greatest weapon, irresistible to anyone, even a 5-year-old freak. Seeing her target sink deeper into infatuation, he maintained his charming smile and continued, Hatsuki-san, you were incredible in your battle against Zabuza. To wield wind release at our age is truly remarkable. The white-haired girl giggled shyly, her cheeks flushing as she waved her hand dismissively. Oh, it was nothing, just a simple technique. Yakaina observed everything with a calculating gaze. Good, she-s responding well. With the same practiced smile, he pressed on smoothly, your chakra reserves are impressive, Hatsuki-san. And your hand seals were lightning fast. Honestly, I'm starting to think you held back during the exams. Hatsuki, still dazed by his beauty, tilted her head with a grin reminiscent of Crayon Shinchan. Oh, stop it, Yakina smirked inwardly. Perfect. So, Hatsuki-san, he continued, seizing the momentum, do you know any other jutsu? Did your parents teach you? You're really amazing. Huh. The white-haired girl blinked, then scratched her head, her small face tilting upward as she frowned slightly. Well, I guess so. Yakina's own brow furrowed. His patience thinning, he pressed further. Then, Hatsuki-san, are you from a shinobi clan? Which one? At those words, the previously giggling, blushing girl froze. A chilling sharpness seeped into her gaze as her expression darkened, guarded, wary. What does he mean? Is he probing into her origins? The question had crossed an invisible line, triggering Hatsuki's defenses. Her eyes lowered subtly as she analyzed the handsome boy before her. Everything he said earlier, had it all been a ploy to lower her guard? And now, hearing her vague response about her training, he grown impatient. Skipping straight to his real objective. Was she from a shinobi clan? That was his true goal. Judging from his line of questioning, he clearly didn't know her background. Otherwise, why go through such elaborate theatrics to lure her into revealing it? This meant he likely was sent by the higher-ups. Hatsuki's gaze lifted slightly, studying the now visibly irritated boy with quiet scrutiny. Under the influence of secrecy policies, most villagers remain oblivious to each other's backgrounds. To uncover such information, one must either align with the Mizukage or the elder faction, or painstakingly extract details through conversation like the boy is attempting now. Yet this proves an inefficient endeavor, fraught with risks, such as arousing suspicion from the very subject of inquiry like her. Hatatsuki's mind is cooled into icy clarity. If he isn't affiliated with the Mizukage or the elders, why is he probing her? What purpose drives his curiosity about her origins? Who is he truly? Hatsuki clan, main residence. Hatsuki Chizuki stared at the exam answers before him, utterly bewildered. What in the world is Rinbo, Hengoku, and Chibaku Tensei? These answers were nonsensical, yet carried an inexplicable air of dominance. Was this child simply spinning wild tales, or? His thoughts teetered between doubt and intrigue. Finally, the scales tipped. This is definitely the kid making things up, Chizuki declared with conviction. As the Hatsuki clan head, he understood the youthful mind well. Children often indulged in fantastical delusions. He himself had once dreamed of challenging the legendary god of shinobi in his prime. Now, merely attaining the rank of elite J-nin in his prime was achievement enough, surpassing most in the world. No need for further delusions of grandeur. Yes, Hatatsuki must have fabricated this nonsense. Chizuki nodded decisively and moved to the next question, the seventh. A terrain analysis and enemy engagement scenario. His eyes skimmed the contour lines on the map. All right, the question. If you find yourself in the depicted terrain, with allies yet to arrive, what tactics would you employ to counter an enemy ambush and stall until reinforcements arrive? Just as he expected, Chizuki stroked his chin thoughtfully. However, his brow arched slightly. For an elite J-nin like himself, numerous countermeasures existed. The question omitted the enemy's strength. So the first step should involve probing their capabilities before formulating multiple contingency plans. I wonder what these youngsters would write. With that thought, he almost pitied the academy instructors. Their lives must be endlessly entertaining. Now, what had Hatatsuki penned? Hatsuki Chizuki froze. His hand trembled as he clutched the paper. Its handwriting so flamboyant it nearly leapt off the page. Tactics are irrelevant. What matters is stripping the enemy of their ability to dance. Chizuki. Hey, Hatatsuki. Who taught you to open with this nonsense? The instructor would fail you on the spot. And what do you mean by ability to dance? Begin by summoning the ghetto statue to unleash a barrage of tailed beast balls, flattening the enemy's elevated terrain to secure positional advantage. Ghost Lantern Chiwe. What exactly is the ghetto statue? And what do you mean by recklessly firing tailed beast bombs? Aren't tailed beast bombs supposed to be unleashed by the tailed beasts themselves? Even a Jinchuriki can't just casually launch them. By the way, Hataki, where did you even hear about tailed beast bombs? And what's this about leveling the enemy's elevated terrain? If we could reshape the battlefield so easily, the fight would already be over. Chiwe suddenly felt a headache coming on. In all his years, he'd never encountered someone like this. When the enemy is in chaos, use fire release if they employ water release, and vice versa. Create massive mist to disrupt their vision. If that fails, combine the hidden mist technique with water release chakra to obscure even the Rinnegan's sight. What in the world is the Rinnegan? Chiwe found himself too exhausted to even comment. Fire release? Water release is one thing, But Hatake doesn't even possess fire release chakra. While other chakra natures can be developed through training, someone as young as Hatake couldn't possibly master additional elemental techniques yet. Still, it's impressive that the child knows enhancing the hidden mist technique with water release chakra can amplify its effect. If only Hatake were here, Chiwe would have given them a thumbs up. Since Kyujetsu hasn't even graduated yet, it's unlikely he taught her this. She must have figured it out herself. Remarkable. Finally, employ the ocular technique Kamui to snipe the enemy and decisively crush their front line. What on earth are Kamui, the Gedo statue, and the Rinnegan? Question 8. List at least 5 fatal points on the human body. Chiwe scratched his head. If he recalled correctly, this was basic knowledge from the textbooks distributed when the village was first established. Does this child not even memorize the fundamentals? He sighed. Though, if asked now, even he might struggle to answer. After so many years as a shinobi, it's all muscle memory. He could strike those points instinctively, but might not recall their names. Question 9. Name at least 3 Kekkai Genkai in the shinobi world. This one is simple. While the academy textbooks don't document any of Kirigakure's own Kekkai Genkai or clans, they do mention those discovered in other villages. Just memorize the material. But Hatake's answer. Cold sweat formed on Chiwe's brow. Sharingan, Mangekyo Sharingan, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Rinnegan, Tomo Rinnegan. Chiwe. It seems this child has quite the imagination. The man stared blankly at the scribbled notes about the Sharingan. This bloodline should be in the textbooks. After all, these are legendary clans with centuries of history, renowned across the entire shinobi world. Moreover, Ritsuki was highly likely to have informed her own child. After all, when she first graduated and embarked on battlefield missions, her initial destination was the Hidden Leaf Village, where she slew numerous shinobi and even killed an Uchiha. Retrieving a pair of eyes. Upon returning to the village for her promotion to Chunin, when questioned, she claimed to have accidentally crushed them. The next question. The event marking the end of the Warring States period, which historically transformed the current system of the 5 great shinobi villages, was. Isn't this too simple? Zuki Chizuki's eyes widened abruptly. Such a fill-in-the-blank question placed at the very end. The answer was obviously the founding of the Hidden Leaf Village. Wasn't it? Lowering his gaze slightly, he unexpectedly caught sight of Izuna's death. Zuki Chizuki. Zuki Chizuki. I really need to brush up on the kid's cultural studies. Chapter 38. A colossal misunderstanding him? If he's not aligned with the Mizukage faction or the elders. Hatame arched an eyebrow. Then what exactly is his background? And why is he so interested in learning about hers? Maintaining her composure, she replied smoothly, I come from a shinobi family. Isn't it perfectly normal for children of such households to learn ninjutsu through scrolls inherited from their parents? In Kirigakure, it wasn't so much that the population was small, rather, the survival rate was abysmally low. For instance, in other villages, failing the graduation exam meant waiting another year to retry and eventually become a proper shinobi. The same applied to the Chunin exams, essentially, repeating a grade. But such leniency didn't exist in Kirigakure. The village had no tolerance for useless freeloaders. Most were weeded out, leaving only a handful of prodigies to survive. As a result, while other villages might still be nurturing their first elite jonin, Kirigakure had already produced at least 7 or more in the same time frame. The downside? Those who lacked early resources or had yet revealed their potential were ruthlessly culled under this brutal system. Thus, any shinobi who reached adulthood in this village was extraordinary, at least Chunin level or higher. Someone like Might Dai of Konoha, a perpetual genin, simply wouldn't have existed in Kirigakure. In their class, over 90 were orphans. But one must forget, their parents were formidable figures who had not only survived Kirigakure's merciless regime but also lived long enough to marry and have children. So, these young shinobi in training? They hailed from perfectly normal, even exceptional, shinobi bloodlines. Of course their parents would leave behind jutsu scrolls. Hatame's lips curled slightly. Not a bad answer, was it? The boy before her, raven-haired, delicate-featured, frowned, clearly dissatisfied yet unable to pinpoint any flaws in her logic. Still just a 4 or 5-year-old brat after all. Her amber eyes crinkled in amusement. The pretty boy's gaze turned icy, his expression hardening as he enunciated each word. Then, where did your wind release come from? And why do you possess water nature chakra? Shira Hatame. Her brow furrowed. She understood less and less what this boy was getting at, but her immediate task was to deflect and send him on his way. After a pause, she continued airily. Listen, pretty boy, my wind nature chakra is innate. Some of my family members also possess it, and the jutsu scrolls came from them. Same goes for water release. The moment the words left her mouth, the boy's frown sharpened into something razor-edged. He seemed both tense and oddly exhilarated, stammering, "Why your dual chakra natures? They're innate? Not cultivated later? Huh? What kind of nonsense is he spouting now?" Hataki frowned deeply. Her dual chakra natures were innate gifts, after all. She hadn't even mastered the nature transformations of these two chakra types yet. How could she possibly have time to cultivate additional elemental affinities? The beautiful boy before her grew even more agitated, a crimson flush spreading from his ears down to his neck. His lips trembled uncontrollably, and his amber eyes widened, shimmering with unshed tears like a swirling galaxy. His long, dark hair quivered as he stammered. Then, are you like me? Huh? Like you how? Hataki was utterly bewildered. She had assumed this boy was either sent by some influential figure or simply looking for trouble out of boredom. But his sudden question left her completely stunned. The situation was unfolding in ways she hadn't anticipated. The handsome boy took a few hesitant steps back, his earlier arrogance vanishing. Clenching his small fists, his amber eyes glistened with moisture. If you refuse to answer, then I have no choice but to." With trembling hands, he formed a series of hand seals, his voice trembling with fervor. "Engage me in a battle to the death." In an instant, he leapt into the air, his legs coiled with tension. The moisture in the atmosphere condensed under the slicing force of his wind-natured chakra, rapidly solidifying into. Hataki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, so you just wanted to fight me? Couldn't we have talked this out? And what with the battle to the death nonsense?" She couldn't fathom his reasoning. A casual spar would have sufficed. Why escalate to a life-or-death struggle? Even her own mental state as a Naruto mobile gamer wasn't this unhinged. As the boy soared through the air, she noticed the water droplets, now split by his wind chakra, crystallizing into jagged shards of ice. What the ice release? Before she could fully process this revelation, the boy hurled the frozen projectiles downward. Their azure tips gleamed with a deadly silver sheen, refracting the golden hues of the autumn twilight into an eerie, pale glow. Fortunately, the number of ice shards was limited, likely due to his young age and insufficient chakra reserves, preventing him from unleashing a more devastating technique. Boom! The ice spikes embedded themselves into the scorched earth, freezing the soil instantly. Within seconds, frigid pillars stood rigid against the ground, droplets of crimson-tinged meltwater sliding down their surfaces. Crack! A series of explosions erupted as the blue-white pillars shattered, sending plumes of fire and frost-laden smoke spiraling into the sky. Flames licked at the surrounding shrubs, and sparks danced amidst the destruction. Hataki had already somersaulted backward, narrowly avoiding the blast radius. Thank goodness I didn't activate the battle arena system. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dodged that. A damp sensation trickled down her forehead. She reached up, fingers brushing against warm wetness. Sweat. Then she stared in silence at the scarlet smear staining her fingertips. Oh, so I didn't completely evade those ice shards after all. The crisp crunch of crushed leaves echoed as Hataki Suki abruptly raised her head. Disregarding the blood staining her hands, her gaze wary as she stared at the strikingly beautiful boy who had just landed gracefully before her. How, she thought incredulously. Is this kid so absurdly good-looking? In the original story, only Bai could rival such ethereal beauty, and this was Kirigakure, the village hidden in the mist. Had she truly been so blind? What? Could he really be from the Yuki clan, wielders of the ice release bloodline limit? Even more humiliating, she had actually fallen for his charm. If only she had let him into these woods. A crowded street would have spared her this predicament. Suki lifted her eyes, studying the motionless boy before her. So what does he want? To kill me here? The boy, having just unleashed his ice release, now stood frozen in hesitation, his head tilted slightly, amber eyes shimmering with an almost translucent glow, his youthful cheeks still soft with lingering innocence. Fidgeting with his fingers, he stole nervous glances at her before finally murmuring in a timid voice, excuse me, are you also from the Yuki clan? Huh. Suki was utterly baffled. Tick. The clock's hand advanced another notch. Zuki Senjetsu sat in his chair, sipping freshly brewed tea. After draining his cup, he glanced up at the wall clock. Strange. Shouldn't Suki be home by now? Had her teacher held her back? But no, today was supposed to be a holiday. A question mark practically materialized above his head. After a moment's thought, he rose and walked to his great-niece's room. Spotting the gift he had left on her desk earlier, he shook his head with a sigh of regret. What a shame. I even prepared a present for her. There. Atop Suki's desk lay a conspicuously bright green book. Its title gleamed boldly. 5 years at Chunin, 3 years to graduation. Chapter 39. I'm not stupid. Haratsuki scratched her head hesitantly and ventured, have we misunderstood something here? Meanwhile, she cursed inwardly. Damn it. So this was why the kid kept obsessing over her chakra nature. He had been testing her all along. Seriously, dude. Did you have to reveal your entire hand just to probe me? And for heaven's sake, open your eyes. She was just an ordinary little kunoichi. Not some prodigy born with a kekki-eye genkai like him. Huh? The boy across from her seemed momentarily stunned before shaking his head fiercely, gritting his teeth. Fine. Then I'll force the truth out of you in a life-or-death battle. Excuse me? Haratsuki blinked in disbelief. What kind of logic is that? The boy, clearly not lacking in chakra reserves, formed hand seals once more. Snowflakes materialized through his ice release, soft and fluffy at first, before layering into smooth, solid ice that gleamed with an eerie blue translucence. 2 shuriken took shape in his palms. In the game, the secret technique High-Ton, Tsubaime Fubuki could unleash 4 ice shuriken in a single strike, raining down to deal damage. But this kid was still young, far from mastering the perfected ice release seen in the game. Still, even at this level, Haratsuki raised her hands, forming seals. Suiton, Suiridan. If you want to fight, then fine. Let us treat this like a dungeon raid. Let the storm rage even fiercer. A massive whirlpool of water erupted around her, surging upward in towering layers. Delicate streams spiraled into frothing waves. White spray threading through the violent currents before cascading down like a waterfall. The sheer volume threatened to sweep her opponent clean off his feet. This was the Suiton, Suiridan as depicted in the original series, not the watered-down, pun unintended, version from the game that merely shielded the user or left enemies dangling helplessly. No, in reality, this was an outright offensive technique. No wonder Zabuza had questioned her when she used this jutsu. She had poured nearly all her remaining chakra into this attack, and the scale was formidable. The 2 ice shuriken hurled by her opponent vanished instantly, swallowed by the deluge like raindrops in the ocean. Of course, it's nowhere near the second Hokage's mastery of water techniques. And let us not forget, this was the land of mist, where water was abundant. Yet, faced with the overwhelming tide, the boy showed no trace of panic. His hands moved with lightning speed, weaving 6 precise seals. Katon, H. Senka no Jutsu. From his mouth erupted multiple scorching fireballs, streaking through the air in blazing arcs like the seeds of a bursting jewelweed. Hidden within the flames were dark, glinting shuriken. Damn it, this brat knows fire release too? Haratsuki clenched her teeth, draining the last dregs of her chakra to sustain the technique. The energy deep within her body flickered, on the verge of exhaustion. The mighty torrent collided with 2 relentless fireballs, the pale blue water evaporating instantly upon contact with the scorching heat, transforming into drifting white steam. Yet the energy of the water flow seemed overwhelmingly immense. After vaporizing, the lingering mist was swiftly overtaken by the surging deluge. Even the obsidian-shining shuriken were swept away with a cacophony of metallic clinks amidst the roaring current. Blocked it. Were she not wholly focused on controlling the trajectory of her jutsu, Hataki might have clutched her chest in relief. But who could have guessed this damn brat even knew fire release? With 3 chakra natures now, including fire, where the hell had he learned it? From his parents? But the Yuki clan, a fragmented minor lineage, had supposedly been eradicated. Her inner curses raged, though her technique had successfully countered the boy's assault. Surely he wouldn't. In the next breath, the child lunged through the weakened water barrier, exploiting the aftermath of the fireball's scorch. Aawa. Hataki's scream tore free as she abandoned chakra control entirely, resorting to bare-handed combat, trading blows with the boy in a frenzied exchange. Yakina pivoted, hips lifting as he sprang, his calf taut in a whip-like arc aimed at Hataki's head. She ducked, evaded, then retaliated with a vertical kick, only for the boy to block mid-motion with raised forearms. Seizing her landing, he twisted into a sweeping leg strike. Hataki faltered, balance disrupted, and her opponent capitalized instantly, driving a foot toward her sternum, gritting her teeth. She barely softened the impact with a guarded fist before being engulfed by the tempest of his assault. Damn it, no opening to activate the arena system. And this brat was holding back all along. Why had he let her defeat him so easily before? Yakina, mid-strike, furrowed his brows, voice laced with irritation. Why aren't you attacking? Your level against Zabuza was nothing like this. His rhythm never wavered. Ayayoa. Hataki nearly roared at the infuriatingly pretty-faced boy. Was that her taijutsu? No, that was the arena system's auto-combat. Just flick a finger and the body moves on its own, Aya. In her rage-blinded lapse, Yakina seized another opening, fist arcing toward her skull while his leg hooked hers. Huh? A tidal wave of deja vu crashed over her, memories of being pummeled senseless by her mother flashing frame by frame. The trick is to liquefy the muscles. Splash. Hataki's head burst apart into scattered droplets. Huh? The boy froze mid-retraction, fist still outstretched, utterly bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, Hatatsuki swiftly restrained the boy's hand on her shoulder before he could react. With lightning speed, she activated the dual arena system and relentlessly hammered the fist icon at the bottom right, basic attack after basic attack. The tables turned instantly. Yakaina, who had initially held the upper hand in taijutsu, found himself overwhelmed by the relentless assault. Even as his delicate face was pummeled, his eyes gleamed with an irrepressible excitement. So this is your true strength? At last I see it. No wonder you defeated the prodigy Zabuza. Hatatsuki. Is this kid not right in the head? But thoughts aside, she continued her merciless barrage, showing no mercy to his pretty face. You lured me here. You casually proposed a life or death duel. Each punch and kick targeted his vulnerable spots, his health bar visibly dwindling. Finally, Yakaina could endure no more. With a choked gasp, he spat out a brilliant arc of blood, his porcelain-like face now streaked with crimson. Collapsing to the ground, he coughed weakly, strands of his raven-black hair sullied by dirt. One eye barely remained open, yet within its depths flickered a radiant, almost ethereal light. His chakra, exhausted from the earlier jutsu, was spent. A cold, emotionless voice spoke before him. So, why did you try to pry into my words? Why insist on a fight to the death? The boy coughed up another mouthful of blood, his fingers clawing weakly at the grimy earth, his translucent nails digging into the filth. Because I thought you were like me. Well then, let us start over. A hand extended toward him, bathed in the dying light of the sunset. The girl seemed outlined in dark gold, as if emerging from the shadows, a reversed dawn. My name is Shino Hatatsuki, of the H-Zuki clan. Suddenly, she smiled. Pleased to meet you. Yakaina stared blankly at her radiant, sunlit grin before blurting out, You know my gender? The girl's smile deepened, amusement dancing in her eyes. I'm not an idiot, you know. Chapter 40, The Nightmarish 5-3, I'm not an idiot. The boy with blood trickling from his mouth stared blankly at her. Then why did you call me beautiful? Hatsuki crouched down, patting the boy's shoulder with a mischievous grin. This is just the mental state of us Naruto players when we socialize. Look at Zabuza, that kid's already adapted. The boy gave her a strange look. So many weirdos in the shinobi world. Hatsuki's smile froze. Her fist clenched hard. Hatsuki, I'm home. Dragging a large bag, she pushed the door open. Huh? Uncle? Why are you here? Her eyes widened in surprise. The blond man in his 30s standing at the door seemed pleased by her reaction, laughing heartily before affectionately ruffling her hair. Little Hatsuki, it's quite late. Why are you only coming back now? He pointed at the clock on the wall. The hour hand was nearly touching 7. As he turned to say something else, he paused. Huh? Why are you blushing again? Kaguribi Chizuki asked, puzzled. Hatsuki, her face flushed, struggled to push his hand away. Didn't I tell you this is a Naruto player's forbidden zone? Taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes and spoke seriously. Uncle, I came back late because I was helping an injured classmate get home. Though he wasn't hurt in today's taijutsu exam. Well, he was still injured. That kid. I even had to support him all the way home. She had even used the water clone technique to treat his wounds. At the time, she just thought, whatever. The kid went through so much just to find out about my background, getting beaten up like that. It'd be too cruel not to tell him. And I'm really not part of your clan. Stop mistaking me for one of yours. Telling him. Well, she had considered it. She only revealed the name of her shinobi clan. Most people wouldn't even recognize the Kaguribi as a shinobi lineage anyway. Besides, her real enemies were the Mizukage faction. Wouldn't they already know about the Kaguribi? But that kid was from the Yuki clan. A dwindling bloodline, though in a different sense than the Kaguribi. The Yuki were scattered, unlike the Kaguribi, who remained concentrated as a major clan. His family was likely diluted over generations, with only sporadic awakenings of their bloodline. That kid was exactly that type. She had even checked his home, only a civilian mother, a deceased father, and some inherited, disorganized secret technique scrolls. TSK. His family's well off. But without guidance from shinobi kin, mastering even 3 jutsu speaks volumes about his talent. Hataki tilted her chin in contemplation. Upon hearing her words, the blond man's expression abruptly turned solemn. The classmate you mentioned, is it that dark-skinned child with bandages wrapped around his face? Huh? Hataki blinked in surprise. Uncle. You know Zabuza too? Is he that famous? Even elite jonin have heard of him? She quickly waved her hands. No, uncle. It's another classmate of mine. The really pretty one. MHM. The man nodded absent-mindedly before hardening his expression again. During the graduation exam, no matter which classmate you're paired with, you must defeat them. Only then can you, MHM. Hataki nodded half-heartedly. She was well aware of Kirigakure's unique graduation system, but rather than worrying about being matched against a close friend, her priority was to grow stronger, strong enough to avoid being killed by Zabuza during the exam. Meeting the gaze of the man before her, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, she said earnestly, "Don't worry, uncle. I'll train hard." HM. Chizuki gave a satisfied nod. Then, as if recalling something, his expression turned serious again. "Ah, Hataki, before your current training, I have a far more important task for you." Huh. Hataki was utterly baffled. What could possibly be more crucial for a shinobi than training? With grave solemnity, the man reached behind his back and produced a rectangular object, holding it before her eyes. Huh. Hataki gaped in disbelief. Printed on the cover were the words, 5 years as a chunin, 3 years to graduation. Had the dreaded 5-3 followed her even here? Back in her small hut, seated at her desk under the lamplight, the pen in Hataki's hand trembled uncontrollably. Damn it. Even the green cover was identical to the one from her 7th grade days. The blonde man's sharp eyes bore into the blank answer sheet before her. "Hataki, why aren't you answering? Hurry up," he urged impatiently. "Hataki, what? Are you going to check my work too?" A wave of despair washed over her. Memories of her past life, of elementary school homework inspections by her parents. With shaky hands, she scrawled a few crooked characters onto the page. "Nanny." The man's eyes widened in horror at her answer. Question. What is the relationship between the legendary shinobi, Hashirama Senju, and Madara Uchiha? And you wrote, married? If those two knew, they'd rise from their graves in fury. Hataki. She felt deeply wronged. Then what are they supposed to be? Rivals? Friends? Secret lovers screaming about bonds? Madara Uchiha wasn't even dead yet. If Hashirama found out someone had written this, he'd probably laugh and tell Madara to loosen up. And why the hell is Kirigakure teaching this anyway? Isn't this Konoha's history? What is the point? It seemed as though he had heard her silent cry of injustice as Chizuki blinked his eyes patiently and explained to her, Hataki. These two ninjas established a revolutionary system that shaped the entire shinobi world, which is why our Kirigakure village exists today. Oh right. Hataki nodded absent-mindedly. Chizuki suddenly bared a menacing grin. Little Hataki, if you fail the theoretical exam, forget about becoming a chunin. You want to even graduate. Do you want to be taken out by the academy before your enemies even get the chance? Wait, what? The academy actually kills people. Hataki's eyes widened in shock. Seemingly pleased by her horrified expression, Chizuki chuckled, a sharp fang glinting coldly in the light. That's why I told you to study hard. Chapter 41. Enjoy using ninjutsu, do you? Do you think being a ninja is just about raw strength? Chizuki glared at her, his sharp shark-like teeth bared. Beyond that, there's tracking and counter-tracking, coded communication, disguising as targets to conceal identities, and so much more. A ninja is a tool, but a tool isn't just for killing. Hataki, honestly, if the atmosphere weren't so tense, she would sarcastically remarked, just about strength? Look at Naruto, look at Sasuke. How many normal missions have they even done? They've been cheating their way through everything. But as for herself, she was just an ordinary person, without any godly bloodline like the Tsutsuki. Hataki nodded solemnly. Yes, uncle, you're absolutely right. Chizuki gave a satisfied nod, until his dark orange eyes suddenly lifted, glinting with sincerity. Hataki pushed forward the test paper in front of her, covered in glaring red XS, nearly unsalvageable. She spoke earnestly. Right now, I haven't even memorized the basics. My foundation is weak. Could you let me review the material first? Chizuki. He glanced down at the 2 pages drenched in scarlet marks and reluctantly conceded. Fair point, Hataki. Chizuki's expression darkened as he watched the white-haired child bouncing around in front of him, swinging her fists with reckless abandon. His scowl deepened. This brat in the end, she still didn't study at all. She couldn't memorize the vital assassination points on the human body. Nor could she recall the names of the hand seals. When questioned, she just shrugged and said, muscle memory will take care of it. Damn it. If you were really a genius, you'd have mastered 3 chakra nature transformations by now, and the academy would let you graduate early. So he dragged her outside for sparring. Oh, muscle memory, you say? Let us see how much you've really memorized. The 4 or 5-year-old didn't seem the least bit fazed. She leisurely followed him into the courtyard, then whipped out a kunai and lunged straight for his face. Not bad, Hataki. Playing dirty, huh? Chizuki let out a cold laugh. Instead of dodging, he let the blade strike splash. His entire head burst apart into scattered droplets. Hataki froze for a split second, just long enough for him to seize the opening. He grabbed her arm and hurled her into the air. The silver kunai spun mid-flight, its dark iron surface glinting. Disorientation flooded her senses as she twisted her body, adjusting her landing. Dust exploded beneath her, water mist dispersing like a torn veil. Impact. She snatched the kunai mid-arc, its trajectory a perfect curve, and held it defensively across her chest. Her gaze locked onto the man whose body was already reforming. Water coalescing back into shape, his face utterly indifferent. Hataki's dead fish eyes finally revealed a glimmer of understanding. She now grasped the bewildered sentiment Yakaina must have felt when smashing her head in. Stealthily observing the seemingly slovenly blonde man before her, riddled with openings, Hataki pondered. Surely her uncle was merely sparring with her this time? If it came to a real fight, how could she possibly defeat an elite J-Nin? Should she activate the dual arena system this time? No, better not. This was an opportunity to temper herself. No need to obsess over victory as usual. Having resolved herself, Hataki chose to charge forth directly, kunai in hand. The man raised an eyebrow at the child's oncoming figure, appearing mildly surprised. Clang, the crude iron kunai was effortlessly deflected. Chizuki firmly grasped the child's still tender wrist, causing it to tremble violently. So strong. To subdue her in mere moves, truly worthy of a J-Nin. Feeling the faint sting radiating from her wrist, Shino Hataki's eyes ignited with exhilaration. The man's voice carried a tinge of exasperation. Now, Hataki, do you truly intend to fight me? This isn't achieving anything, you know. No progress? Hataki frowned. Gradually relaxing her taut muscles, the pale-haired child retracted her reddened wrist and peered up at the man, brow furrowed. Then what should I do? Specialized training, of course. The man's eyes widened abruptly, his tone suddenly buoyant with playful theatrics. In an instant, he formed a hand seal poof. As the white smoke dispersed, dozens of identical clones materialized across the field, all lowering their hand seals in unison, combined with the ever-present mist shrouding them. The overlapping silhouettes flickered like pallid specters in dense fog. In perfect harmony, every Chizuki proclaimed with a grin, locate my true form among these. It requires exceptional perception. You see, within the thick veil of mist, the interwoven figures alternated between shadow and light, their faintly visible garments layering like intricate brushstrokes in an ink painting. The heavy vapor seemed to pulse between the monochrome phantoms as the man's synchronized voice resonated like a tolling bell. Eh? Hataki was utterly confounded. From what she recalled of the original lore, wasn't this type of clone technically impervious to detection? Weren't people forced to eliminate each shadow clone to pinpoint the original? How does one find it? Well, nothing ventured. Retrieving her fallen kunai. The muscles in Hataki's calves rippled like flowing water. Delicate veins surfaced like slender serpents across her clenched fist as she prepared to strike, the cold iron kunai soared skyward in a gleaming arc. Chizuki blinked in momentary bewilderment. In that split second of hesitation, Hataki's hands flew through a rapid sequence of seals. Sueden Suisha. Water release water shockwave. With oneself as the epicenter, a swirling vortex of water surges upward with the speed of a tempest. The surrounding mist seems to be rapidly absorbed as nourishment, transforming the initially slender stream into a frenzied aquatic tornado in the blink of an eye, clearly favored by the local environment. Like a cascading waterfall, it spreads downward, converging into a vast, winding river that assails the opponent. Hozuki Senjutsu. Wait, you're using ninjutsu to locate the original body directly? As an elite J-Nin, countering a technique of this caliber is naturally within his capabilities, but, boom, the torrential river crashes down. The man within the water shatters into liquid fragments, only for his muscular structure to swiftly reconstitute itself, leaving him standing unshaken. However, the shadow clones he had dispersed earlier. Splash, the sound of bursting water echoes like a chain of erupting mushroom clouds. The water-formed clones, lacking the autonomous consciousness of shadow clones, dissolve one after another, merging back into the flowing currents of the unleashed technique. Controlling them all would indeed pose a slight challenge. Hozuki Senjutsu, he smirks. Haratsuki, so you enjoy wielding ninjutsu. Do you? Haratsuki, QQ, oh no. The jutsu she just unleashed has completely drained her chakra reserves. Chapter 42. Dull senses. After that, she began training properly. No longer recklessly dispersing water clones with ninjutsu, as she had initially done. Firstly, her chakra reserves were insufficient, activating the dual arena system would only allow for skills with too limited a range to eliminate all the water clones. Secondly, Uncle's expression had darkened considerably. Amidst repeated failures, Hatatsuki eventually collapsed onto the ground like a lifeless fish. Exhausted and numb, she simply couldn't locate the original body. As the last water clone dissolved into a splash with a soft poof, Chizuki frowned slightly and remarked, "Hatatsuki, I've noticed. Your senses seem unusually dull." His pale blue eyes momentarily gleamed with an icy, almost metallic sharpness beneath the mist, sharp enough to cut skin. Hatatsuki furrowed her brows. Indeed, her pain sensitivity did seem unusually faint. As if sensing her confusion, the man's cold gaze swept over the small cut scattered across the child's amber-toned skin. "Not just pain," he said, crossing his arms, his voice edged with a hint of sternness as he regarded the dazed child sitting on the ground. "Your hearing, touch, smell, all seem weaker than an average person's. This will become a severe disadvantage in your future as a shinobi." Hatatsuki blinked in bewilderment. How could something like that affect her shinobi career? And more importantly, why were her senses so dull? Chizuki continued, enunciating each word deliberately. Acute senses are crucial for tracking targets or detecting enemy movements. Many secret techniques passed down through Ninja Clan's focus on enhancing sensory perception. They serve as excellent support in team operations. Support? Who needs support? Hatatsuki confidently thumped her chest, scrambling to her feet and flashing a thumbs up. "No problem. If that's the case, I'll just take down all the enemies. No need for sensory scouting." The corner of Chizuki's mouth twitched. Doesn't that statement contradict itself? Resuming his grave expression, he spoke in a low, steady tone. "Hatatsuki, even if you don't rely on sensory abilities for reconnaissance, what about during combat? Pain is the body's essential defense mechanism. Without it, how will you assess your physical condition? What if you believe your injuries are minor, only to bleed out unnoticed?" His piercing gaze lingered on the suddenly silent child. But contrary to his expectations, she spoke again. "It's fine." The white-haired child's bangs cast shadows across her face, obscuring her expression. "Pain, to me, is merely a tool for pleasure, an escape from reality. No matter the cost, I'll pursue even the faintest sensation of pain." Her dark orange eyes darkened into an abyssal black, still and fathomless as an ancient, undisturbed well. "I should have died long ago. Don't waste your words on me." Hataki saw off her uncle and secretly rubbed her hands in excitement. During the recent battles, she must have obtained fragments of the secret scroll water release, Surging Waves, as she had used it against both Yukaina and her uncle. Opening the secret scroll panel in the lower left corner of her dual arena system, she examined the few illuminated water release scrolls among the grayed out ones. Water release, Surging Waves had leveled up from LV3 to LV4, if she recalled correctly. The progress bar for LV3 required 20 fragments, and now she had just crossed the threshold to LV4 without any excess pieces. As for why she had only obtained 20 fragments, Hataki couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Whether defeating Yukaina granted more or successfully ambushing her uncle yielded a greater reward, she no longer cared. The dual arena system allocated them based on its mechanics, so all she needed to do was fight more. The shinobi world was full of formidable opponents. This experience also confirmed a suspicion she had harbored. Whether in the dual arena system or in reality, using ninjutsu increased proficiency and progress. This was advantageous for her, as it offered greater flexibility and freedom. In the real world, the development and innovation of ninjutsu were far more expansive. Take water release, Surging Waves, for example. In reality, it could serve both offensive and defensive purposes, its range and power amplified by the surrounding environment. The second Hokage had even elevated it to ocean release. But in the game, it was merely an interrupt skill to counter enemy substitutions or ultimate techniques, with scroll enhancements only boosting damage. Thus, she ought to invest more effort in her real-world self before entering the dual arena system, ensuring better combat performance. This included her abysmal taijutsu. Her daily training had only slightly improved her physique, leaving her unable to defeat even 5-year-old classmates, let alone a jonin. During her battle with Yukaina, she had only managed to activate the dual arena system by catching her opponent off guard. Had the enemy been well informed about the Chizuki clan or utterly composed, the outcome would have been disastrous. But now, the priority was mastering the Chizuki clan's secret techniques. If perfected, these techniques would surpass all else, capable of withstanding even a tailed beast bomb, let alone crushing skulls. A cold crescent moon hung halfway across the horizon, casting a desolate glow over the courtyard. Hataki slowly approached the verdant tree shrouded in shadows. Gazing at its aged, gnarled trunk. She tentatively placed one foot against it and began climbing. After days of chakra control training, she had finally mastered tree walking and water walking, a recent achievement she took pride in. Channeling chakra to the soles of her feet, she ascended the trunk and inverted herself on a sturdy branch, her tattered little jacket swaying downward with gravity. Ah! She vaguely recalled that in the original story, little Obito had struck this very pose on a rainy day. But beyond that, her memory seemed frustratingly elusive. Hatakisuki pressed a hand to her throbbing temple in vexation. Curiously, apart from the enigma of Uchiha Obito, every other memory remained crystalline. Her parents' beloved faces, the hallways of elementary, middle, and high school, even her childhood hobbies, all preserved with pristine clarity. Yet when it came to the anime she'd watched as a girl, there existed perplexing lacunae. Uchiha Obito. As the wispy tendrils of pain gradually dissipated, Suki nimbly somersaulted down from the tree. Her mind echoed with an epiphany about the hiding in water technique, gleaned during sparring sessions with her mother. This art, the secret heritage of the H-Zuki clan, served as the foundational keystone for all their other esoteric jutsu. Legend held that only those bearing H-Zuki blood could master its mysteries, a limitation likely rooted in physiological peculiarities. Yet even for the clan's chosen science, attaining proficiency posed extraordinary challenges, not merely difficult, but perilous in the extreme. The path to mastery bristled with dangers far beyond mere difficulty. Chapter 43. The Art of Water Transformation. To be honest, mastering the water transformation technique wasn't exceptionally difficult. Otherwise, she wouldn't have grasped it on her own without formal guidance. The technique required refining the nature transformation of chakra, honing the moisture attribute of water-based chakra. Yet, it also demanded dissolving one's own muscle tissues and bodily structures directly through this chakra. Sakura Hatsuki shuddered at the thought of her previous recklessness, turning her head into water on impulse. What if a part of her brain had fully transformed? Techniques like the Raisin Shuriken also utilized chakra nature transformation, but at least they didn't risk erasing one's body entirely. A single misstep, and she might never return. The sheer peril of it was beyond words. Even now, merely transforming a single finger into liquefied water felt like an oppressive weight pressing upon her. She couldn't help but wonder, was this why the H-Zuki clan was so sparsely populated? Any secret technique this hazardous would likely drive a clan to extinction. Meanwhile, the Yamanaka, Nara, and Akimichi clans of Konoha, also bearers of secret techniques, seemed far safer in comparison. Ignorance might have been bliss, but now that she understood the risks. Still, despite the crushing psychological burden, Hatsuki pressed on with her training. After all, failing to master water transformation would cut her off from the H-Zuki clan's treasured techniques, forever barring her from reaching Jonin-level prowess. Once perfected, this technique would become her ultimate lifeline. Time slipped away like grains of sand. The horizon bled crimson as the sun dipped like a tattered cloth, dragging the last embers of daylight behind the mountains. Pinpricks of starlight emerged in the darkening sky. Hatsuki remained engrossed in her training. Progress was painstakingly slow, though she had managed to liquefy her brain and glean some insights. The thought of dissolving her arms and other muscular structures bit by bit. It was unsettling, to say the least. Thus, she proceeded with extreme caution, resisting the reckless urge to transform her entire body at once in pursuit of faster results. After reverting a liquefied arm and leg back to solid form, she exhaled slowly, her gaze lifting to the sun's final descent and the moon's ascent. The rustling leaves seemed to drink in the encroaching darkness. Well, time to assess her progress. Without hesitation, Hatsuki opened the combat system's basic attack panel. Perhaps because the developers hadn't yet designed a shinobi with water transformation as a skill, her current training couldn't exist as an independent ability. Instead, it lingered as a grayed-out, locked technique under basic attacks. One by one, she tapped through the dimmed icons until she found the water transformation technique, still marked unlocked. Studying the progress bar, she absently stroked her chin. Like any other skill, the proficiency bar reaches 2,000 points. But, currently, her mastery of the water transformation technique has barely reached 500 points. Perhaps the proficiency she gains from training and from using the technique in battles, like against Yakaina, are all accumulated together. She isn't entirely sure how many proficiency points she's earned from these hours of practice. It seems she'll need to find someone to spar with later. Hatsuki lowered her head, pinching her chin in thought. Hey, Hatsuki, aren't you heading home yet? It's getting late. A clear, youthful voice called from afar. Turning around, she saw a flicker or two of light in the distance. like candles lit along the corridor. Hatsuki's thoughts were abruptly interrupted. She blinked, then shouted back, "Hey, Kyujetsu, I'll be right there." Now, in the residence of the Haidodama clan, only she and Kyujetsu remained. The sky had indeed grown late, dark as if coated in thick, tar-like blackness, the heavens saturated with ink. The moonlight was brilliant, but too distant, like snowflakes fallen into a bottle of ink. Hatsuki loosened the straps fastened around her thighs and arms with her teeth, then returned from the courtyard to the entrance, unwinding the grimy bandages from the day and tossing them into the trash. These days, Kyujetsu had been the one cooking. Apparently, after living alone for so long, he had naturally learned how to prepare meals. Sometimes, she wanted to help, but Kyujetsu insisted that someone so young shouldn't be handling the cooking, stubbornly taking charge himself. Tonight's dinner was, as usual, seafood. Yes, seafood. You heard right, seafood. In Kirigakure, an island nation surrounded by the sea on all sides, seafood was naturally the most abundant produce. Imported livestock from other countries was far more expensive, so most residents relied on locally sourced seafood for their daily meals. Hatsuki puffed her cheeks and poked at the belly of the fried fish with her chopsticks. The oily skin split easily under the pressure, revealing the distinct bones beneath. She had read many fanfictions before, wasn't it said that Kakashi loved grilled sori? If he ever came to Kirigakure, he'd surely be delighted. The fish's belly was pale and soft, glistening with golden oil under the warm yellow light. It was so tender that it hardly required chewing before sliding down the throat, though the downside was occasionally getting pricked by a stray bone. Hatsuki spat out a thin, dark fish bone and couldn't help but grumble internally. I really don't understand people who love fish. Sure, it tastes decent, but it's also easy to choke to death on. To be fair, Kyujetsu's cooking wasn't bad. He seemed different from the typical orphan shinobi who grew up fending for themselves. Others might have survived on instant ramen like Naruto, but Kyujetsu actually studied recipes, figuring out how to make dishes properly. Every evening, he prepared a proper meal with several well-made dishes. With that thought, she swallowed the bite of fish belly and continued poking at her plate absent-mindedly. She noticed a spot with fewer bones. Her movement was observed by the boy sitting across from her, quietly chewing his rice. With a puzzled expression, he asked, "Hataki, don't you like fish?" Hataki shook her head, holding a piece of fish with her chopsticks. "It's not that I don't like it. I just hate how the bones get stuck in my throat." "I see, Hataki." The boy nodded solemnly, as if understanding perfectly. "Then next time, I'll prepare some livestock meat for you. You don't seem to enjoy shellfish either." "Huh." Hataki frowned, setting down her chopsticks. "But isn't livestock meat expensive? For the land of water, surrounded by the sea on all sides. Even those who raised livestock were few. Moreover, the country had maintained a strict isolationist policy in recent years, limiting trade with other nations." No. Kogetsu his aim waved his hand, a sudden chuckle escaping him as if he had recalled something pleasant. The white-haired boy's eyes crinkled with amusement. "Don't worry, Hataki. Ever since you arrived, the family's allowance has increased. And your parents, working outside, send money regularly too." "Oh." Hataki nodded gravely. An extra child means an extra mouth to feed, she understood. Her runaway parents weren't entirely heartless, at least remembering their child. Left in the ancestral home for nearly a year. For almost that entire year, the household finances had been managed by his aim. If she needed money, she had to ask him for some coins, though their uncle occasionally dropped by to ensure his aim wasn't squandering funds. She longed for financial independence, but alas, the family forbade it, claiming she was still too young to handle money irresponsibly. All right. She nearly forgot. She was currently trapped in the body of a 4 or 5-year-old. "I'm full." Hataki pushed her bowl forward, and the white-haired boy across from her naturally stood up, gathering the dishes. The 4-year-old girl narrowed her eyes, watching as the boy, now clad in a pink apron, deftly scrubbed the dishes at the sink. Unable to resist, Hataki spoke up. His aim, "Has anyone ever told you you'd make a great housewife?" The boy's movements froze. A sharp crack echoed from the sink. Hataki chose to believe she had merely imagined it, pretending she hadn't seen a thing. Slowly, the white-haired boy turned. His cobalt blue eyes narrowed, his sharp shark-like teeth bared as he drawled. "Has anyone ever told you not to speak carelessly?" Then Hataki's eyes widened as she saw his fist liquefy, surging waves of water appearing as if they couldn't wait another second. "Hataki, QQ Chapter 44. Use the flame fist on me, Hatatsuki let out a pained wail. "Don't use the flame fist on me, Hizutsuki." Tomo Hizutsuki? He froze momentarily, unable to comprehend what was happening. Then, he watched as the white-haired child convulsed in agony before collapsing to the ground. Tomo Hizutsuki? Though uncertain of the cause, seeing his child in such a state was undeniably alarming. He dropped the bowl and chopsticks in his hands, rushing forward in panic. Cradling the fallen child's head, he asked with deep concern, Hatatsuki, what's wrong? Hizutsuki's gaze swept over the exposed patches of skin, fresh wounds oozing dark red blood. Rough scars, and knees embedded with grimy pebbles piercing through the flesh. Did you get into a fight today? How did you get hurt? Did Uncle do this to you? His heart ached at the sight. But before his distress could linger, the girl in his arms suddenly let out a series of anguished cries, tears streaming from her eyes. Startling Hizutsuki. Hizutsuki, I need to ask you a favor. The girl lay weakly on the ground, her tear-filled eyes glistening. Her voice trembling with suppressed sobs. Clutching her hand, Hizutsuki shouted urgently, I promise. I'll save you. Hatatsuki squeezed his hand tightly, forcing out a few more tears. Can you go save that idiot version of me who has been killed by your flame fist yet? Tomo Hizutsuki. His expression darkened as he flung Hatatsuki out of his embrace. He finally understood she was toying with him. The previously feeble Hatatsuki, midair, instantly regained her vigor, flipping gracefully before landing on her feet with a mischievous grin. Relax, Hizutsuki, just a little joke. Tomo Hizutsuki. No, he did not appreciate such malicious humor. Undeterred by his silence, the girl clenched her fists, eyes gleaming with determination. This is the power of us mentally unstable folks. Tomo Hizutsuki, he had no idea what she was talking about. Truly, he wondered how his sister and brother-in-law had raised this child. Even he, an orphan, was more normal than this. After a moment of contemplation, Hizutsuki abandoned further thought and instead asked, Hatatsuki, did you fight someone again today? I noticed new wounds. Did it happen after school? Or during training? Hatatsuki scratched her head awkwardly. She hadn't expected him to notice. Oh, by the way, Hizutsuki, how do you think you did on your exams today? She shifted her gaze, clearly attempting to dodge the question with a clumsy change of subject. Me? Hizutsuki arched a brow, resting a hand on his hip. Not bad. Another year without graduating. Indeed, this old fellow still has no intention of graduating this year. Generally speaking, at the Kirigakure Academy, students are mandatorily required to graduate by the age of 9 at most. Yet, here stands Kagetsu, already 11 years old, still lingering within the academy's halls, making Hatatsuki suspect that he must be employing some extraordinary means to prolong his stay. According to Kagetsu himself, not only must he achieve a flawless 0 in theoretical exams, but he must also deliberately suppress his formidable prowess in physical combat assessments to avoid graduation. It seems there are others like him in the academy, his close friend, for instance. However, as per the words of her uncle, those who fail the graduation exam, whether unwilling or incapable, will eventually be weeded out entirely. This contradiction casts doubt in Hatatsuki's mind as to which account holds truth. So how exactly does Kagetsu manage to evade graduation? Hatatsuki's thoughts churn, her mind swelling with the weight of the question. She decides to broach the topic subtly. Kagetsu, she murmurs, lowering her voice. How do you think you did on the latest theory exam? The silver-haired youth arches a brow, resting his hands on his hips as if the answer were obvious. Not bad. Avoiding every correct answer is my specialty. His sharp, shark-like tooth glints as he grins. Oh, you're amazing, Kagetsu-sama. Hatatsuki claps half-heartedly, a bead of sweat trickling down her temple. Just how low did he score? Did he even pass? She has no idea. After all, she had painstakingly pinned every answer herself, though by the end, she had resigned herself to despair. The mere thought saps her spirit, leaving her slumped in defeat. This is worse than the pressures of high school. Back then, all she had to do was sit and study. But here, in the shinobi world, one must dedicate endless hours to honing physical prowess, mastering jutsu, and still obtain a diploma. The urge to surrender overwhelms her. Even her curiosity about Kagetsu's prolonged stay fizzles into nothingness. As her mind spirals, the pale-haired boy, who had been silently rummaging through something, suddenly steps closer. Eek! Hatatsuki's back presses against the cold wall as an odd, prickling sensation brushes her knee. She yelps, drenched in cold sweat. Kagetsu, what are you doing? TCH. The boy, Atsuki Kagetsu, pauses, his pale cheeks flushing faintly. What are you talking about? I'm helping you. He snaps. If these pebbles embedded in your knee aren't removed properly, you could get tetanus. With that, he retrieves something from the medical kit, carefully extracting the lodged debris from the child's knee and drawing out the stagnant blood. The girl's calves and arms were exposed, revealing an amber complexion with subtle variations, glowing like ice flowing in water. Under the gentle caress of moonlight, the sleek curves reflected a soft, luminous sheen. Kochu Hizame narrowed her eyes as she tended to each wound on the child's body. If her sister and brother-in-law found out about this, it wouldn't bode well. Her dark orange gaze lingered on the boy kneeling before her. Meticulously wrapping sterilized gauze around the injuries, this boy who shared the same blood as the body before her. Hadar scratched at his disheveled white hair, draped carelessly over his shoulders, and remarked with nonchalance, "It's fine. Shinobi are always getting hurt anyway." The boy didn't argue, keeping his head bowed as he continued winding the bandages. As Hadar studied him, an image surfaced in his mind, a brown-haired, violet-eyed girl held up in a photograph, pride lacing the boy's voice as he spoke of her. This must be Suigetsu and Mangitsu's father. The dark orange of his irises deepened, yet the edges of his pupils retained a faint translucence. Then how did he die? Well, he must have at least married and had children before that happened.